Oh, very warm welcome back to day two coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. I'm Henry Kilbane, joined by my partner in the booth, Alex Livingston. Alex, how's your morning, mate?
It was a busy morning. It was full of racket sports, actually. I had a tennis lesson at 9 a.m. I saw you there as well. And then I played 2 hours of paddle with the guys, and
Yeah.
I might have been the weakest link, but it was a lot of fun.
Everyone, man, everyone loves the Montenegro stop. They're out drinking coffee, they're out playing sports, and then they're getting into the business. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. Day two of the 25K Golden Decade. 93 entrants, 53 re-entries, 146 total entries. I believe I owe you 10 euros.
You do.
23 players.
So I started a little better than I did last time, where Henry might have got me, I don't know, 5-2 or 4-2 bets.
We've got 15 days, but we'll check the tally in a couple of weeks' time. 23 places paid, bin cash of 42,000. Of course, we're starting with that 25K buy, and it's going to get a lot more expensive as the days go on. But look, winner, 849K, nothing to sniff at, Alex.
No, nothing to stiff at a lot, and it's Ben Tollerine who's in pole position right now, the two-time main event champion. He's got titles in both PLO and No Limit. But a lot of other notables left in the field. There's Mikita Badziakowski. This has been kind of his home turf. He's had a lot of great results here in Montenegro. And, of course, Season 3 Player of the Year, Danny Tang, is still alive. And then you've got the Ponikov's crew. Ponikov's himself, he was one of my companions on the paddle court earlier today, along with Dominicus Michaelitis and Paulie V. They're both represented. And then the Vienna crew as well. You do see some of these crews starting to form around Triton.
Right.
So you've got Patavi, Nita Ryder, Curtis Knight, who actually is Canadian originally, and Sam Mueller. And then I'd be remiss not to mention, of course, the winner of the 150K in Jeju, the man, the myth himself, Paul Poix. He's still alive and well in contention.
That would be absolutely insane if he wins the 10-year anniversary special in Jeju and then wins this 25K Golden Decade. It's just like, the dream is still alive. The plan, obviously, today, we are planning on playing down to a winner or the FT of this 25K. We do have event number 2 kicking off the 25K No Limit Hold'em starting at 3 p.m. So any minute now, they're going to be playing about 18 levels in that one. But of course, our attention is going to be primarily on this. And Alex, I believe we have a fascinating head-to-head that you've got ready to show us.
Yeah, exactly. So, two of the all-time great players here at Triton. One who came in a little bit earlier than the other. We've got Danny Tang and Ding Biao. Just waiting for that graphic to populate. But Danny Tang has played 206 events to Ding Biao's 160. He's won 26 million versus Ding Biao's 15 million. And then, of course, in titles, Danny's got the edge as well, 5-3. So Danny's got a slight edge everywhere, but worth mentioning, and there our graphic is, worth mentioning that he has been on the scene a little bit longer and that Ding Biao has done very well in his shorter time here at Triton. You can see those ITM percentages, both well above 25%. Top 3 finishes 15-7. So maybe this can be the stop where Ding Biao starts to narrow the gap a little bit.
Yeah, man, I'm just looking at that 30+% for Danny Tang ITM rate. That's something, especially at Triton, where every table that you look at, at every turn there is an elite player. So to cash in 3 out of 10 times, that's
it certainly it speaks to his consistency. And Henry, I know you mentioned that you saw him and you said congrats on title number 6. You gave him a bit of foreshadowing. Henry thinks that Danny's going to capture his 6th title and join that 6th club, which is a newly formed club as of Jeju, as there was that log jam at 5.
Yeah.
And then we had a couple players, I believe it was Punsri and Ibinger,
correct,
who made it to titles number 6. So Danny Tang looking to join that exclusive club.
I would love to see him here. Danny had that insane year, I want to say 2024, where he just won 5 titles in the span of a year. And he's just so tough. He's had so many deep runs since then, just running a bit unfortunate in big spots with like 6 left, 5 left. But he is a converter. He's someone that knows how to get to an FT and close it out. His good friend Punat Punsri joining that 6-time champion club. Kiat Lee as well, another friend of Danny's who's been posting some big results. So I think it's in Danny's, court now to just join the rest of the lads and pick up a title here. I think he can do it.
I agree with you. He's certainly, one of those players who is likely to get to that 6th club, and he shows up, plays all the different festivals, all the tournaments. He's a grinder,
Yeah.
and it'd be cool to see him join that club. Another thing just to focus on is that we are down to about 31 players
Right.
and only 23 pay. So we're not quite in bubble mode yet, but we're definitely in a point where those medium stacks are starting to feel a little bit of pressure, and we have quite a few stacks under 20 big blinds. I count about 11 stacks at 20 big blinds or less. So definitely will be something to keep an eye on in that first frame or two as we start moving towards that money bubble.
And also, something we talk about at Triton so often is that it's so top heavy, these prize pools, that you normally see a lot of these guys that are currently middle of the pack, 30 big blinds. I'm talking about, Dan Dvoris, Danilo Velesovic, Mikita Baziakowski. They're comfortable and they could sneak their way in for a min cash. Having said that, they will take aggressive lines, rejam spots, should they deem it profitable. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see a couple of those safe stacks out the tournament before we're even in the money.
Yeah, I think you're right, Henry. I mean, everyone has a different approach when it comes to tournament poker in terms of just how much they, quote-unquote, respect the bubble. You see different styles there. ICM's a real thing, but like you mentioned, top-heavy payout structures leads to a little bit more gambling for some of these middle stacks sometime. You can see there the graphic, 31 left of the 146, and that is a big number, Henry, because our over-under was 132.5, and I have to say that over smashed. I don't know what we're going to do today for our bet, but I'm sure we'll find something as you take a look at Baziakowski there.
Smashed feels like a bit of an exaggeration. But
well, I mean, we were thinking it was going to be kind of right on the number, maybe 2 or 3 off. Got over 13 over, so,
Yeah, I guess.
Ellis
I can't
Parson,
argue with that.
the Finn, he's been playing a lot of no-limit hold'em lately, mostly known for his PLO prowess over the years. There's Ben Tollerine.
At what point do we stop saying that, by the way? Because he's posted so many big
It's a good
hold'em
point. It's a good point. He's certainly very competitive in both games, but when you're the GOAT of PLO, as he is in my books, it's worth mentioning at least, how good he is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But he's been posting results, and it won't surprise me if this series we're seeing him take down a title in the 2-card PLO streets.
Michaelitis, Lithuanian. Players getting ready. Always kind of that tension in the air when you get to your seats for day 2. You've unbagged the chips. You're just sitting there ready to go. Henry, I know you don't play a ton of tournaments these days, but you've obviously played some over the years, and just wondering are you one of those players who likes to get there early for day 2 and really get settled in, or are you more of a just show up and kind of get there last minute?
2026 Henry would like to think he's there, 10 minutes, 15 minutes in advance, grab a coffee, grab a water, I don't want to be disoriented, but pre-COVID, young Henry Kilbane would maybe miss a couple of hands, not know exactly where he's going. And
so I try not to miss hands, of course. It's bad. I have missed hands a few times, but having said that, I am one of those players who likes to show up just a little bit before. I don't like to show up way before the start of play. I don't know what it is. Maybe I don't like the sitting around waiting. Maybe I feel like you make more of a statement when the whole table's there, and then you just kind of come in, and maybe you're even pulling your chips out of the bag when the first card's off the felt.
Look who's arrived.
Yeah, now I'm not talking like a Phil Hellmuth style theatrical entrance or anything like that, but I don't know. There's Espen Jorstad, main event champ himself.
He's got the mullet growing. I mean,
he does.
He's growing out the mullet.
Is this new for him?
This is very new for him.
Danilo.
Now continue the tournament with 29 minutes remaining on level number 16, 20,000, 40,000. Once again, fast action.
So we'll see if the table chat is a little bit livelier than it was yesterday in our first frame. Good sign already here. Bit of pre-card banter.
Yeah. This is cool. I like this. I've always enjoyed this. This like walk around the room, see who's in town. As players unbag, and it looks like the dealers are starting to deal. Let's go. Day 2, 25K. Golden
Is it showtime?
It is. And the first thing that stands out to me is the difference in chip distribution between the two tables. Chip leader at our table, 63 bigs. Third in chips, Malinovsky with 46 big blinds. That is more than what the chip leader on the outer table has. Very different kind of stack distributions here.
Very true. You can see Batmuk Unabuk, Mongolian. He's second overall, first at this table. And like you mentioned, you know, Malinowski with 46 big blinds. So it's not like Unabuk can just run over this table. You know, he's got to be a little bit wary of those stacks that are very competitive with his own. And then maybe those middling stacks from Ding Biao all the way down to Meri Choi are feeling a little bit of that ICM pressure already. We'll see how they adjust the ranges, if at all.
This is an incredible feature table. Like, there are a lot of guys that run massive bluffs.
And how about this incredible starting hand for Malinovsky?
So this went 3x pre, cool.
I believe that is the case. Queen 9 deuce. Red aces for Malinovsky. You'd think he mostly comes with lead, but feels like a couple different options are on the table here.
75,000.
Just goes small. His hand not as vulnerable with that ace of diamonds in there. Great playability.
For Patavi, absolutely nothing really going on this flop.
Yeah, I think with no diamond and no immediate straight draw, one over, Patavi needs to fold this hand. There is a bit of a thing where you don't want to be seen folding the first hand in position for such a small bet. You kind of want to show that you're willing to fight for pots, but his hand just not enough interaction with the board, and Victor will pick up a little one there.
All right, hand one, day two, the blades, okay. It's gonna be one of those days, is it?
I feel like we've seen a disproportionate number of pocket aces so far through our coverage, Henry. I don't know if it's just me.
Especially given that we only have one feature table.
Right.
You know, if we were ping-ponging like in Monte Carlo between 3 different tables, then sure, yeah.
Like, I think the best way to look at it is how often you feel like you've seen each pocket pair, and it feels like aces might be the pair that we've seen the most. And maybe it's you just remember it more because they're more, you know, more significant.
I feel like we saw kings a couple of times yesterday as well.
Because then if it stops betting bigger, then it's...
Bunch of nonsense hands fold over to the small blind.
Yeah, for limitless from aces to 7 deuce. That's polar opposites.
Both extremes.
You can cap it for 5K and it's never gonna like impact any type of decision. Like,
I think they're looking for volume.
Not like.
So how is Ding Biao going to play this one versus 3.5x? Not impossible. He just moves in.
You ask any type of like gambling site at the end of the day, what makes like their
25 blinds for Ding Biao.
It's the big whales.
You think so?
And I think Patavi would have to fold if he did face the shove.
Like the money that like the gambling sites have.
But then effectively, the bookies are just taking...
Okay, just makes the call in position.
I felt like it was coming, you know. The way he was pondering.
Yeah, it was on
handling
his
the
mind
chips.
for sure. There, you know, there's some theoretical principles behind it. Of course, you just have an ace, which is important, but you can get a hand like a6 or a7 offsuit to fold.
Both players flopping top pair on the ace queen 10. See how the Frenchman wants to proceed as the pre-flop aggressor. Verse is cool. I'm honestly not sure, blind v blind. Wouldn't surprise me if we're supposed to mix in some checks out of position on this board texture. I think Ding leaning very heavily towards, you know, broadways.
So I would think, and he does check, I would think that Patavi has the best hands on this board and also the worst hands.
Yeah.
So he's gonna raise some junky stuff.
Yeah.
I would think on a board like Queen 10-9 or King 10-9, he might have to be even more careful because Ding's going to interact a lot with sort of those broadways, middle to high cards. But both players playing this one a bit coy. We see check, check. Ding Biao's hand, it goes without saying, is quite underrepresented at this point. Just calls pre and checks back flop with top pair.
Ding for me is one of the best in town when it comes to just shifting through different gears. On the one hand, how many times, I mean, we just have a highlight reel of Ding absolutely blasting and putting people in the bin with just complete airballs. But then conversely, you have this just really solid defensive Ding Biao who just knows how to protect his check back ranges, knows how to defend across multiple streets. And I think that's why he's had the success that he's had over the last 3 years at Triton.
Yeah, you're right. He has that aggressive reputation and kind of just that image, right? Even just the way he dresses sometimes, his overall swag. It's like players like this often are seen as being more aggressive than they actually are, just by the way that they carry themselves.
Correct.
Ding now leaps into action. Note that Batavi checks his pair of aces twice. And I don't believe he's going to go for check raise with just ace-6. But it's interesting because the bet is fairly small. And Batavi's hand is now the one that's quite underrepresented. Yeah, he just calls.
520 in the middle.
And this card might just freeze the action, Henry, because both players have showdown value and neither one would have value on their minds.
Jack of spades completing the run out. These gents will chop at showdown. Should it go check, check? Ding seems annoyed.
He'll be pretty happy to see that he's going to split the pot on that card. One of those ones where both players are kind of content to chop. So much danger out there.
All right. Chop it up. That was still a fun hand, though. Interesting to notice, you know, the approach to these blind v blind spots that two very solid players are taking. Elsewhere in the room, we have had our first elimination of the day since we went live. That is Ellis Parsonen. Pocket sixes against Mikita Baziakowski's pocket queens. Mikita opened cutoff. Ellis just ripped in his, what was it, 12.5 bigs, and that was all she wrote. As you can see here, you can win a 25k seat into the Triton Super High Roller Series and write your own poker journey. Shout out to CoinPoker, one of our partners here for this series in Montenegro. Like I mentioned, that 25k package into the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. We're talking buy-in, business class flights, and 5-star luxury hotel, all covered. Head on over to tritonfreeroll.com. Sign up with the code Triton. That's tritonfreeroll.com and use the code Triton. Play your way to a once-in-a-lifetime seat. And then when you do get there, come and say hi to me and Alex, and we will treat you to a little Shanghai Bund action. Eddie's got one of those spots. I believe I heard raise 80,000. I did.
Yeah, it's a hand that you can probably make a plus chippy V jam for, 16 bigs from the hijack with that hand, but I think this close to the money, he'd prefer just to play it as a min raise. And it's going to invite a call from Batavi. Okay, let's go 3 ways, maybe 4 ways. Oh, okay, Ding Biao just out. I thought he would come along for the call there with Jack 9 of hearts.
First look at Sam Muller today on day 2.
That trademark jacket he likes to wear. Ace Jack off, I imagine just all in versus raise call here.
He's such a cool cat, dude. Big Muller fan as he finds the jam. 19 bigs. And I think this is going to work. I mean, it's going to increase his stack by, what, 20%? More than 20%?
Yeah, it's definitely going to get through these 2 holdings. And just a nice spot there. Of course, Batavi occasionally can be trapping a real monster, but for the most part, his range is a little bit capped. So seeing that overlay of another player putting 80k in just makes you want to shove even more. Probably he would have just shoved over Mehdi's open anyway, but he may have played just call heads up.
That's unfortunate. I was excited to see a flop, but can't begrudge.
Again.
Wanna taking one down. He's playing 25 bigs after that pickup.
Tilted at Samuel waking up with tens.
Mehdi putting Mueller on tens. For some reason, whenever I see Mueller or say the name Mueller,
Ace-9 suited.
I think of Bueller from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
I've never heard of that, but okay.
Do you know the movie?
No.
Oh, wow.
Sorry,
It's
dude.
It was a fake. Can I have it?
It's an American late 80s classic. I think late 80s.
No, I don't do
It's a
things
great
like
movie.
that. Yeah, no. I have huge timing tough. Yeah. Just another part of my game that needs to be fixed. Many holes.
Bat Munk, ace-10 offsuit under the gun.
Wait, 80,000.
And as always, we are watching the YouTube chat at the beginning of the day. I like to get a little feel of the pulse of the audience. Let us know where you're tuning in from, what time it is there. Are you having a beer or a coffee, dinner, lunch, breakfast, skipping work?
Yeah, if you are skipping work,
Who's your
your
best
boss
friend in
does
poker?
happen to come over,
I stick for-
just let us know and we'll give him a shout out, and then hopefully lets you continue watching poker.
That's right.
And it?
Pocket sixes for Batavi. Pretty deep with Bat Munk. I expect a flat, indeed.
There's a guy I really like.
Money?
And you're right.
Money? The
Yeah,
Australia?
Why is he not here?
Is Niederreiter going to come along from the big here? Nope.
These two are very deep here. Two of the largest stacks at this table, other than Viktor Malinovsky. There's a 6 in the window.
Okay, well, lucky for Bat Munk, there wasn't an ace or a 10 behind it. This may be an opportunity just to get away instantly, as this board is both pretty good for the cutoff's flatting range. Of course, the cutoff will whiff some hands as well, but more importantly, his own hand, no interaction. We've got people tuning in from Belgium, Philadelphia, Israel, New Jersey, the Netherlands, Australia, Japan, Andorra, Czech Republic. It's coffee time in Montreal. We've got Mexico on the docket, Thailand. We've got a couple coffee drinkers in the chat. Shout out coffee. I'm also a coffee drinker. And shout out, I was treated to a coffee today by Mr. Mustafa Kanit.
Very nice.
I was walking by, actually heading on my way here for the group photo, and he flagged me over and said, would you like a coffee? I said, can't say no.
You can't, especially to that man. He definitely knows what he's doing when it comes to coffee.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Mustafa.
Shout out
Here
Black
with his
Sheep
girlfriend.
Coffee.
Okay, so we've got a bet from Bat Munk. He did decide just to throw out a little wager here in the hopes that his opponent had some similar hand, an ace-jack, a king-queen, some type of Broadway combination. But Batavi is fast playing this hand, targeting overpairs, and this should be the end of it.
It should be, but I was scrolling through the Triton Poker Plus app yesterday, and let me tell you something. This man, Bat Munk, can find some really high aggro lines. I mean, I don't know if you recall the 5 deuce spot that you were calling out against the Blades.
Yes, exactly right. But for his own sake and the sake of his Mongolian fans, let's hope he lets this one go. Always tempting to want to do something, but ace spades, 10 of hearts, so little in the form of interaction with this board. But he doesn't look like he wants to fold, Henry. There it is.
Thank goodness.
But then, when I'm there,
Felt like
it's
maybe,
fucking shit.
just maybe, he's
I
going to
hate
do
it.
something insane. Down to 28, according to the Triton Poker Plus app.
Shout out also to Beer and Water other beverages being enjoyed by our audience. I'm a fan of all three, coffee, water, beer, sometimes at once.
That doesn't sound nice for the stomach, I must admit. See, beer, water, and coffee all at the same time.
Yeah, well, you know, I might have to scale back on the beer. I find it's really bad on my stomach. Coffee as well, but at least coffee has some other, you know, health benefits that perhaps beer doesn't offer. But, you know, social lubricants, I don't know.
Mr. Mystery Hand, Elias Gutierrez, is out the door in 30th, quickly followed by Alex Ponakov's in 29th.
Yeah, Tollerine off to a good start. He already had the chip lead coming in and dispatches of Ponakov's, shoves the button with Queen 10 suited. Ponakov calls Ace 8. No good on the Queen Deuce 3-3-3 run out as Ponakov's Ace High is out the door. Mueller again picking up a very strong starting hand here, this time facing an open for Malinovsky.
Yeah, this time much deeper, 24 bigs, in position as well on the puck. Comes with the non-all-in.
Yeah, so this indicates to me that he feels that Victor is capable of having some light 4-bet jams, and he is planning to raise call this hand. You wouldn't 3-bet fold Ace Queen off. Flat was another option.
Danny's got one of those.
I mean, Danny's got a hand that facing raise call would have been interesting. I think facing raise 3-bet, you know, you'd want to have a really strong read on Mueller being light to do anything but let it go.
What is the man they call Limitless want to do here with the 6-5?
These spots are interesting because 6-5 suited feels like a really good hand, and getting a very good price, he is going to make the call. But sometimes at these lower stack to pot ratios, hands like this, you know, go down in value a little bit.
Let's see 3 dealer, 500k in the middle. Just 5 off the money. That's all Muller. Muller delight.
Yeah, and if he finds small bet, this hand is over. Although, remember that critical hand yesterday where we saw the 6-5 suited.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Call the 4-bet.
Yeah.
Check raise the flop after flopping absolutely nothing, which we didn't expect. So, and that was Joao Simão who held the 6-5 suited. So you never know what you're going to see here. But I feel like Mueller can just, if not range bet, pretty much range bet this board. He's coming with 100K, and I don't know. I mean, this doesn't feel like we're going to see what we saw last time.
Hot start for Muller, up to 1.3 million now.
Bullet jacks.
Tollerine, by the way, has over a million chip lead on the rest of the field. That's 25 big blinds more than any other player.
King Jack suited.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, he is, he's been getting it done on the live felt, on the virtual felt for the better part of 2 decades. Really in all formats.
Mostly on the virtual felt. I remember when he did show up to Triton in Cyprus. Took down his first ever event he played.
Did he really?
Classic Tollerine. But there was a real buzz. I was like, yo, it's B-Tech, you know, B-Tech's in town. And it's not often you hear the same shared sentiment by the likes of, you know, Jason Kuhn, Ike, Chidwick, like all of these guys. I wasn't too familiar with Ben. I obviously knew about his online days, but they're like, yeah, he's the absolute nuts. Like he's gonna crush, and very quickly he's just made a name for himself on the Triton Tour.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's so good at both Hold'em and PLO is what stands out to me. It's unclear which game is actually his better game, and there's not too many players you can say that about. I mean, there are a few who are really good at both, but he would be the best. You know, the best overall between the 2 games.
I agree. Yeah,
in my opinion.
3 aces here. Ding with a very disguised ace-queen, just flat calling the under-the-gun open of Malinowski. I believe I saw Mehdi flick in a chip, but maybe I didn't.
I think he's still deliberating. So just a difference in strategy here. We saw...
Not just on the strength of queen high, right, but also just the strength of being in position opportunities to potentially steal it away on certain runouts should Malinowski slow down.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to over-realize his equity in general because he has position and because he covers Malinowski. That Queen of Clubs just such a useful card, interacting with a lot of the strongest stuff that Malinowski can have, particularly on this card. An interesting one for Malinowski, who bet the flop with a nothing burger, has picked up an open-ender, but it's a weak one. The 10 would not be a very good card.
We like to call it the mug's end of the straight back home in the UK.
Yeah, you taught me that phrase back in Riga. So he's betting that mug's end. And for Patavi, you know, you floated the flop. Now you've picked up a little bit of equity. What's the play here? Is it a double float? Let's see what he comes with.
Feels like a good spot to find a double float, to be honest. Just completely uncapped range out of the big. Oh, this is gangster.
Yeah, he's going the other direction. He's saying, now my queen, serving as a blocker to queen 10. My queen of clubs maybe blocking some flush draws that can continue, and Malinowski is quickly out.
And we were just referencing how annoying it is to have Patavi on your left when you're in Limitless's shoes. He was chilling with 2 million, now he's down to 1.4 by proxy of just having this pesky Frenchman, very competent at poker, in position on him.
That cannot be.
Yeah, and just a brief look of frustration there on the face of Limitless. Blinds are up.
Zero Italian blood.
Quarter 50 now.
Yeah, you can go to him and
Wow. It's like if I'm born in like Africa, I can't just call myself African, you know? Can I? No, right? Doesn't work like that, right?
I mean, he grew up all his life over there, so like.
Has he been to Morocco before?
I think he's born actually even in Morocco, and then like went to Italy when he was like 2 or 4 years old. So I'm not 100% sure about this information. It's a new level.
It is a new level. So I'll tell you who's feeling the pinch right now. The likes of Espen Jorstad on 8 bigs, Hannes Jeska on 8 bigs, David D'Alessandro on 10 big blinds.
They're
Looking to sneak their way in to that main cash.
D'Alessandro, the owner of the Carbone
My hair.
That's you, no?
My name is Mehdi. There is my hair. You know my hair. Come on, bro. The Tunisian
I
guy.
thought that's you.
Come on. What are you talking about?
What? Say that again?
My hair.
I thought that's you.
370. Right,
That's
370,000.
you, shouting.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Talking about my friend.
Let me,
my hair.
let me open the app. Yeah, Mahdi.
Mehdi, yeah. And then there's
Look at this man. Patavi is just,
Very good.
it's just absolutely abusing Malinowski right now.
Okay.
you know my hair.
Yeah, no. I call him Daha.
Daher.
Daha.
But Daher is another guy. It's Albert.
No, not Daha. No. Wait, his surname is. Oh, no.
So looking at the bigger picture here, Henry,
Sorry, Maher.
Mehdi Chaoui is currently
Mehdi.
on that bubble. He's in 23rd, so he would be just into the money in terms of the stacks. He's got 4 stacks below him: Zlatnikov, D'Alessandro, Hannes Jeska, and Espen Jorstad.
I made
So it's one of these things where you're always conscious of the other stacks who are around your area.
I mean,
That's the great thing about the Triton Poker Plus app as well. You know, back in the day, before an app like this was built, you'd have to stand up out of your chair, trying to look around the room, trying to like glance over at different tables, see what people are playing.
I think it might have been something like we're both middle of the pack.
Don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, the app just makes everything easy, both for the players and for the audience at home. Of course, we are on that 1 hour delay. The players have the real-time info.
right?
Right, 100,000.
100K from Mehdi, and you know, he could again consider just jamming his hand. But the same thing, he has to be so careful And it's not like people can just attack this all willy-nilly because they know he's opening a tighter range with his stack size. So it's not like he's just going to get jammed on at some insane clip.
It is.
Yeah, we are back, ladies and gents. Apologies. Trying our absolute best. It's those gremlins from Jeju. I think they snuck into some of the
Didn't even want to answer
cargo
your question.
that was shipped over.
Yeah, there have been a couple little glitches, but hopefully we get that all resolved
You
just the
start
second
playing
day of the
before 40K
series.
and after. But he's here.
Too rich.
No, I'm not sure. Maybe he brought his fiance. I don't know if she's here. Would make sense to spend some time with her, potentially. I don't know.
Like, how much money do you need to have to think 25K is not worth your time?
50.
No, of course you have family, and no, this is a two different question. Nothing relates to
50.
50 million.
Yeah. Sure, or 50, and you don't like playing poker that much. Yeah. It's also about like how much you like it. Like
He likes it.
right? No.
I think 25K sounds pretty small for 50 million net worth. It does sound very small.
Yeah, but if you like it, whatever the net worth is, you play. Like if you love the game.
Well, no, because then you could just go play 2,500.
Cash. Yeah, but tournaments is always different. Like even
No,
if you can
no,
play.
2,500 WSOP.
270?
Yeah, come on.
2.5K.
Batavi is going to attack this open from Victor. A function of his stack size
There is a seed
and his hand.
everything.
I just wanted to check in on the conversation they're having. 25,000 is
I think so.
0.05% of $50 million net worth. So I kind of agree with what Danny's saying, you know. If you're worth 50 million, maybe a 25K doesn't excite you.
Yeah,
Doing the
but it really depends, like they were saying, on your love of the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there are players, somebody like Talal Shakerchi comes to mind. I'm not going to speculate on what he's worth, but I know that he grinds
you love being
small buy-in tournaments on, online sometimes. I'm talking $100 buy-in tournaments.
Right.
like they
He
Just
loves
loves
the game. Yeah.
Loves the game.
I hope so. I hope I can.
This time, Patavi is going to get slapped on the wrist because
Yeah, this one's not going to get through, and it's just going to be all in from Malinovsky. And it's a bit unfortunate with Patavi's hand because, if he could see Malinovsky's cards, he'd want to call. But against range, king, queen off, far too dominated. Another player that comes to mind, just somebody, we haven't seen him so much at
I
Triton.
was so sure he has it.
It looks like
Me too, I was worried.
Ooh, what we got going on over here? Zlotnikov. All in, so he's just ripped it in, and Dan has deemed this a call from the big blind for 11 bigs.
Sixes for Dvoris.
Come on. The 3 outer on the flop. Totally the all-in player at risk.
Ace or 8 now needed for Zlotnikov. Ace would counterfeit those sixes of Dvoris.
GG, sir.
It is a duck. Zlotnikov is out. And he might be a little frustrated that Dvoris called him there with ace-6.
I think, if anything, kind of a sign of respect that,
Right.
Dan just thinks he's going to be jamming, like, some 10-9 suited, some queen-jack suited from there.
Yeah, he's demonstrating that he feels Zlotnikov is not one of those ultra-careful players on the bubble, right?
I agree. Nice little pickup there for Dan. I mean, look, he's on the hunt for title number 4 here.
26.
He came runner-up in this event last year.
This guy, huh? I cover you, right?
And I apologize, Alex. I cut you off there as we switched over to.
No,
that
it's
other
okay.
table.
Yeah, I was just going to say another player who comes to mind who will just grind all the different stakes.
My brother.
That, we don't see him at Triton because I think he's just a family man and he prefers to stay stateside. But Sean Deeb, he will play the 100K buy-ins at the WSOP and he will play the $400 buy-ins and he will try just as hard in each tournament. So I have a lot of respect for players like that. You know, I'm somebody who will play a wide range of stakes myself, and
Otherwise,
I have a lot of respect for anyone else who will dabble in that full gauntlet.
I loved what you said to me in Riga, how like a €10, you know, $10 to $50, you'll take super seriously.
Yeah.
Like you'll treat it the same way as you would play like a 5K.
Right. I think I struggle more in that in-between range. But yeah, we played a little €10 tournament at the Share Hands office in Riga, and I was fortunate enough to get second place to Triton's own Boone.
Boone's just too good, bro. He's good at paddle.
Who's gonna try to open his cutoff?
He's good at poker. Shout out Boone.
Shout out to Boone. Part of the Triton team. He's the man behind a lot of the development of that app that we recommend you use. Triton Poker Plus app. Malinovsky getting a little bit out of line here with the ace-5 offsuit under the gun, but that's partly a function of the fact that he covers all but one of the stacks at the table. Only the Frenchman Patavi has him covered. And you can see it's just going to fold over to Choey, who it looked like had king-queen offsuit, but we're going to move to the outer table, Henry.
Yeah, it looks like Dan Dvoris again. This time with the 9-4 suited, shout out 1994, great year. And running into the ace-queen, blind v blind. This is for 21 bigs apiece. Oh, the 4 dangler connecting on the king-4 deuce.
Will he do it again? This was just all in by Dvoris and called by Rayard.
Yeah, brutal way for the Frenchman to find the exit. It is the exit, as he's out just 3 off the money.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate way to bust. Dvoris really trying to lean on the pressure he can put on those middle stacks. But Rayard woke up with a calling hand. Nice couple of hands there for Dvoris, the Canadian.
So, soft bubble, 25 left, 23 paid. Fun little stat here. The most bubbles in Triton history, either 1 or 2 off the money. Number 1, I mean, it's not a title you want to have. Is one of our founding players, Paul Poir, with 31.
Wow.
And then second is Mikita Baziakowski with 26.
Throwing Paul under the bus like that. But he's had a lot of great success to go with those bubbles.
That's rough.
Dvoris, by the way, moves into second place in the tournament, just a little bit behind Ben Tollerine.
So just 2 off the money here. Short stack duties now belonging to Anashevska. It's on 6 bigs.
Jorstad, D'Alessandro, and Danny Tang are the next 3 shortest. Fabian Niederreiter, he's one of those stacks that has to be a bit careful. As he's in 20th of 25, he does just let it go.
Good one.
So Mehdi Chouy has picked up a little bit of breathing room here, up to 19th in chips.
How many players? 20?
25.
25 left?
You can see the players looking at the clock, looking at their app. Always want to know exactly what the situation is. Subtle differences can mean a lot in these situations.
Hey bro, 你有冇一個記憶咧係嗰陣時 fantasy 咧，你咪輸咗10000蚊咧？之後我係攞咗10000蚊嚟割。
Yeah, guys, that was an all-in pre-flop.
No, it's fine.
He was applying
it's
pressure.
available on the app, so
Given that we are just,
app
well,
is
at the
updated.
time we were 3 off the
Even though-
money,
No, it's 25.
21 bigs.
No, the app is. Yeah, I just looked at it. It's fine.
Carl Ben saying Gito says jam almost everything there, like 70% of range. Not a spot I'm familiar with myself, but I would trust Dan Forrest to be pretty dialed into, you know, any suited 9 plus.
I think you do a lot of jamming with suited hands in that situation, and then, you know, you do maybe some raise folding with some weaker stuff and then some stronger stuff. You wouldn't have very many open folds, if any, so you could just go for a small raise with some of your bottom of range hands.
Limitless with a suited ace. It is an under the gun raise though from Ding. Maybe ace 5 we see it go in.
Yeah, he will have to respect position here, but he's going to go for something different, Henry. He's going with the non-all-in 3-bet, which will put a lot of pressure on hands like the one Ding Biao has without committing himself to the situation if Ding Biao wakes up with it. And for Ding, you know, you have a middling stack. You have a hand that's very easily dominated. You know, you're towards the bottom of your opening range. I think you just need to let this one go in theory without a very strong read.
Just, dude, I love this guy, honestly.
Just the way he let that one go, just sort of.
It's just like a mass, you know, it's like he's flipping you off, but he's not. You get what I mean? It's just like, really? Okay. I remember that. You're on the hit list.
Yeah. You know, it's like he's got the sunglasses on so you can't see his eyes, but at the same time you kind of feel like you can see his eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you can see him staring into your soul and taking it in.
The way he just like flicked in the cards, like, okay, I'll remember that.
Yeah.
You're going to 3-bet me? Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. But
I'll see you on the FT bubble when I've got the chips.
Right. But it just goes to show how dangerous it is to start getting too out of line with one of those middling stacks. Queen Jack now for Niederreiter. And let's see if he just lets this one go so close to the money. Or will he go for a min raise? He lets it go. Good timing for him as Big Slick in the hands of the 5-time Triton champion.
Yeah, could this be the hand? Danny finds a double, gets back up to 30 plus big blinds.
And he just moves in.
Oh.
This is a guaranteed clash, Henry.
Are you kidding me? The classic, 2 off the money. Oh, this is great. The table banter up until this point between them as well. Good luck, gents. I mean, it's part of the game. No friends at the poker table, as Danny sticks out his tongue.
All in.
Medi's got the goods.
That was a funny little reaction from Medi.
Oh, Medi does cover, yeah.
Medi kind of tilted to see that he's flipping. He would have had Tang dominated a fair bit.
Well, I think it's safe to say that this one is crucial for both.
So given we're just 2 off the money, maybe they're going to...
Oh, no swap.
Oh, no. Not holding the action. Wow. Tang needs running straight cards,
on the turn.
or he is out.
3, 5, 10, or a jack. GG's.
GG.
GG's, Danny Tang.
So Tang is out, which means we're on the stone bubble. As Chowie was one of the shortest, if not the shortest stack at one point, and now he's up to a very healthy stack.
Got
1.8.
That jam through, and then now picking up the queens and holding. GG's, Danny. Don't worry about it, mate. Still got 15 more events here.
All eyes on 3 men now. Espen Jorstad, Dave D'Alessandro, Hannes Jeske. Both under 10 big blinds, or all 3, I should say. And Medi Chowie, who was our short stack, had to make a couple folds that looked a bit painful. Now he's got 35 big blinds. He's kind of tied with Patavi and Malinowski more or less for chip lead on this table.
He's another cool cat. Picked up his first title in Jeju. Been playing high stakes for quite a while. Number 1 on Morocco's all-time money list.
He looks young. Is he young?
I think he's like, yeah, my age.
Yeah, 31 or so?
Around, yeah, 28, 29. Don't want to age him, but let's have a look. We do.
Do we have that information on our app?
Yeah, on our sheet that we've got.
Oh, the bio sheet. Okay. As you can take a look there at the payouts, 849 up top. 42K is the min cash. That's what these players are trying to squeak into, especially those short stacks. But 849 for our winner, as we got 142 entries in this tournament. 146, excuse me. Little dealer change here.
Yeah, Mehdi Shawi. 26 years old, man. He was born in this millennium. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is 26 years old, did you say?
Yeah, just turned 26 as well.
Okay, so he is young. He's real young. There was a thing in poker for a while, Henry, where I feel like the best players were all in their 20s, but that was way back when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah, when Fedor and Adrian.
Even
and all
before that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe in the 2006 to 2011 era, I think most of the talent was players in their 20s, and things have shifted now where you have a lot of because those players were kind of part of this formative generation, people like Ike and Chidwick and Kuhn. Now I think there's a lot of great players in their 30s and 40s, but you do of course see the emergence of young players like Mehdi Choui and others in their 20s.
It's really fascinating to me because that was the case, 20 years ago, whereas now I think, and I don't know whether it's just by proxy of how technology's developed or whatnot, but you look around a Triton stop and a lot of the most successful guys are in their 30s, like you said, mid to late 30s, early 40s, and it just seems to be a byproduct of discipline. As Ding
I agree.
ribs it in.
Yeah, Ding Biao, not worrying about that bubble even in the slightest, just moves in out of the small blind with sixes versus the Malinovsky cutoff open. Credit to him. But sorry, you were talking about the shift.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the younger players now struggle to make it. Like they post a result and then they just overshot take too soon. Then they're smacked back down to the low stakes, mid stakes, and they have to try and rebuild.
Yeah, the barrier to entry just seems higher to me than it used to be. It used to be that it wasn't that hard to deposit $100 or a couple $100 and spin it up to 5 figures, and now you've got a bankroll. And that just doesn't seem to be the case these days. It's just a little bit harder at the bottom. A lot of the strong players, they start with stables and backing groups and that kind of thing. So it looks like we have a 3-table redraw.
No. Mine says 1875, so it updated now. So with this, it's exactly 1875.
Looks like you're right.
I'll look at this one, so I keep them way too close to one guy.
This one? Yes, please. Deja, you're after 19 just in the front. And Makita 37, which is the so just need it.
So the players will be shuffled around a little bit, which means we're going to get some new faces, Henry.
What's Bats playing? Bats playing around what? Around 2 million.
Are we about to be treated to Bad Ziakuski and Tolerine at our new feature?
Hey, don't tease me with a good time, okay?
It's a little bit unclear, although are they getting up? Well, we'll know shortly what we have going on. What we do know is that we're on that stone bubble. 24 left.
It makes sense that we're getting Makita because he was telling the floor how much he's playing, which they then feed to the production crew.
Got it.
For the graphics. So yeah, here we go. And if I'm not being mistaken, it's the Mongolian as well.
Unbuk, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're not, it's not a full redraw. It's just breaking into this table, right?
Well, there's 24 left, so 3 tables of 8.
Right, but we still have a lot of the players who were already at our feature. Are they just
I see
breaking a table instead of doing a full tournament redraw?
Yeah, you're right. That's a great
Which is a bit unusual because I thought that they normally do a full redraw, but maybe for this tournament they're only doing that redraw at 16, which you see sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
In any event, we are back. You can see the the new feature table, if you will. Unabuk, Patavi, Banziakuski.
Dude, look at that outer table, man.
Wow.
What is going on?
Tollerine and Action Dan, who got it in with that 9-4 suited and the 8-6 suited. Paul Poix. And look, all the short stacks. So that's a real battle of the haves and have-nots on that outer table, is it not?
That is ridiculous.
What a distribution. That's going to be interesting for those three players. D'Alessandro, Jeska, Jorstad. They'll have direct eyes on their competitors as they try to outwit and outlast. But perhaps it'll be someone from one of the other tables. Perhaps someone like Ding Biao will take a shot, move in for 20 bigs, get snapped off. Plenty in the balance here.
This is going to be fun to keep our fingers on the pulse of. I mean, I'm assuming, depending on seat draw, actually. Let's have a look at the Triton Poker Plus because I think it's really important to know who has position between Tollerine and Dvoris, because I think they can just play open jams, right? Like, they can just jam any two against Paul, any two against those middling stacks.
Yeah, the seat draw is going to be really interesting.
So it is Tollerine. Oh, it's interesting. They're opposite sides of the table, actually. So Dan is seat 4, Tollerine's seat 8. So whenever one of them exits the pot, the other just gets to play jam, surely.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Different tables, same hand pass, split. If same table, count chip.
That's a fun table as well. Paulie V, Mikolaitis, Kana Djurdjevic, Curtis Knight. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, so the three shortest all at the same table. And that means that the likes of Danilo Vlasovic, Mueller, Curtis Knight, Saladin Badir, Fabian Niederreiter, these are the players who are in that 15 to 25 big blind range. They'll need to play carefully as they want one of those 6 big blind stacks to bust. Action underway. And a strong one right away.
Yeah, first look at Batmunk Unabuk from Mongolia. Would love to just sit down with this guy and learn the backstory. You know, where are they dealing cards in Mongolia? I want to know.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't see a ton of players from Mongolia here at Triton, but always nice to get such international representation. And did you take note there that Banziakuski had the same hand, the ace-jack off, and just let it go under the gun versus under the gun +1. He's covered. You can see the caution being employed, and I don't expect Niederreiter to defend here, especially not versus 2.5x. So first one goes Unabuk's way. So important to have the table chip lead on the stone bubble. In my experience, players play very cautiously against the table chip leader. Sometimes even when you only cover other stacks by a little bit, just the fact that they know that if they get involved in a pot with you, their life could be at risk. It's psychologically intimidating.
You know what else is psychologically intimidating, Alex?
What's that, Mr. Kilbane?
To both take tennis lessons side by side at the same time before our commentator showdown.
I had a lot of fun.
It was good fun.
Yeah, you were with Nicola. I was with his father, Boris. And to be honest, Boris didn't even give me that many tips, but I felt like I learned more than I have in some other lessons that have been more technical.
Yeah.
It was really just one, and this has been the same way I've found golf lessons, is what I need is one tip to really focus on, and then that often makes me a lot better. In this case, I just have to complete the swing. You know, I have to
follow through
more. I was kind of hitting these jabby little shots,
Okay.
which ironically didn't serve me well when I moved next door to the paddle courts, where you need to be more kind of jabby. You need to not really follow through because the ball's going to go long. So it's a little weird going back and forth, but I've got a paddle lesson tomorrow at 7:30. It's a good thing we're working the day shift.
Kevin was talking trash today.
Again?
Yeah, I mean, he said apparently, you know, he's been getting lessons and he's going to run us silly.
Well, we'll
around the
see.
court.
Well, we got to get Randy involved so we can have a commentator throwdown, a little 2-on-2 action. Either padel or tennis. Do we have any fans of racket sports in the chat? I've played so many different racket sports in the last few months. I played some badminton when I was in Houston. A game I hadn't played since I was a teenager, but padel is my favorite at this point. As Ding Biao is not afraid. He has shown this before with that reshove with the sixes. He opens the ace-6 off and just going to get it through. NY Lover 77 is a tennis fan. We've got paddle and table tennis fan. Table tennis is another one that, you know, I played a lot of that in high school, but we have some action here. Outer table.
5 seconds. 175,000.
That looks like a single raise pot, ace high board, and C-bet's going to get it done.
Okay. So Mikulaitis has a very healthy stack. Adds a little bit more to it.
Are we waiting for the...
Triton Mod, can you ban Sourpot, please? He said he's a Yannick Sinner fan, and just can't accept that. I jest.
You're not
Yannick.
you're an Alcaraz fan?
How can you not be a Sinner fan? I mean, the guy is just so... for me, with Sinner, it's the mindset. He, you know, he down 2 sets, whatever it is, he's just locked in. He's so consistent, and yeah, big fan. Definitely more of a fan of Alcaraz just because of the flair and the energy.
I like Alcaraz's style a little bit more. But, I mean, what great players both of them are, and it looks like they're going to be the big two the same way we had the big three.
Yeah.
You know, with Federer, Nadal,
I tell you
Djokovic.
what, there's a couple of exciting, like, 18, 19-year-olds who have made a bit of a... Yeah, a little bit of a run on some of the Masters tours and stuff, but yeah, they're still not quite there. Hopefully, you know, a couple more years, and maybe we do have like another big 3, big 4 type situation.
You know, a player that's been really moving up the tennis ranks, and I know him more because of his sister, who's #1 in the world for women's golf, but Sebastian Corda. So those 3...
Spanish?
No, they are... God, I don't want to get this wrong. I want to say they're Czech.
Okay.
But they live in the U.S. And so the Corda sisters both play on the LPGA Tour. Jessica and Nelly. Nelly's usually top 3 in the world or so.
Wow.
And then the brother has moved up into, I think, the top 30 or so in men's tennis. So what a strong family that is.
That's crazy.
3 siblings, all high-level professional athletes. And we're back over here.
It's like, what was that, 3-bet pot pre? Oh, no.
Yeah, was it a...
Oh, no, it was a 4x, blind v blind, sorry.
Ah, okay.
Came with the 4x leaning into Dejan Karađorđević. Carbon said, I like that the officiating doesn't get in the way with tennis. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean...
you've got line judges, but you've got the machines now calling a lot of that.
I think... Am I right in saying only Roland Garros is the last Grand Slam that still doesn't allow the eagle eye? Because I remember in the semis, Alcaraz against Zverev 2024, there was a very controversial point that went Alcaraz's way. Yeah, that was pretty absurd.
Yeah, you would know better than I on that in terms of Roland Garros, but it does feel like they do things a bit differently at the French Open compared to some of the other majors. Of course, it's played on clay, which was always Nadal's surface of choice. Patavi's going to open things up. Would expect Medi to get in there and defend this one.
Yeah, Shawi with the 6s, 34 bigs deep. I think we have a very easy pill here.
And I've got eyes on the other tables, Henry. I've just sort of been monitoring the stacks. It's Hannes Yeshka who's now the clear short stack with just 3 big blinds.
No 6 on the flop for many, but top and bottom for Patavi. He's absolutely drilled this ace-10 deuce.
And would expect a bet just takes it right here. Don't think Medi wants to play the guessing game across multiple streets, given he's covered on the bubble.
65.
Fires out a C-bet for 20% pot and well, a little north of 20%. Mehdi.
My set mining operation didn't work out.
I like the little quips you get from
He's
some of these
great.
guys, you know?
Yeah, he's
was a
great
reasonable
energy.
investment.
Yeah, like 50k, maybe they bluff on you when you flop a set. I don't know.
He's really good fun.
Maybe they make top pair.
Played a bit of
Looks
football
okay.
together with him and some of the lads in Jeju.
Nice. Seems like it's Racket Sports Central here. Is there a football pitch around?
I don't think so.
No.
I think if there was, the lads would have sourced it out by now.
Right.
So we are just one off the money here in our opening event at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. 24 left, 23 paid, min cash of 42,000, and currently it's kind of just all eyes on the other table as Hannes goes down to 3 bigs, Aspen Jorstad has got 6 bigs, and David D'Alessandro has 9.
Yeah, all the short stacks concentrated on that one table, which is kind of a fun dynamic for the big stacks at that table and a bit of a nightmare for the middle stacks.
You can take the question.
Patavi, ace-5 of hearts.
We are good. I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Nothing much for anyone else yet. Probably a raise and take it indeed. So again, $849,000 up top. 42K for the min cash, nothing to sniff at. Action, by the way, is underway in our second event. It's another 25K. It's an 8-handed event. 48 entries so far. So we've got some action here between the two big stacks.
It's gone. Tolerine hijack open, Dan defending. As there was some chuckles shared between Espen and D'Alessandro.
Yeah.
The short stacks. Like, hey, okay, I mean.
They smell blood? I mean, who knows? Set over set. Could we see it? You know, they'd be really licking their chops if this was a re-raised pot.
Bet 70,000.
Tolerine firing out a C-bet. 70K on the Queen Jack Deuce. For those of you watching thinking, where are the cards? This is an outer table, so no RFID reader on this table. We are hand for hand on the bubble. There's Dan. Check calls.
Well, the short stacks can keep dreaming of a collision here as the pot has grown to 400K. Small bet there on the flop.
I want to see like the 10 on, okay, I was going to say 10 on the turn and Tolerine just bet $1 million into 450. I just feel like, you know what,
that
Dan?
would be fun. He's saying, I know you can't have ace king. Yeah.
Just like,
Although
good
Dan
luck.
could actually flat ace king in this situation,
Yeah, he might.
you know? But we could still get the pocket queens against the Jack X. Nah, we're trying to create something that doesn't exist, I think. Check from Dvoris over to Ben.
Half pot. I feel like in theory this turn card should be a pretty good turn for Dan Dvoris. I think he has an equal amount, if not more, Jack X than Tolerine should.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Also, Tolerine can bet the flop with nothing. Dvoris can't call the flop with nothing, so some weaker stuff still in Tolerine's range, especially if we think he's opening super wide as the chip leader.
So a pot brewing here between first and second in chips.
There was a question about where are the cards. This is not our feature table, so when we go to outer table action, we only see the cards at showdown. Makes it kind of interesting. It's a double mystery hand, right?
Well, let's see if we get to see a showdown. It's gone Jack of Diamonds turn, Queen of Hearts river, double paired board. Dan potentially considering lead here as he's in the tank, out of position.
Time bank has been used already.
So imagine lead by like a queen, and then Tolerine turns a jack into a bluff blocking 4 of a kind.
Okay, now you've really lost your marbles.
I have gone completely. It's only day 2.
Check.
I believe I heard check. So that was a very long tank check from Dan.
Yeah, he could have a number of different things that do the tank check, right? He could have something like pocket 8s that was considering turning itself into a bluff. He could also have a strong hand, whether it be a queen or a jack, that was considering a lead. Goes check, check. Dvorak has ace queen. So he was just considering, wondering if he wants to have much of a leading range in that spot where he's covered. But now it's Dan Dvorak. Won those 2 big all-ins. 9-4 suited, ace-6 suited. Gets the better of Tolerine here with ace-queen. He's the chip leader of not just this table, but the whole tournament.
Dendelin saying it's so scary and uncomfortable without seeing the whole cards. I agree. You know, it's very safe for us when we're in the booth because we can see the cards, and a bit of confirmation bias when you can predict, you know, what certain hands are going to do on certain board textures. Without the cards, it feels like I'm driving at night.
Well, that was old school TV poker, right? They didn't used to have the whole card cam, but that's why poker boomed the way that it did in 2003 when Chris Moneymaker won the main event. That was kind of the first time that they really had whole cards for the entire main event. And, you know, being able to get access to what the players are doing as they're doing it just makes the viewing experience so much better. Mehdi here, ace-6. He is covered by both of the blinds, and that would be why he folds a hand that would otherwise open, and Malinovsky is going to proceed cautiously as Patavi has him covered. Wired kings for Patavi.
Patavi has been picking on Malinovsky.
175.
Really just kind of wiping the floor with him, if I'm being honest. Now with the kings, would love to see Limitless try and fight back. Jack-9 offsuit versus 3.5x. I'm not sure.
He's in.
Looks
He's
like
reaching.
he is.
Yeah, he feels that Patavi will be ISOing sufficiently wide, given the tournament situation, given the stacks, that he can get involved with a marginal hand like this.
Queen 6-4. Fortunately for Malinovsky, doesn't see like a jack high board or a 9 high board where he would be losing a lot of chips.
And for Patavi, stack to pot ratio 3.5. Kings wants to play for it all. How is he going to set that up? Will he start with a small bet or a bigger one? Go small.
Just quarter pot. I wonder if that jack of clubs in Malinovsky's hand is going to get him in trouble here.
It's exactly where my mind was going, Henry.
Could see something like check raise 275.
Yeah, not impossible at all. He plays an out-of-position float. Didn't expect this.
Very unorthodox as Patavi turns top set, and now he just has dreams of Victor having a hand like pocket fours, pocket sixes. I mean, he's picked up a gut shot, but
Yeah. One of the problems with this out of position float is that there's just not that many turns you can continue on if you face further resistance. This is a kind of an example of that. He's picked up that gut shot, but if Patavi bets anything meaningful here, I don't see how Malinovsky can proceed. And that's a time bank being issued by Patavi, who he's not just thinking about the hand he has, but the range of hands that gets here this way, what those hands want to do, what his overall strategy should be.
I like betting 2/3 here, like 400k. It sets up a really nice geometric stack to pot ratio going to the river. All right, he's just doing that to troll me. He's like, no, you know what, Henry? I'm going to bet 375. Don't do it, Limitless.
I mean, surely not. No. But you always wonder, right? When you see the out of position flow, you know that they're thinking
Big hand,
devious
big bet.
folds.
exactly.
Big hand, big bet announced.
Big hand. What? Aces? Easy.
The biggest of hands. Top set. So this table will continue to battle on as they await perhaps an elimination from one of those short stacks on those outer tables.
What is the greatest feeling in poker? I feel like turning top set has to be really high up on the list.
Well, you know, in that case, he already had the overpair, so he probably felt he was best. So turning top set's not quite as exciting. I think drilling a gut shot after check raising the flop, that's one of my favorites. Like from cash games, I would check raise on, I don't know, King 6-3 with 7-5 suited, and you just drill the offsuit 4. I mean, that is a fun feeling.
Yeah, that's a very, very solid candidate.
Because you know you're about to blast off anyway if you bricked it. So, and you can just picture the look on your opponent's face when you bet big turn, bet big river, and get called by top pair second kicker. And yeah, I got the 7-5.
Not straight, any good?
Yeah. Now Niederreiter, he's been quiet all tournament, a function of his stack size. Quiet no longer with the 2 9s.
You know, it's never fun opening 9s from early position off of 16 bigs when there's 3 6 big blind stacks in the field.
And now you have to face the stare down of Ding Biao, but he's out. So it's bunched at the bottom, Henry, as it's still Yeshka shortest. But Jorstad, D'Alessandro, neither one of them is very safe. Both sub 6 big blinds. And a bit of separation to the next shortest stack. Bedir has 16 big blinds. And Niederreiter, excuse me, he's in that conversation as well.
Pretty surprised at how long this bubble's actually gone on for, given, you know, those 3 6 big blind stacks that we had at one point.
Agreed. Unabuk, it's one of the bigger stacks, 2.1 million. He limps in, it looks like, although, is this a graphic error or not? Because I see a black chip in front of him. It may have been a raise to 100.
Yeah, but you just throw the chip, so it's...
Ah.
Trade the 25, so next time you can use small.
So it looks like Unabuk intended to raise, but just threw one chip in and didn't announce raise. Will be a call. Patavi knows that Unabuk was trying to raise, so he calls behind with ace-jack, and this is going to be an interesting pot as we're going to have a limped pot on our hands. This brings in Mueller, who wasn't looking to play pots with this sort of hand, but now he's obligated to do so. Note the equities. He's doing reasonably well against these two ace highs.
Rags for everyone. I say rags. King 6 deuce, 2 spades. Unabuk with that all-important ace of spades in hand. But he's going to check it on over to Patavi.
And Patavi with the covering stack could see him stab small. It would put Mueller in a really awkward spot with a 6 or a deuce with a player behind him. Probably would get a lot of folds right away, but he knuckles.
Well, an opportunity now for Sam, who typically wouldn't have even been able to see a flop if it wasn't for the pre-flop mistake of the Mongolian.
An opportunity, no doubt, but I wonder if he takes the passive line here, just knowing, you know, most of his range should play passively. He can still check call and have a deceptively strong hand. Or maybe he will spring into action, Henry.
I think with maybe a stronger draw, like 8-9 of spades, and maybe I do just check it. But I like just trying to take it down right here, right now.
He goes small, but this may just work, right? Because Unabuk has to worry about Patavi behind him. And then Patavi, just ace-jack high, has to be thinking that Mueller with this middling stack isn't going to be getting super out of line. And even if Patavi's hand is best, his visibility across rivers is poor.
Does he just give Samuel enough gut shots, enough straight draws from the big to just deem ace-jack a call in position on the merit of ace-high, and then reevaluate rivers? Looks like he is going to call with what he believes is the best hand. And he's right.
Yeah, good read from Patavi. Getting sticky with the ace-jack, given the price. And with Mueller's hand, no spade in hand, blocking some of the draws you'd want your opponent to have. Will he nonetheless fire, just being so far down in his range with just 9 high here? And if he did, now Patavi would have a really difficult call to make.
Yeah, and say Sam did have 2-pair, you know, which he has every combo of 2-pair, right? What size would he come with? What is the weakest king X that he would value bet here? I think, you know, probably any king, like even king 4. And what size would that come with? I think this is a very credible kind of line here. This is what he's trying to represent. He's trying to say, look, I have a king.
Yeah, I wonder if he could even bet something like Queen 7 with a spade for this size. You know, he goes so small here. He's trying to say to Patavi, I have all sorts of possible value bets to choose from, but the price so good. Okay, wow. Patavi lets it go. Well done from the Austrian.
That was a really, really solid find there. Gave himself an incredible price on the turn and a really good price on that bluff on the river. As it looks like...
I believe Hannes Jeschke's all in at risk.
Dan Dvoris, the man putting him all in. Jeschke opened, basically effectively jammed 140 of his 170. Dan Dvoris then 3-bet clicked it to 250K.
Called by ace of spades and 4 of diamonds.
So Dan's got the ace-4, Jeschke's got the ace-9.
And there are some interested onlookers at this very table, Henry. The 2 other short stacks in Jorstad and D'Alessandro. Jeschke, the best of it.
C3, dealer. Will there be an upset here in event number 1? Maybe.
It's never easy.
Hearts and 8 of spades.
Dan picking up clean outs. 5 or a 4 needed. Okay, add some chop outs now. Deuce or a 3 would chop it. Any other card and Jeschke gets the double. 5 or a 4 would send him to the rail.
That's a chop.
And the river is a 3 of diamonds.
You know,
we have a split
it's one of
pot.
those ones where, of course, Yeshka was hoping to win the whole pot, but he'll take it. At least he's not out. And
Jesus.
D'Alessandro there, he was rooting for a 5 on the river.
Oh, yeah.
If you're all in.
We've all been there, Henry. It's not personal, but you got to look out for your self-interest in these moments.
And we will now play the last hand at this level. Like I said, we will raise the line.
Oh, I had more than you.
Ding Biao did look at Muller. He said to him, don't bluff. It's interesting. I also thought I saw Sam's hand shaking, but he's so experienced, man. I don't know whether it was just a thing in the moment, but I'm glad someone else spotted it. Be curious to kind of pick his brain on that. Whether maybe that was intentional. Maybe it was, you know, some reverse tell. Because I saw it as well.
King Queen for Mehdi Choui. Folds over to Niederreiter. It's a really nice start to the day for Mehdi Choui. He came in as one of the short stacks, was able to win that flip against Danny Tang, sending the 5-time champion to the rail, 2 off the money. Now finds himself very healthy here, as we're still on the stone bubble, Henry, and it has been one long bubble. And now you see the blinds actually going up to 30K and 60K. So those short stacks are feeling the squeeze even a little bit more.
Especially, that's been your stat. Sub 3 big blinds now.
Yeah, Espen is the shortest stack in the room. Hannes Yeshka not far behind him.
Yeah, but Yeshka has more chips and can survive longer than your stat can. Trying to see where the button is over on that table. Waiting for the next hand to play out because...
Although actually, the blinds would hit Yeshka twice, right? And they'd only hit Jorstad once, I think. Or maybe I have the button in the wrong spot.
Where do you have the button?
Well, I thought the button was on Espen, and then now I see no button on that table. So maybe we'll see shortly. It says next hand in 12 seconds.
Okay. Keep tabs on that.
There is a third table, of course, as well. It's Kala Djurdjevic at the top on that one. Bedir is the shortest stack there. Curtis Knight, Buhayov. Those are the bottom 3, but everyone healthy compared to those short stacks on that table that Dvoris and Tolerine are captaining. We are hand for hand, of course. And what do we have here?
So Tolerine has just ripped it in. Blind v blind.
And Yeshka's using time bank chips.
I mean, Tolerine just has any 2 here. Yeshka has less than 3 bigs back.
Yeshka trying to decide if he can fold here and if it's likely enough that somebody else will bust. But it does look to me like the next time he's in the blinds, he's going to be forced in. So maybe he takes his stand now unless he has a really weak hand.
So Espen is playing 165K. So they're playing 150K in orbit. So you are right. Espen would technically be able to fold his big blind and small blind and be left with 15K. Whereas Yeshka would be forced all in an orbit. He's called it off.
And we got a sneak peek there. He's supposed to wait to reveal the hand, but I think I saw a suited ace of some sort.
Ace-8 of clubs, I believe.
Yeah, something in that neighborhood.
See if my eyes deceive me.
Flop on table number 2. Our actress player is Hannes.
Let's see.
Showdown, please.
And it shows ace 9 of clubs.
Ace
four,
9 of
bet,
clubs.
Ace 4 of diamonds.
Oh, here we go. He's up against the ace 4 again with the ace 9.
It's so mysterious.
Tolerine just takes a sip of the tea. It's all business.
Good flop for Ježka.
The flop is queen of clubs, jack of hearts, and 8 of diamonds.
8 would chop it. Oh, what a sweat. How is that the turn card dealer?
Tolerine picking up a diamond draw, but because it's a low card, Ježka can scoop on more other low cards.
Oh
no.
River, it's a 10 of diamonds. Ben makes
Oh, that's
flush.
dirty.
We lose 1 player, and we're now 23 players.
That's really
remaining.
unfortunate for Ježka. Had the ace 9 against Dan Dvoris's ace 4, was 1 card away from doubling up, ended up chopping on the double paired board. Now puts himself in a spot to actually, you know, go on and make a run in this, takes the spot with the ace 9 of clubs. But the poker god's just smiling down on this man, Ben Tolerine.
Yeah, it's a very sad way to go for Hannes Ježka, who we actually covered from the first frame yesterday, so we saw him at various stages in the tournament, but those shorties can breathe a sigh of relief now as Tolerine has ended their, you know, their experience in purgatory.
Yeah, we did see Ježka, that's right. He had a very swingy start to the day, if I recall correctly.
He was kind of involved in all those medium-sized pots early on. And it's a little bittersweet for those big stacks, for Dvoris and for Tolerine, because they can't apply the same level of pressure on those short stacks that they could when we were still on the bubble. But it's good news for the likes of Dave D'Alessandro, Espen Jorstad, as they have found the money. And they can just look for a decent hand to get their chips in with now, Henry, is no big pay jumps for a little while here. Next 3 players all guaranteed 42,000, and you don't get into the 6-figure territory until 8th place.
All right, gents. Well, good luck. It wouldn't surprise me if we go from 23 to 16 in the blink of an eye.
See those banners on the wall. Anyone who wins 2 titles here at Triton gets their picture on the wall. Pretty cool thing they do here to celebrate repeat success. Dvoris at the top. Tolerine not far behind. Hitavi, captain of the feature table.
Hitavi's been having a fun time picking on Limitless on the soft bubble now that everyone's wrists are uncuffed. Let's see who wants to spin it up, or at least tries to spin it up. As shall we? Opening the ace-10 from early position.
There's just this feeling of freedom you have if you were a short or middling stack when that bubble bursts, where you feel like you've been under a bit of tension and stress, where you've been confined, constrained, and now you can play the game you want to play.
That was a bit of a grind. I'm not going to lie. I thought, you know, we had that one table with the 2 big stacks.
That was a long bubble, wasn't it?
It was longer than I expected.
Yeah.
It was longer than I expected.
I've been part of some really long bubbles over the years, and you just, the longer it goes, the more you don't want to be that bubble boy. It's just this, you know, this building sort of crescendo of tension.
There was one in Monte Carlo, I want to say 2024. I believe the longest ever bubble at Triton, to the point where at 4 a.m., Seth Davies is on one side of the room, Jason Koon's on the other. They've got an American football, and in between hands, they're just throwing it back across the room. That's how long it went on for.
Like over other tables?
Oh, they were respectful, you know, to the side, but they were just getting some reps in. And if I recall correctly, the crazy thing about that bubble is someone who was like in the top 5 at the start of the bubble ended up bubbling because
really?
of how shallow
it got you out.
everyone got.
It's always wild when that happens. It's I've seen that happen in sit and goes online in bubbles where you start out pretty deep and then by the end of it everyone's got like 4 big blinds. Right. It just gets crazy. Top pair here for both players. Bad's defended out of the big blind, check called flop.
Yeah, Bads is in a spot of trouble here. Kicker problems, does have some chop outs, 4 or 7. But as it stands, set to lose 540k pot, plus additional should Xiaoyi request it. Michelle Holland saying, I know who wins. Please tell us, out of these 23, who's taking it down? I want to know. Now I'll try and sneak a bet in against my co-pilot.
We do need to figure out what our bet is for day 2. I mean, we probably want to mix it up, not just do a field size bet again, right? We got to keep things interesting. So Mehdi had options on the turn with top pair nut flush draw, elected just to check it back, a spot of deception, a little bit of pot control, and would be completely reasonable for Badziakuski to assume his hand is best here, thinking that most superior ace-X would have fired on 4th Street. Maybe he comes with a lead, something in that block territory perhaps.
180.
Goes 1/3, and I think just a call, yeah, just a quick call from Mehdi.
Ace 8, no good. What a day in the office for the Moroccan.
Right, you are.
2.2 million. It's just been one way and one way only for him, and that's up. Other than the raise fold with the ace 5 against Samuel Muller's ace jack rejam, everything really going Xiaoyi's way. Dealer change, and you know what that means. Opportunity to shout out one of our partners. This time it is none other than Predict Lab. Had the chance to speak with their founder, BB. It's the first live poker prediction platform where knowledge becomes value, powered by the poker fans. It's your move. Flash poker markets are live on Predict Lab. You can watch it live, make your call, know first, move first. Check it out. You guys have been asking for something like this for a very, very long time. So glad to have partnered with them. You you studying over there, Livingston?
Taking a few notes here.
Okay.
Henry. As we go over to this table of short stacks and big stacks. Triton founding player Paul Poix is involved in a 3-way all-in.
Well, hang on. So Espen ripped it for his sub-3 bigs from the hijack. Paul rejamming, and then Christopher Winters actually called it off out the big.
With ace 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose he felt that because Espen's jam was such a small one, Poix could be isolating quite wide, but Wen's in pretty big trouble here. Bit of a pained look on his face, searching for an 8.
Oh, come on, man.
Wow. Wee-wah. 2 diamonds right behind that 8.
It's going to be pretty tough. I think Espen recognizing how tough this is going to be.
Queens are alive.
Queens are live, he says.
What you always needed.
Kind of. But they have redraws. Good redraws.
Oh, there it is.
Paul Poix. Double KO.
That just ends it. Kill card.
How cool would this be if he could pick up another title here, celebrating that golden decade? Not to get ahead of myself, still 21 players remain.
No, it would be special. It really would be special. And like I said, I believe in the opening show yesterday, I don't think Paul would trade all of the close calls he's had over the years for that 10th anniversary special that he took down in Jeju. And it seems like it was just very worth the wait, that second title. It would be incredible to see him make a run here.
Yeah. I think it's just so cool, you know, a founding player. This really is his venue. This is his play. You know, his struggling for words here, but this is his dream child, and it's nice that he shows up and plays so many events every series, representing that Triton brand so well.
All right, so we are down to 21. Kind of anticipated that we would fly down to the final two tables. The clock is paused for some reason.
Yeah, maybe they just need to balance the tables, make sure that it's 3 tables of 7. If we had a couple eliminations on the same table, it might mean there's a table of 8 and one of 6.
That makes sense.
Doesn't really affect this table, but you know, they do tend to also make sure that no table is playing too many more hands than another, especially as pay jumps loom. So it could be something in that regard as well. 21st place will get 42K, and then 20th will get 46. These players all seem interested by something at an outer table. So chat, you know, we've got a little bit of downtime here. Let us know who you're rooting for, which players you find particularly compelling, and then maybe out of all the Triton players, even if it's someone who's not in this field, who's a name that you always like to follow, see in the chip counts. So many great players to choose from here, and I know we have such an international audience.
I think that's it. All.
Okay, we've got some Ben Tollerine fans. We've got some fans of Paul Poix. Mehdi Chaoui. Santosh. Popular pick, not in this one. JNT, of course. Iconic. We've got some Xuan Liu fans. David D'Alessandro. Elton Sang. Good mix of players. Mehmet says that Celadine Bedir is going to win this tournament easily.
Okay.
Henry. So we've got a Celadine Bedir prediction. Now, easily might be a stretch given that Bedir currently sits in 18th place with 14 big blinds. I'd say it would be an impressive win to come from that stack size and do so, but certainly still live.
I agree. It seems like he's got his work cut out.
And cards look like they are about to get back in the air, as there was just a small delay there to balance the tables.
Oh wait, is Unibuk like the founder of Predict Lab or something? Or one of the founders? Getting a thumbs up from producer Lee Davey.
So that's his brainchild. Brainchild was the word I was looking for earlier. Came with Dreamchild.
You all right, mate?
You know, I think so. But we all have these moments where we get lost in the void.
Oh, man.
And when you're swimming without a paddle or whatever the expression is.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know the feeling.
You get stuck in the quicksand sometimes, my friend.
It doesn't matter how many times you come into the booth, how many reps you get in. You're just going to stumble. It's natural.
Forget a word. Forget a player's name. This can even happen.
I've had it where I start, you know, trying to articulate a thought process and then I just forget what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
It happens more often than I'd like to admit. Event number 2 is underway in this room. 69 entries in that one so far. It's on pace to smash this one.
Yeah, it certainly might. Maybe some players still hadn't arrived yet for the first event.
Yeah. Kind of disrespectful, if you ask me, to skip.
I agree.
Skip the opening.
Maybe there were some flight delays or cancellations. As Unabuk getting after it here with 6s. Mueller should be interested, I would think, in the big blind, king tray of diamonds. He calls.
That's actually, you know, I guess we were looking for 1 diamond to make it a little bit spicier. I don't think against C-bet, depending on size, but is that 75k? I guess there's some kind of like implied odds.
100k, it's a small enough bet that I think Mueller has to at least consider continuing. And will it be in the form of a call or even a raise? Now, no guarantee he continues, but some implied odds like you mentioned. He flicks it in.
Let's see a turn, dealer. King would also work.
King would also work. It's almost like you knew what was coming, Henry.
That's strong. Strong from the poker gods.
Unabuk has a very middling hand here. If you bet, it's with the intention of denying some equity to flush draws. Or maybe to hands like 5-3.
That's a big bet as well, you know, 300 into 540. This is him turning 6s into a bluff, it feels like.
It is a big bet, and had Mueller not improved to kings, he'd be out quickly, but kings in a gut shot, I'd expect him to stick around. I wonder what Botmunk's plan is if this board breaks off. Is he turning these 6s into a bluff? Oh, Mueller lets it go. Okay.
Wow.
So despite improving to kings, felt that his opponent had such a strong range, opening early position, double barreling an ace-high board. If he's up against ace-king, he's near toast. And even up against a hand like ace-jack, he's not doing great. Credit to the Mongolian.
Just power poker with the 6s. Getting the better hand to fold. Nice bet. He's chilling. It's up to, what, 2.4 million?
Yeah, nice bet indeed. We have a question. Is the Triton Tempo not being used this series? We do intend to use it for most of the series. We just have a bit of a glitch with it right now. So while that's going on, we're resorting to these, you know, old school time chips. But of course, it was only last series in Jeju where the Triton Tempo was introduced, and players very familiar with this way of doing things.
Ace-10 now for Patavi in the cutoff. Get a very profitable bubble. Can't say the same for Ding. He's down to sub 20.
Mueller's out. And Niederreiter, I think, versus just a min raise would have had a pretty clear defense. Maybe he still finds one here. But when you face this slightly larger open size.
Big blind 60k.
Excuse me, the blinds are up. How long have they been up for? Oh, quite a while, haven't they? Another glitch in my own matrix.
There is that defend, as you predicted. 330 in the middle.
I was living in quarter 50 land.
Man, that king of spades got me a little bit excited, but
yeah, you thought we'd see something a little sweatier than this.
Something like ace king X with 2 spades would have been fun.
But you know, having said that, okay, maybe not at this stack depth, but it feels like Niederreiter has that type of hand that can consider
I
check
agree.
raising flop some of the time with backdoor everything, but
Yeah.
it's just tricky here with 675. There's not much room to maneuver. Patavi likely to go small.
60% of a straight, 60% of a flush. It goes check,
check.
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 Wow, what a turn card for the ace-10. Just
And if we saw a second round of knuckles, queen would be a bad card for Niederreiter.
just drawing to a 3. It's really slowed down out there. I'm honestly surprised. I thought they were going to drop like flies.
Yeah, we had that double KO, but besides that, no blood. D'Alessandro hanging tough at the bottom of the board. Dvoris continues to stay on top. So we do see check, check.
Bricks out. Fabian with an interesting combo. I mean, now a very relevant queen of spades.
Bluffing here, not unreasonable at all. Targeting ace high. Saying that I could be betting a 9 for value. I could even be betting a jack for value that I checked on the turn. Depending on size, he could even be, you know, wider than that.
Doesn't even need to go big, in my opinion. Like 165 gets the job done. Half pot.
Yeah, I agree. What will the German come with?
Also somewhat surprised that ace-10 on king-4 deuce. Very dry and disconnected. Didn't just fire out a little something. That's where your head was at least.
230.
Yeah, a lot of players will treat these raggedy King X boards as just a range bet spot. And just go something like min or slightly more than min with everything. If you are going to play both a betting range and a checking range, ace-10 feels like a very reasonable hand to check back. With Niederreiter as short as he is, not wanting to face check raise. But Niederreiter finds the bet here, and Patavi's now wondering. He's facing a pretty big bet here, Henry. So
He is facing a big bet.
is Niederreiter going to bet a hand like ace-4 or 9-8 for this size? That's got to be one of the things that goes into his mind, but credit to Niederreiter as Patavi folds. And the queen tray is able to make something out of nothing there. Over the million chip mark is Niederreiter.
What have we got going down over here? Looks like Ben Tollerine. Is it Ben Tollerine? Yeah. Ace-10 against David D'Alessandro's king-queen. He's down to his final 3 bigs. Can he keep the dream alive? Would love to see him spin up a short stack. As it comes Jack-8 deuce. Both players remain pairless. Some fun turn cards. Good news is nobody can be turned dead. 4 of spades is a terrible card.
Yeah, you feel like you're dead now as D'Alessandro, as you have just 4 outs. King or queen of spades, no good.
Can he find it? No. GG's, mate.
Good luck, guys.
Big smile.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to, you know, work his way into the money. Came into today with a pretty short stack. He was saying to me earlier on that his first plan was to try and make it into the money and then try and spin it up. I'd say mission achieved. And a quick shout out to the wife, Alexandra, back home watching her man, you know, cash in the first 25K event here. He's going to play the Invitational as well.
Right.
So shout out to D'Alessandro.
So I wonder if we'll see him in any other events in
I believe
between
so.
the 25K
Yeah.
and the Invitational. Why not, right? You're already out here.
That's the plan, I believe.
So we've got a ace-king versus ace-king here. We saw one of those yesterday. Let's see if we get a sweat. Mueller just a tiny favorite, as he could make both club and spade flushes to win.
2.2 out there. See if anyone has a 3 roll. And the answer is no.
These two will chop it up. So it remains Dvorak and Tollerine at the top, though Dejan Kalijerjevic with 3.6 million is climbing near them. He's table captain at his table. Very international field like you'd expect. I want to say 13 or 14 different flags of the remaining 19 players. Not bad.
That's, yeah.
That's strong, right?
That is strong.
And we've all gathered here in this small nation of just 650,000 inhabitants is what I learned. I thought maybe over 1 million. So the province I'm from in Canada is called Nova Scotia. We have a little over 1 million people, and it feels like a very small province.
Wow.
So just about half that size, the entire country of Montenegro.
Cherna Gora.
It is... We haven't talked about the view yet today, have we, Henry? The view, absolutely stunning. We get to enjoy it every day. You know, I've got a view from my apartment. You've got an even better one from yours.
Shame on us for not mentioning the view, you know. That's...
Well, I think
we're slacking.
Probably got in somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 references yesterday. So to have a 2-hour block without a reference is a little bit wild, but we are not kidding. Come to Montenegro, guys. Come on vacation. The Montenegrin Tourism Board gave me $100 to give them a little shout out. No, but seriously, it's a special little slice of the world over here.
It's great.
And being able to start my day in the sun with 3 hours of racket sports just put me in the mood to want to talk poker with you for 7 or 8 hours and watch the likes of Samuel Mueller navigate this field.
Couldn't agree more. Other than the 7 or 8 hours, I hope we're not here for 8 hours. That would be a bit of a grind as we plan to get down to the FT and then rotate in the lads.
How was that protein bar? I saw you munching on it earlier.
This wasn't the one you gave me.
Ah, you already brought your own, and then you also wanted one of mine. I did offer.
I wasn't going to say no. It looks really good.
Doubling down. What did you have?
I went for this raw bar mango, and I don't know what that is.
Did you pick that up at the grocery store?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's a gift from the wife.
Ah,
I don't ask questions.
She picked it up.
She's way better than I when it comes to these things.
Shout out Charlotte. Ducks for Unabuk. Now Makita ace-5 off. Feels like out of the big, he would consider just ripping this versus button open. Feels a little dicier out of the small. You typically want to have some of those suited aces to make that play. Non-all-in 3-bet is a possibility as well if he doesn't just elect to fold this.
350 announced.
Yeah, this is nice.
Oh, hang on.
Wow.
Showy has one of those hands.
All right.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
That's insane.
Did he announce all in?
He did. And that makes Manny's life a lot easier.
Oh, it was Unabuk who announced all in.
It was. Yeah, Unabuk out of turn.
Out of turn.
Je te jure que genre, j'aurais 4 bet jump assez souvent.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wasn't going to
So Unabuk, 4-bet shoving the Ducks.
I'm not sure. I had a feeling.
He was out of turn.
Maybe I could have put my money.
Gets it through.
My money inside the pot.
And I wonder what Mehdi would have done if Unabu could. It looked like he was giving the spot some serious consideration.
Yeah.
The issue for him is if he runs into a value hand 3-betting, he's in very bad shape. But if he can get Makita to 3-bet fold, of course, he picks up a lot of chips there. Now, if he had 4-bet, of course, Unabuk would have been forced to fold those ducks.
Someone in the chat translating what Shawi said, saying I would have 4-bet jammed quite often. Allegedly, I don't speak the same language, but...
Yeah, that was a very interesting situation.
So am I right in saying if Mehdi had jammed, the all-in wouldn't have standed, but then once he folds, the all-in is binding? Or
But couldn't Mehdi call the 3-bet and then the all-in is binding?
I honestly don't know. Now we're really in the weeds.
I think so, right? Because so if Mehdi goes all in himself, now there's a new action as Batmook is facing a new bet. But if he just calls, he's still facing the same. I think that makes the all-in binding.
Wow.
I don't know. We'll have to talk to the tournament directors about that one. But in any event, the Ducks get through.
Out of table action, Danilo Vilasevic, who's had decent amount of success in this card room, is looking likely to double up here. 9-6 deuce. Queen's in good shape with 2 cards to come. And Tolerine looking for an ace and an ace only on the river. If Tolerine does spike the 3-outer, he's up to 5.4 million. Doesn't find it.
Not to be, and I'm interested to get back to our feature table because I thought I saw jacks and 10s in a couple of players' hands, but of course, we will always prioritize one of these big all-ins. Let's see if I was hallucinating.
Oh, you are right. I mean, once we 3-bet.
Yeah, I think once Mehdi 3-bets, I don't think he can 3-bet fold, but it's not exactly. Oh, no, Mueller does move in, and Mehdi calls. I thought it was not foregone that Mueller would always move in there. I thought flat was possible, but just 20 big blinds effective. This is certainly the more standard action.
2.6 million in the middle. Samuel Muller, one of the most impressive young players on tour still without a title. Part of that Vienna crew. Squaring off against Mehdi Shawi's pocket 10s. Ooh, close. 9-8-3.
Backdoors linger for Mehdi.
What's a fair turn card? Like
Fair?
Jack of Hearts?
Yeah, I mean, Jack of Hearts is a sweaty one. Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
I promise you.
That's twice in a row?
Henry did not have access to that. 8 of hearts would fill up Mueller. Any other heart 7 or queen, and Chaui wins it.
That is the most action-packed turn on the planet. Can Sam fade and find the hold with the top set? Yes, he can.
That deuce of spades, as clean as it gets. Mueller will double up into a nice chip stack. Over 40 bigs, and Mehdi's still alive, but a big chunk taken out of his stack.
$44 bigs now for the young Austrian. Thamprong saying, really, bro? Really? I'm just dialed in with the deck reads today. So much so that I'm almost scared to call cards now.
Yeah, I mean, you called another turn, but I think you just called the rank.
I just said the king, right?
Here you got the rank and suit correct. Of course, you were just calling for the most exciting possible card, and you got it.
Poker God smiling down on us from an entertainment point of view. Here's Mehdi. It's like, yeah, I had too many outs. Too many outs indeed. Had the open ender and the flush draw. 19 remain here in this opening event, the 25K Golden Decade, as we continue to celebrate the decade dealt in gold at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Head on over to the outer table once more. So we've got Tolerine, Paul, Limitless, Dan Devoris, all in, 2.4 million chip pot. 4's not the best card to look down at.
No, 2 of them up against the dominating pair of Malinovsky. There are some ways these two could chop. Running 2 pair on board, Queen Jack. Other than that, Devoris needs a 4.
This just went open 3-bet jam. Okay, sweat outs. Jack for the chop, 4 for the upset. This would be a dirty way to go. Close. Interesting decision there from Dan. So Limitless opened cutoff off of 20 bigs. Dan Devoris in 3-bet called off.
Yeah, I think it was just a function of the positions cutoff button, but certainly a hand some players would have just elected to fold in Devoris' shoes. He is one of those players that really tries to lean on his chip lead and keep amassing chips. Takes every little edge he thinks is even slightly plus chip EV in a lot of spots.
How many hands do we have to play? All in.
Oh no. Sam's run into it. Blind feet blind, 15 bigs. Knows that Ding is just savage enough to have raise folds off that stack depth. You know, we're seeing a lot of stack consolidation around the room. Could take us a while to get down to that FT, yeah, especially if Ding finds a double here. He'd be back up to 30 bigs. And it's looking very likely.
Yeah, and like you say, Henry, a lot of movement, not a ton of eliminations.
Okay, chop outs. Put an ace out there. 10 would also chop it. No carve up this time. Ding. It's up to 1.9 million.
This kid.
Roller coaster ride for Mueller.
Believe I can hear Mehdi complaining about how Sam's giving his chips away.
You just got those chips. 42 entries in Event 2. Canadian Michael Watson at the top for the moment. A lot of the big names you'd expect to see in there. A whole bunch of killers.
Maybe 16 now. They don't count. 18 now. You're right.
So here is our next feature table. We've got chip leader, the local man, Dan Karađorđević. Triton champ, Dominicus Mikolaitis. Curtis Knight. All right, lads. We'll be seeing you soon, I guess. We got music.
Gotta love the music.
A little dance in the booth. You do gotta love it.
So 19 players. There will be a redraw once we get down to 16 players. And we will play all the way to a winner today, I believe.
Showing that we're going on break in just, what, two minutes time?
Looks
and
that
showing
way.
18 players as well, by the way.
Uh-huh.
What's going on?
Spoilers?
Badir is out of here. Just ripped it in on the button with Queen 5 and ran into Ace King. That's all she wrote.
Nothing going here for Choi. Yes, he's taking his time nonetheless. Oh. Reaching for time bank chips.
I think this is just
some type of posturing, some
yeah, absolutely
ladder considerations or something, I'm not sure.
That break is coming up, as we mentioned. So he's just trying to burn through some time banks, maybe, I don't know, try and avoid being in the big. If there is a redraw, I'm not sure.
2 8s for Patavi. He wastes no time.
120?
Muller's going to get out of there. All right, we've got a defendable one with the 10-7 of diamonds. Everyone else getting ready to go on break, it seems.
Yeah, Niederreiter's in there.
Wow, so Patavi just flopping a full house on the ace-8. Niederreiter with complete whiff. I mean, 60% of a straight, 60% of a flush, but you know.
The degen in me always sees the ways to win, Henry. Always sees those backdoors, backdoor straight, backdoor flush.
You play enough PLO.
Yeah.
Like you have.
You can see he has just 1%. Would need ace-10, 10-10.
Let's break.
Ace-ace would do it.
Wow, he's
165.
Really, wow. Check raise to 165. Just attacking this wide range of Patavi. Chip leader just believes that he's opening super wide from the cutoff. Fabian saying that he has ace-X that don't jam from the big.
Yeah, there is this concept that sometimes right when the break's about to hit, people don't fight as hard for pots. So maybe Niederreiter thinks that Patavi's just going to one and done it with a lot of hands. It's going to make a light steal but not fight back as hard, but he's run into it.
Flush draw completes on the turn. $660 in the middle.
Niederreiter cannot be liking this 7 of hearts. He's improved to aces and 7s, but against a range that bet called flop, unlikely to be best. Having said that, his size was small enough. Patavi could have floated with just overcards to the 8. And if you're Patavi here, I think you consider either checking or betting very small. Something like quarter pot. Or do you just check back?
I wonder if the other guys haven't gone on break because they have to catch up a certain amount of hands. That's the only thing that's making sense to me, because if you even see in the background
other players on other tables.
Yeah.
This is one of those things Triton does well, is you have your clock, of course, which typically indicates when the level ends or when the breaks start, but there's this idea that you need to try to play the same number of hands as well. So I think you're right, Henry, as players on the other tables just waiting around at this point.
Now for the 10-7, I mean, we're up that proverbial creek you were talking about earlier without a paddle. We've turned a pair, decent showdown. We beat hands like King Queen, King Jack that could potentially float on the flop, maybe even hands like 6s, 5s, but there you go, does let it go. Tavi's up to 2.6 million now.
Nice pick up there for Emilian Patavi.
So it looks like we're losing Unabuk to another table. He's being moved.
Right, a balance, I guess, because now we had 7, 6, and 5. We need 3 6s.
That is right. That's a shame to see the Mongolian leaving the feature table, because by far one of the most exciting players.
Maybe just left because he thought it's break, but the time is not running, so I figured we could call him back.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a good point by Mueller. So Mady saw that the clock was going to run down.
Sure.
He went on break, which is a reasonable thing to do.
He's not too familiar with Triton. I believe his second full series.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, you expect when you can see
the
that
clock's
clock
at 9
rolling
seconds.
down.
Yeah. The clock's at 9 seconds,
Yeah.
and you just think, okay, we're going on break. We're not. We're going to play one more hand with 9 seconds on the clock. Ben Tollerine is the man to catch between these two tables.
And props to Mueller for making sure that they get Mady back for that last hand. Would be a shame to miss any hands with his 13 big blind stack.
Where is he? He's probably in the bathroom. Oh, wow. He's been forced to fold from under the gun.
Oh, was he? Didn't quite get back in time.
Pocket nines for Patavi. It's just been a great frame for him.
Yeah. Yeah, things have really gone his way. How about here? I think Mueller's so deep with Patavi, I would expect a call.
Pocket eights for 30. There are worlds in which this just goes in pre.
Possible, but I think unlikely in these positions. Oh, Henry, maybe you're onto something. I didn't expect this. And for bads, ace jack.
Wow, all because Mehdi left the table. Butterfly effect. I love to speculate.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe Mehdi just had trash anyway, but ace jack well behind the value range, ahead of some of Mueller's bluffs, but you have no fold equity. Once Mueller's made it 330, he's going to be priced in for your 795, and you have to get through 2 players.
This is 5-handed. I wouldn't be surprised if Bats goes for this, just based off of the fact that it's a case of he knows that Sam knows that Patavi's opening wide from the hijack. Thus, Sam going to have some lighter 3-bets in there that would 3-bet fold.
Yeah, and he doesn't even care that he's kind of turning his hand face up if he just tank gets it in, because it doesn't matter. If he's right that Mueller's light, you know, Mueller's going to either have to fold getting a really good price, or he's going to be priced into call with a worse hand. A lot of the weaker 3-betting hands, Baz will be in good shape against.
So I wonder if this goes jam, does Patavi actually get out the way with the 2 9s?
I think he would, unless, you know, the reason he wouldn't is that maybe with this tank looking very honest, he may believe it to be a genuine deliberation, and then he may feel that he's dominated less often with the 2 9s. And if he were to shove the 9s, then I think Mueller can get away, whereas if he folds the 9s, Mueller will be priced into call. So a lot in the balance here.
I like your breakdown of the tank read.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we can see the cards, but it doesn't look like Makita's just got 2 kings here and is Hollywooding for this long, right?
Right.
So we're going to get our chance to see what Patavi will do here. It's, you have to worry about 2 players. Now, that tank from Makita, again, If you believe it to be earnest, you probably don't think that he has pocket tens plus.
I agree.
But you still have to worry about Mueller. He lets it go, and Mueller will have to call this one, surely.
And he's actually flipping with the eights.
855.
He does call this off. And like you said, for the reasons that you mentioned, you know, is this ever tens plus? I don't think it is. I think it is a fringe.
No, he could
ace
worry
high.
about nines, but he gets it in. He's going to be happy to see he's flipping. Patavi's going to be a little annoyed to see that he had Mueller in such bad shape.
All right, let's see 3. So Mikita is on the hunt for title number 6 and the hunt for an ace or a jack. Well, how about that for a flop?
Sweaty.
5-4.
6 of diamonds would end it. Mueller
Okay,
would
first
make a
3
straight
of
flush.
diamonds, then 6 of diamonds.
Close, but no cigar. It looked scary as it was right color, wrong suit.
Ace jack or non-6 diamond needed for Mikita.
GG's.
Okay.
Patavi made runner quads.
Oh, yeah. Patavi would have had 4 nines, and instead it's Mueller, who got a little bit of good karma, Henry, as he was the one who was trying to get Mehdi Chaoui back into business, and it was at the expense of Mikita Badziakowski as we bid him adieu in 18th.
I like that you mentioned that. Yeah, a little bit of good karma there. So,
Oh, no, I don't.
Bads with the cash, but no title number 6 in this one. He's out in 18th, meaning we're going into break with 17 players. Very likely that we come back for a short stint and then have to step away again for a final 2-table redraw. But, you know, we're fine with that. We'll do what we have to do. It is Curtis Knight on the shortest stack with just 5 bigs. And it is the local man, Dejan Karađorđević, chip leading. He's had quite a lot of success in this card room. He's got 55 bigs. There's been a bit of a consolidation at the top. As it stands, average stack 36 big blinds. We actually have 10 players more. 10 players with more than average, which is very uncommon with this many players left.
Yeah, very true. And a lot of interesting stories that frame. Maybe the biggest one being Dvoris taking that chip lead. Moved in twice with the covering stack. Ran into it when he shoved that 21 bigs with 9-4 suited into the Frenchman's ace-queen, but was able to win that one. And he's out on top right now with Tollerine looming.
Well, we'll be stepping away for all of 6 minutes or so. Don't go too far when we return. We're going to be playing down to the FT in this 25K.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all-expenses-paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in. Call.
Triton.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Likes of, you know, Jason Kuhn, Ike, Chidwick, like all of these guys. I wasn't too familiar with Ben. I obviously knew about his online days, but they're like, yeah, he's the absolute nuts. Like he's gonna crush, and very quickly he's just made a name for himself on the Triton Tour.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's so good at both Hold'em and PLO is what stands out to me. It's unclear which game is actually his better game, and there's not too many players you can say that about. I mean, there are a few who are really good at both, but he would be the best, you know, the best overall between the two games.
I agree. Yeah,
in my opinion.
3 aces here. Ding with a very disguised ace-queen, just flat calling the under-the-gun open of Malinowski. I believe I saw Mehdi flick in a chip, but maybe I didn't.
I think he's still deliberating. So just a difference in strategy here. We saw Mueller picking up that ace-queen and going for the 3-bet.
That's a good fold.
Yeah, disciplined. Disciplined fold out of the big blind there. Very tempting, but knows that he's dominated at a fairly high clip, still close to the money.
260 in the middle. No case ace on the 10-8-4.
Nothing for either here.
See how Limitless wants to start off under the gun. Feels like a good spot to fire out a healthy bet. He's going to check it on over.
Yeah, just wary of this board maybe not being amazing for his overall range. Modern poker, you do see a fair bit of checking from the preflop raiser out of position across a variety of textures. Goes check, check. And for Ding Biao picking up that nut flush draw.
Makes life a lot easier for Ding. Now able to absorb aggression should Malinowski come in with a delayed stab. Or delayed c-bet rather on the turn. I feel like Ace-Jack just a lot of merit to trying to check and get to showdown. We're never folding out a hand like 7s or pocket 9s. I don't think we're ever folding out Ace-Queen, although maybe he doesn't put Ding on a hand like Ace-Queen.
Yeah, I would agree. Victor agrees with you as well. And for Ding, you know, you've got options here, but I don't mind just checking and having a very deceptive nut flush if you do make it on the end, and avoiding that kind of bad situation where you get check raised. Especially with the covered stack this close to the money.
He agrees with you. Again, just showcasing how elite he is when it comes to, you know, shifting gears and being defensive when necessary.
Yeah, and I don't really think any more chips are going to go in this pot, right? Both players have to feel like they have the best hand some decent chunk of the time.
Yeah, for Ding, it's tough to find a value bet once check 2 because Malinowski can still have ace-king here.
Agreed, yeah. If Ding had any pair, if he somehow flatted even pocket deuces, he could definitely go for value here, in my opinion. But just the fact that you're going to see ace-king every time, you know, every combo of ace-king still exists. You're hoping to get called, I guess, specifically by ace-jack, ace-9. It feels a little bit ambitious. And certainly you don't need to bluff this hand. But this would be cool if he found a thin value bet. Oh, baby. He's going to.
Oh, that is
80K.
sick.
Is this going to get called by Victor?
So now Ding is making the assumption that Victor can't have ace-king because he would have value bet himself on the river.
I suppose so. You know, one thing you have to be very careful about, of course, against good players is that you open the door to being check raised when you make a value bet this thin. Having said that, maybe a bit less of a concern in this exact spot where it checks through on flop and turn, and now your opponent's checked a third time. I would have to imagine you would have heard from some 10x by now. Makes the call. This is going to be a nice showdown for Ding Biao.
That is such a sick value bet, dude.
That is cool.
Ding Biao, take a bow, my man.
That was swaggy from Ding.
To 1.3 million. Love to see it. See you on the FT bubble when I've got the chips.
Right. But it just goes to show how dangerous it is to start getting too out of line with one of those middling stacks. Queen Jack now for Niederreiter. And let's see if he just lets this one go so close to the money. Or will he go for a min raise? He lets it go. Good timing for him as Big Slick in the hands of the 5-time Triton champion.
Yeah, could this be the hand? Danny finds a double, gets back up to 30 plus big blinds.
And he just moves in.
Oh.
This is a guaranteed clash, Henry.
Are you kidding me? The classic, 2 off the money. Oh, this is great. The table banter up until this point between them as well. Good luck, gents. I mean, it's part of the game. No friends at the poker table, as Danny sticks out his tongue.
All in.
Medi's got the goods.
That was a funny little reaction from Medi.
Oh, Medi does cover, yeah.
Medi kind of tilted to see that he's flipping. He would have had Tang dominated a fair bit.
Well, I think it's safe to say that this one is crucial for both.
So given we're just 2 off the money, maybe they're going to...
Oh, no swap.
Oh, no. Not holding the action. Wow. Tang needs running straight cards, or he is out.
3, 5, 10, or a jack. GG's. GG's, Danny Tang.
So Tang is out, which means we're on the stone bubble. As Chowie was one of the shortest, if not the shortest stack at one point, and now he's up to a
Well, a very warm welcome back to the 25K Golden Decade coverage live from Montenegro. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and we just saw the first frame of what was a grindy affair down to the bubble. Went on a lot longer than we kind of anticipated, but since that bubble has burst, it's been a fun ride.
It has, yeah. I was expecting the bubble to burst earlier than that, given that we had 3 stacks for quite some time, right around 6 big blinds, but they were able to wait it out, and then eventually bubble did burst, and now we find ourselves down to, I believe, 17 players.
That's right. Hanaszewska going home empty-handed, everyone locking up, you know, a near 2x payday. 17 left. We will be going on a final 2-table redraw once we lose one more player. Nikita Baziakowski just recently losing that flip against Sam Muller's pocket 8 to get us down to 17. 3 debutants going to be at our feature table, and let's not forget that Xuan Lu, who won this very title in this very card room last year on her debut. Some of these players looking to repeat what she achieved here.
Yeah, Unabuk, Kiselev, and Sultanov. I do remember seeing Unabuk in Triton 1 back in September. So, you know, it's been a fun mix of the Triton stalwarts who've been around since the beginning with a lot of fresh faces here internationally. We've seen some fresh American faces. It's been really a fun mix of player types, and can't wait to see how that develops.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Dejan Karađorđević. He is a local Montenegrin. He came runner-up in the 2024 Montenegro main event. Very tough guy to play against. I know online he's been getting it done for quite some time. He has the respect of people like Jason Kuhn and some of these, you know, titans of the game that just recognize that he has it in him. You know, he's got what it takes to become a multiple-time champion, and it wouldn't surprise me if in a few years' time we're talking about Dayan, you know, the 2-time, the 3-time Triton champ.
Yeah, I mean, playing on home soil has to count for something, of course. And how about Dominicus Michailidis? He won the 50K here last year, so he's going to be feeling good about the venue. Curtis Knight, he's part of that Vienna crew, the Soon coach, and a former pro lacrosse player, actually. He played in the NNL in Canada. I love watching live lacrosse. We've got a team in Halifax, which is my hometown. My brother had season tickets this year. I gotta say, lacrosse is one of those fun sports to watch live because it's got that feeling. It's a little similar to hockey, but it's higher scoring. It's a very physical game, and you know, hockey games often 2-1, 3-2, scores like that. Lacrosse can be something like 15-12, so a little more action.
Do any brawls ever break out like in hockey?
Yes,
yeah?
You do see some brawls.
Nice.
I think I want to say it's a little less encouraged than it is in hockey. Hockey's one of these sort of unicorn sports where fighting just seems to be, you know, fair game. I know in the NHL, it used to be really fair game, and then they cut back on it a little bit, but I feel like it's making more of a resurgence, and I do think you see a little bit of that in lacrosse. Certainly a very physical game.
Taking a look at our 3 tables here and talking about an imbalance once more. I mean, that outer table, Sam Muller is the chip leader with 34 bigs. We have Mehdi Shawi on 10 bigs and Fabian Niederreiter on 8. Look over on the other outer table, the shortest stack has 25 bigs, the chip leader has 40. It's pretty absurd. And that is by proxy of Tollerine and Dan Dvoris. They were running away with it at one point. Both had 4 million plus. I believe they both had 5 million plus, actually. And then Tollerine ended up doubling up Danilo Vilasevic. He had queens against Ben Tollerine's ace queen. And then not too long later, Dan Dvoris ended up doubling up Victor Mananovsky in like a 2 million chip plus pot. So a lot of consolidating has happened in the last half hour or so. And
you mentioned it, Henry. This is a wild amount of parity because we have 17 players left and 10 are above average in chips. Typically, you'll see that number be more like 6 or 7 being above average. The way that the stacks typically get distributed, you'll have a higher amount of players below that chip average. So anything could really happen here, and we could be in for a long ride until we hit that final table.
I think we will be. I think we will be.
Here's a look at Michailidis. I've seen him on the paddle courts.
It's rare we don't have like a runaway chip leader, or, you know, at least like 1 or 2 that have broken away from the rest of the pack.
And it's that man who you just saw, Mikhail Sultanov, who has a very narrow chip lead on the field, but by no means a runaway.
Looks like we're going to ping pong to another table. Outer table action. Hang on. There's an all-in in front of a player that's not at the table. Who's got the aces? It's Ding Biao with aces against Emilian Patavi's ace-queen.
Ding.
Looks like there was a sweaty run-out. Queen high flop.
They don't want to let you alone this year, huh?
Was it just the queen that was giving these players interest? Maybe some type of straight draw with it. Hard to see.
Oh, wow, yeah. It was Jack 10-9.
Ah.
It was an open-ender for Emilian on the flop, and Ding managed to hold across turn and river.
So with that pot, Ding Biao is our chip leader. That was a huge pot. 3.8 million in the middle.
Does that make him chip leader now? He's on the hunt for title number 4.
Yeah, he leapfrogs past Sultanov.
Okay. Back on over here. So it went Daniil Kiselev completing from the small. Unabuk checking out of the big. Flop, King 9-7, 2 clubs. Daniil firing out a bet of 95k. Unabuk calling with middle pair. He's got the 9 deuce. Turn 5 of hearts. Let's defer to the Mongolian. I don't mind betting here. I think clearing out, you know, some gut shots is nice. Also just buying yourself a river, setting the price rather than checking and then facing a large bet. It's a very dynamic turn texture as well.
It's very dynamic, and Unabuk choosing to pursue value, although he has a hand that doesn't want to face a raise, of course. Maybe he feels he could just comfortably bet fold this hand, but one thing you risk there in that spot, Henry, is that your opponent could check jam with some type of combination draw.
That's a really fun run out. King of spades, all of the draws bricking.
So I guess the question here for Batmook is, does he pursue value? And if so, what does he ask for? Does he just try to get his opponent to hero call it all? It looks like he is going to go for a large sizing. I don't think he's quite put Kiselev in.
This is such a sick bet. It's just value, finding the value bet with the 9 deuce here. I mean, technically 9-7, right?
This is nice. So many draws missed, so you have a number of possible bluffs to pull from. And he says, my kicker doesn't matter. I'm targeting a 7, I'm targeting a 5. Sometimes we chop with the 9 kicker, and you can see that Kiselev, with that beautiful duck card protector sitting on top of a stack of whites, is giving this some serious consideration.
Well, now I want to see Kiselev bluff jam this hand with 110 back.
I don't think we're going to see that one, Henry. You're always thinking of these adventurous ideas.
Listen, I just watched a lot of poker from like 2008, 2009.
What a fun time that was. Pre-solver era. People were figuring out things on the fly. Experience really counted for a lot in that time. Of course, it still does today.
Kind of not liking this hand as a hero call.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking that that 6 isn't doing us any favors?
6, I mean, yeah, sure, we're blocking 8-6.
He lets it go.
Gets away from it, yeah, not an easy fold, especially against Batman, who has shown down some crazy bluffs, you know, over the last 2 days.
Yeah, there's been a bit of an unpredictability factor to Batmook. When you have that reputation, it does make sense to pursue thin value.
Thank you.
He's on the climb.
We will see it on TV, yeah?
You will see it on TV.
Hello. I don't feel you bluff.
Kiselev gets away.
Don't feel you bluff.
I'd like to take this time to give a shout out to one of our partners, Jupiter. And with Jupe USD, every smart player protects their stack. Not everything goes into the big pots. You can use Jupe USD for your crypto. It's a digital dollar that holds its value and earns interest while you hold it. You can also trade on real-world events at Jupiter. So thank you to Jupiter, one of our partners for this Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. As action folds back over to Kiselev. He's out. Excuse me, Kala-Djurdjevic did open things up in the hijack. King Jack off. Let's see if Michaelitis wants to peel a flop. I think he will. Out of position, 9-8 offsuit. One of those hands that, with heavy ICM pressure, you see folding sometimes. But here, no big pay jumps yet. He's in.
$440 in the middle. And yeah, I think what you just lightly alluded to, you know, no big pay jumps right now. Now that we are in the money, these guys want to take it to the streets. They want to see flops where they can and just find opportunities to win big pots, put themselves in a position to actually go on and win this tournament, because the ladders, not that they're insignificant, but pretty small considered to finishing in the top 3, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to give Kala-Djurdjevic the idea that you're just going to roll over too often facing his opens as well. So it is Mikulaitis who flops best here. But Kala-Djurdjevic, on the strength of his range opening from the hijack, will lean on that, betting about a third pot.
Potential empty the clip type holding. 165 the request. It's immediately uncomfortable for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, although, you know, that 8 kicker does give him some backdoor straight draws. Middle pair rates to be best a decent number of the time. It's not so much that this bet feels uncomfortable, it's the implication that you're covered out of position against an aggressive, tough opponent, what might follow behind.
I was wondering if there is ever a world in which flop check raise is played. Mikulaitis just coming with the lower variance route.
Yeah, it would be a little bit non-standard. I think you'd be more likely to see it with 6x than with 9x. But call feels very comfortable. And the 4 of hearts not changing much. Kala-Djurdjevic has a fake flush draw with 2 red cards and the king of hearts in hand.
Maybe that king of hearts is enough of an excuse for him to keep firing here.
Yeah, it's a reasonable variable because your opponent's lightest flop calls will be hands that contain backdoor flush draws. So having king of hearts gives your opponent more diamond, diamond, and spade, spade hands that perhaps can fold. And he goes big, Henry. This is cool from day on.
Yeah, he's just setting up stacks for the river.
And this is just so ugly for Dominicus, right? Because now you know for sure your stack is liable to be threatened across turn and river, given the size you're facing here. He will have some ace-x hands that he can continue, and he may decide he's far enough down in range. He does. Credit to Dayon.
It just felt like a good hand to start building up a story on the flop. And you could argue, you know, it kind of goes back to what you're saying pre-flop about how he doesn't want to give off this illusion to Dan that he can just be pushed around. He's just going to roll over. But you could say the same about that flop decision, right? Ace-9-6 in a spot where it is likely that Dan is going to double barrel. And it's so tough to call down with a hand like 9-8 unless you improve on turn.
Yeah, very true. It's, you know, these middle pair hands out of position against a tightish opening range out of the hijack, they're very, very awkward, especially on ace and king high boards where you know that your opponent has a huge range advantage.
Some nice aggression being shown there.
Kala-Djurdjevic has now been rewarded with pocket nines.
Curtis Knight, just 275k, pretty brutal stuff for him.
He lets it go. A couple of very short stacks at this table in Knight and Kisilev. And it's over to Batmunk. How does he want to play this spot? Ace tray of spades, quite deep. He lets it go.
That's a snug fold, but I like it. Against the one player that can send you to the Shadow Realm in 17th. Just letting go of the suited ace, even in position.
Yeah, felt like all 3 options on the table there, but against a tough, aggressive opponent who covers you, just takes the conservative option and seems fine by me.
GG, Fabian.
You know what that means. Well, I just heard GG Fabian announced.
I heard GG as well, but I think it was a foreshadowing as...
Some trolling.
Yeah. The hand is far from over.
Oh.
What a flop. 7-8 suited picking up an open-ender. Bricking the turn.
So this went jam from Muller with the 7-8. Is bricked out across turn and river. Niederreiter calling off with the king high with what I believe was 8 bigs. Blind v blind.
Oh, but it was Muller who had 7-8 suited.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought those cards were in front of Niederreiter. He'll double up through his friend. I assume they're friends by the way they were talking to each other there. Yeah, they're part of the same stable. Or crew, anyway. Curtis Knight, he has this unfortunate realization that the blinds are about to hit him next hand. But there's nothing he can really do about it with 9-4 offsuit.
The question is whether to take this spot versus an any two spot the next hand, right?
Yeah, and I think with this hand, you have to take that any two spot. Of course, it sucks that, you know, 80K of your chips is going to go into the middle in the form of that ante.
Can I just give you massive props on stream, dude?
Do you like that bar?
It was really solid, yeah, that
you
protein
just
bar.
downed it. I mean, I looked over and it was, I mean, I didn't even notice you were eating it.
It's just almost gone.
Okay, so.
Where did you get that from? It was here, locally?
I went to Budva. I made a 3-stop trip. I have to remember to pick up my laundry. I went to the laundromat and dropped off some dry cleaning. I brought a bunch of dirty shirts for work, as one does. Then I went to the barber shop there. Then I went to the protein store.
Are you sure the barber didn't, you know, a little razzle dazzle, a little bit of curls on top?
Well, you did mention my curls are really out to play today.
Maybe it's just the sun.
I don't know what
the
it is.
sports.
I mean, I do have naturally curly hair.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't always show that way.
Maybe it's the humidity.
Maybe I need to grow out the little fro. They call it the Jew fro.
Yeah? All right.
Got some Jewish blood.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
Jeju, September. I'll be waiting.
All right, let's see. I've had a few different looks, but to be honest, I've been pretty consistent over the last decade. The only thing I did that was a bit out there was the mustache period. You ever grow a mustache?
Yeah, I did briefly.
Didn't love the way it looked?
It wasn't that. It was more so just like, I don't know. It didn't
suit you.
Yeah.
And I
exactly.
kind of feel the same way. So, top pair here for Kala Djurdjevic in a battle of the blinds. Two of the bigger stacks in the entire tournament.
Yeah, Sultanov taking a stab on the flop. Dan obviously going nowhere. Top pair.
Dayon now in the tank as Sultanov checks over.
Now we're just looking to extract value, right? Blind v blind. Question is do we think this is, you know, turn and river bet? Or are we just coming with a turn bet and then reevaluating?
I think on an innocuous river like a deuce or a tray, we can go for 2 more streets. But he gets a quick fold out of the ace-3.
It's always disappointing when you've got top pair to be met with the snap fold.
True.
90,000.
Although maybe feels better than being met with a raise.
Wow. 150.
Couldn't be loving life in that situation. Kala Djurdjevic just going about business here.
Half of starting.
Slowly adding to his stack.
Yeah.
I think someone just pointing out that Curtis has half of a starting stack. I mean, that's pretty cool. 17 left. You're still in the tournament.
I'm sure that's what he wants to hear. It's one of those things that's funny that when you get this short stack, sometimes you're thinking, well, at least I have X number of starting stacks or deep in the... It's kind of fun when you can coast with just a starting stack in level 20 or whatever it is. Ducks for Batmuk Unabuk. He's willing to gamble against the any 2 of Curtis Knight in the big blind, assuming nobody gets in the way.
Well, there we go. We're going to find out. It's going to fold all the way around to Curtis and 10-6-0. He's going to have to do it, and he's going to be flipping. I mean, what a cheap spot. Like, he's flipping.
Yeah. Could be a lot worse with this hand. He is 48% to win.
Amazing.
I wonder what...
I heard him say amazing.
I wonder what the odds are on Predict Lab of Curtis Knight going on to win this.
I mean, you have one of mine?
5-10 in the middle. 10 or a 6 needed. Let's get a sweaty flop. Okay. There's some stuff.
I suppose it qualifies. Backdoors available for night. Still 33% to win it.
9 of clubs on the turn would be insane.
How about the queen of clubs, Henry? You've been pretty good at calling these sweaty cards. As knight picks up a host of outs, open-ended and flush draw.
Look at this. With 1 card to come, has 45% equity. Half the deck.
6.
Ooh.
That's all he needed. Pair of 6s.
I was looking for a club. I didn't even notice the 6th angler, but he's found it.
And no reaction from the Canadian, but he'll double up. So was worth the wait as he folded that 9-4 the hand before.
So back on over here. Got another all in. Ding Biao against Million Patavi.
Biao King 6 against Patavi's Ace 9. Biao is best. And Biao,
wow,
will double up.
That's crazy.
Oh, and Patavi is out.
That's exactly what I'm referring to. I mean, he was absolutely bossing it up on the bubble. Had that ace-queen against Ding's aces to do most of the damage, and Ding, final nail in the coffin, just sending the Frenchman to the gulag.
So it, oh right, it was that ace-queen aces. That's where he lost.
It's huge. Yeah, that was like almost 2 million apiece.
Right.
So we are down to the final 16, and there will be a final 2-table redraw. We are just waiting for this table to play catch-up, as they are behind in hands. Did I just see Jack 10 of diamonds?
Your eyes did not deceive you. Unabuk folding Jack 10 suited under the gun. And maybe part of it was because he has both Sultanov and Mikulaitis behind him with big stacks. Or, excuse me, Kaloudjurjevic. And I think that was what played into his mind. And now, facing this cutoff open, I would expect Dayon to at least flat the button here. Not impossible. He decides to get frisky here with the covering stack and go for a 3-bet. But he does make the call. Curtis Knight fresh off of that double up. He'll bow out, and Daniil Kiselev has picked up big slick.
Wow.
These spots are interesting, Henry.
So fun.
Because, of course, Kiselev will move in, and then for Sultanov, he'd love the idea with a lot of the hands he raises of re-raising and getting Kaloudjurjevic out. But he does have to worry that Kaloudjurjevic could flat some strong hands here, knowing that this might happen. Also, ace-5 off's just not going to be ahead of Kiselev's range. It feels quite weak just bowing out when you're the pre-flop raiser and the raise all-in is for such a small amount. But he does, and wisely so, as he was in bad shape against these two hands.
Well, the bad news for Kiselev is one of his aces dead. The good news is, however, if he can find the double here, sorry, if he can convert this 45%, he's got a nice little 180k overlay, courtesy of that Sultanov Open.
Exactly right. It would be closer to a triple up than a double up if he can get this one to convert.
Oh, well, it's looking pretty damn bleak. Can only chop.
Yeah, needs exactly 7-5. He's grabbing his belongings. He's out the door.
GG's, mate. Kaloudjurjevic up to 4.8 million, and not to get too ahead of ourselves, obviously a long ways to go. But this man has what it takes to close out big tournaments, has some of the biggest tournament results online.
Absolutely he does.
Hasn't crossed the finish mark at the Triton Series yet, came runner-up in the main event in this very card room back in 2024, but he has the minerals. Universal Truth saying Ace King's getting crushed this tournament. It's a fair point.
Yeah, the only time it seems to be doing well is when it's up against a fellow ace-king, and we've seen a couple of those chops.
So I believe one more hand to be played here before we head to that redraw.
Yeah, Carben asking, is dinner break upon us? No, it's just going to be a short break as we reshuffle the tables.
Question is, are we going to be going with... We were meant to be going with 16 players. We're down to 15. We could lose one more.
Yeah, it could be 7-7.
Knight with Jack-8 of spades. Not going to cut it.
Unabuk. He'll be interested. So a battle of the clubs. Clubs would be an absolute disaster for Sultanov.
Don't you dare. It's been a while since I've seen like a nut flush against second nut flush.
It feels like one of us is always trying to create these unlikely scenarios in our head. As it's King 10-10 red instead, Sultanov flopping best. Nothing much going for Batmunk.
Ace-9 out flopped. See if Sultanov, I was going to say, wants to mix in some checkbacks with weak top pairs. He's going to just fire out a c-bet and keep things simple for himself. As Unabuk does just fold the ace high. So, well, Alex, 15 left. Going to go to a quick redraw break. Who's your money on?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to bet against Kala-Djurdjevic right now, isn't it? He's the chip leader. He's been just playing well, just slowly accumulating chips. We're looking at those top counts, though. A lot of tough, aggressive players. Danilo Vlasovic in second. Ding Biao, who you mentioned, is so good at changing gears. He's in third, but what about Triton founding player Paul Poix, who came in with a short to average stack? I think he was under average for sure. He's worked his way into fifth position. He's leapfrogged the likes of Ben Tollerine, who was our start of day chip leader. So, you know, a lot of potential storylines here to develop.
This one is going to be fun to keep tabs on. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We are coming back to the studio just for a couple of minutes before throwing it to some ads, and then, you know, coming back for continuing coverage as we work our way down to our first final table of the Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. And yeah, those storylines, man. I mean, let's talk about one of our founding players, Paul Poix, fifth in chips, currently 39 bigs. Picked up his second title just one stop ago, not even 6 weeks removed, in that 10th anniversary special. And look at the name of the event, the 25K Golden Decade. If he could pick this one up here, that would be something special.
Yeah, that's right. And the 150K also was the anniversary event, so both of them sort of named in Triton's honor. Paul's been knocking on the door for a long time, Henry. He's had a lot of top 5 finishes in between that first and second title. So let's see if he can ride a little bit of momentum and pick up that third here, but he's going to have to get through some very difficult opposition.
Let's throw it to a very short break. Stay close, because when we come back, we're playing down to the FT.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
3 times.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
$849,000. That is what is going to be awarded to one of these final 15 in this 25K event number 1 here at the Montenegro series. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Alex, quite a few potential storylines emerging. I know we're still a ways away from the final table, but talk to me about what we could see play out here over the next 6, 7, 8 hours.
Well, one thing, one way that players keep score, of course, here at Triton is number of titles. So there's a lot of players who have won a fair amount of titles already who could just move up a notch. For example, Ding Biao could win his 4th title.
Right.
Ben Tollerine, who's won 2 main events, he could win his 5th. We've already touched on Paul Poix, Triton founding player. He could win his 3rd. Dan Dvoris could become the 3rd player to win what we call the Triton Trident.
Yes.
Which would mean a title in No Limit Hold'em, Pot Limit Omaha, and Short Deck.
That's right.
So he would join just Jason Kuhn and Mike Watson if he was able to accomplish that. And then we've got Paulie V, who could win his 2nd title. So a lot of different storylines.
There's levels to it at Triton, isn't there, really? Like, yes, you have people that have won 4 titles, 5 titles, but to become a Triton Trident champion, something only 2 players have done, and not just any 2 players, might add. So Watts, Michael Watson, and Mr. Triton himself. That is a next level exclusive club, and Dan Dvoris trying to join them in that one.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I'm a mixed game player myself, so I have a lot of respect for players who are able to succeed across a variety of formats. We talked at the top of the show about how Tollerine is just so good in both PLO and No Limit Hold'em, and so to win a No Limit title, a Short Deck title, and a PLO title, as Dvoris has that chance to do, to me, it really shows you're an all-around player, and not only an all-around player, but all-around at the highest level.
I agree. Talking of the highest level, Dejan Karađorđević, one of the best without a title, came 2nd in the main event in this very card room. He is leading the pack with 60 bigs. Very close on his tail is Danilo Velesevic with 51 big blinds. Both of those guys have posted big results here in Montenegro before. Both have just incredible online resumes. I know that they've just been crushing it in some of the bigger buy-in stuffs. If you're keeping tabs of that online. And then Ding Biao rounding out the top 3, and all 3 of those guys very capable of going from 15 to champion. It's only a matter of time. Average stack 30 bigs, so plenty of playability here with 15 left.
Yeah, plenty of play, and one thing that we've already mentioned is that a lot of the stacks are quite converged. We don't have that runaway chip leader. We do, of course, have Karađorđević at the top of the board, but it's not by a massive margin. So, we really could be in for a long haul as we work our way towards that final table.
Other names to mention, can't go without mentioning Sam Muller. He's had a couple of deep runs himself, already won millions on tour. Very well respected by the OG crew and the newcomers as well. And then same to be said about Mr. Limitless. Victor Malinowski could win his 2nd title, both in this room. He won a 200K here. want to say that was before my time.
There are...
Or maybe I just wasn't here. I wasn't here. I wasn't here for that stop.
You missed a stop in the middle somewhere?
Yeah, I was off, just chilling.
Okay, doing your own thing?
Yeah.
Kala-Djurdjevic, top of the board, Knights at the bottom. Those are the 15 names remaining. As you mentioned, 30 big blind average. Blind still at 40-80. This is not a level jump. It was just a two-table redraw.
This is a really fun feature table. Really fun feature table. Let's take a look.
I completely agree with you. We've got Kala-Djurdjevic, the chip leader. We've got Velocevic. He's second in chips. It looks like a lot of the big stacks are at this table. Ding Biao is third in chips. Do we have the 5 biggest stacks are all at this table, and that includes Paul Poix?
That's right.
Wow. That's a lot of fun when you have these sorts of distributions, and Poix is going to complete the action here 3 ways.
Well, I remember in Jeju 12 left, we had 2 tables of 6, if I recall correctly, where on one table we had the 6 biggest stacks, then on the second feature we had the 6 shortest stacks, and they ran the math, and it was something like 1 in every 1.25% or something like that.
Yeah, it was something
really
extremely unlikely, and Ding Biao has just flopped a set of trays here. Unfortunately for him, nobody has an ace. He would really love for Velocevic to have something like ace-king, but how is Ding going to play this? I think there's some significant merit to raising right away, hoping your opponent does have a hand like ace-king or ace-queen, looking to build a pot. On the other hand, calling could keep Paul Poix in with a weak holding, but he is going to fast play this one.
Maybe I'm being a bit results-oriented, but it just seems so strong, man. Seems so strong. And are you ever stacking ace-king, ace-queen across 3 streets? I don't know.
I think you can. Yeah, I think you can because, you know, it depends on the board, the way the board runs out, but Ding Biao has that aggressive reputation. I think both options were definitely on the table there. I think the fact that it's a 3-way pot and that they're so deep is part of the reason that Ding Biao raised. And note that Velocevic is getting sticky with 2 jacks. So it's not just that you're targeting ace-x. You can even get hands like this, jacks with a club to continue.
1.6 in the middle. Clean turn for Ding to continue pursuing value.
Yeah, and Ding, unaware that his opponent has just 2 outs, has to be worried about all these possible draws, wants to get value and protection. And I like going with a relatively big sizing here as Ding Biao, trying to set up a river shove.
Something like 1 million.
Exactly. Somewhere in that neighborhood. 1.2. He goes healthy.
1.2.
Now for Velocevic, I can understand calling the flop. I think at this point you're just too far down in your range. You have combo draws to call with. You have ace-x to continue. You don't need to reach as far down as jacks, but very important pot for Ding Biao as he pulls very close in chips to Kala-Djurdjevic.
Ding with a deep stack is a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Put him at any FT, guaranteed entertainment. We mentioned how he just shifts through the gears so naturally. Knows when to turn it on, knows when to slow down.
And Curtis Knight will know to turn this one on. Ace-Queen facing in the open from Velocevic. Yes, Velocevic opened under the gun, but Ace-Queen is a lot of hand.
This would be such a sick spin-up from Curtis, who, if you recall, had that deliberation under the gun to go all in versus taking the blind all in spot in the next hand.
Exactly right. Then he got the 10-6 in the next hand.
That's right.
And he didn't flop much of anything, but you called for a spicy turn card. Didn't quite get the one you asked for, but we got that combo draw on the turn, and he was able to bink the 6 instead. So can he double up twice to get over $1 million?
Strong favorite to do so. 70% equity. Danilo looking for a jack. As it comes, ace 5-4. Couple of diamonds out there. Could go runner.
Diamond for a sweat?
No, sir. Just needs to fade the jack now. Then Curtis is right back in this. He'll be playing nearly 15 bigs. Spin up. Bit of a slow roll there from the dealer on the river.
Dealer taking his time getting that one out, but it's aces with a queen kicker for Knight. Moves up to 15 big blinds and chips.
What a life, man. Was down to less than a blind and a half out the big with that 10-6. Was flipping against deuces, doubled up. Now here he is, ace-queen against ace-jack. He's up to 14 bigs, and, you know, one more double, and we're talking about Curtis Knight, middle of the pack.
Absolutely right. Curtis is right back in this thing. We noticed there's been a bit of a convergence in stacks. 2 at the top right now.
Seven deuce. Broken.
There might have been a misdeal here, Henry?
Dan pointed out to the dealer that there was, you know, like a pretty clear mark on his card, and Floor came over and made a good call that, you know, there had been no action when it was brought to their attention, so let's just bring over a new deck. Let's get rid of that one. And it was just a 7 of hearts, so, you know, no card marking. The Floor also just kind of offering some reassurance in the sense that when the dealers shuffle, sometimes, you know, they clip it and leaves a mark.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the player can inadvertently sometimes put a mark on the cards as well, but we are going to get a fresh deck. Always better to have game integrity. And that brings us to a chance to thank another one of our partners, GTO Wizard. One of the best places, absolutely, to get better at both Hold'em and now PLO as well. And you've got multi-way solving. You can manipulate sizings. It's a really great place to use as a playground to come up with different playing styles and ideas, because you could put in, maybe the computer wants to bet 2/3, but you say, well, what if I want to have a size of 1.5x overbet here? Now what's the range of hands I can bet? So it gives players that creativity to sort of build their own strategy with those tools. That's GTO Wizard. Thank you to them.
Shout out the Wizard.
And Ding Biao, ace king here. With this new deck. Butterfly effect. Kala-Djurdjevic does not have the type of hand that likes to play out of position against 3-bet. Let's see if anyone else wakes up. Notice the 7s there of Sultanov just quickly hitting the muck again. Those middling pairs don't do well against raise and 3-bet. So there's actually quite a bit of parity over at the other table. Tollerine is table captain there, but only 2.6 million for 33 bigs. And it's Mehdi Chaoui who has 13 bigs as the table short stack. Whereas at this feature table, we have Knight, who's the shortest in the entire field, though fresh off a double up, and then we have the 3 biggest stacks. In fact, we actually have the 5 biggest stacks.
160.
Very, very well see a case of runaway chip leader at this table should there be a big collision between some of those stacks that you mentioned.
And note that with Mueller opening in such an early position at an 8-handed table, Kala-Djurdjevic, despite having so many chips, just letting go of pocket fives. Those small to medium pairs, the theory surrounding those hands has changed a lot in the solver era. You used to see, I mean, can you imagine watching a televised poker hand from 2004 and there's a raise and next player to act just folds pocket fives? You'd never see it, right? People were always set mining and they loved their pocket pairs. But
oh man,
there's been
could
a shift.
Just imagine like Vince and Mike going absolutely
out of their
crazy,
seats.
or you know Lon and Norm just going like, wow, he's just, you know,
And
did
now,
the guy misread his hand or?
Yeah, now not only do you see fives fold versus an open, but there's spots where you just see fives just open folding.
Folds,
Yeah.
Dude, there are there's been final tables where we've seen pocket eights just fold from under the gun.
Yeah, eights are about the best pair that you kind of ever see just open folding. I mean, barring some really extreme sort of bubble and ICM situations, maybe even some higher pairs. Ding Biao opening, king 10 suited. A hand that's held the test of time. We'll get that one through. He's a dangerous man, Henry, as you've mentioned. He is our chip leader.
Honestly, I want a price on him. Give me a price.
Okay, could that be our bet of the day?
I'll take it.
What price do you want?
You're the shop.
Never be the first man to name a number in a negotiation.
You are the shopkeeper.
Okay. Well, I mean...
How many chips in play? 15
so here's
times
the problem.
2.4.
I name a price, you like the price, you take it. You don't like the price, you pass.
Okay.
We can auction the price the same way we've done. Does that work? I don't know if that works.
I don't even know if that works.
Okay. How many players? We got 15 players left.
2.4 million average.
He's got 5.3.
So
I'll give you 5 to 1.
I was about to say, I think.
You're 10 euros against my 50 euros.
5 to 1. It's a bad price, but I'll shake your hand because it's a fun bet.
All right. Well, let's actually go for a physical handshake. Okay, the bet's locked in.
I got the bad end of that bet, but you know.
Of course, we will not be covering the final table of this tournament, so we'll be able to follow along at home, as it'll be Kevin Rabichow and Randy Liu, the late night crew as they've been dubbed for this festival. Curtis Knight is all in. And Paul Poix is going to have an interesting decision with sixes. I think he's going to feel like he needs to call this one. But he did open from relatively early position.
Yeah, he's got 2 invested, just north of 10 to call. I don't know, man. I think like sevens.
Yeah.
Sevens is really close.
He does make the call. It did feel close. He felt it was enough. He's ahead, but they are flipping.
Well, as much as I am rooting for the Curtis Knight spin up, cannot root against this man. I would love to see him just go back to back in Triton decade celebration events.
I like the Triton tee he's wearing too. It's just kind of a classic. Flop is clean.
I thought that was 6 of diamonds window. 2.1 out there.
Knight gulps.
It would be so sick if he converts this to be playing north of 2 million after being all in from the big.
Well, that 4 doesn't give him any extra outs, as a 3 would give Poix a bigger straight.
Just one pull, an ace or a jack. Otherwise, the spin-up dream is over.
It's over for Knight.
Good night, Curtis Knight.
Did you do that on purpose?
That was very intentional. that was, dude, that was close, man. Close to just like a really sick spin-up.
It was, but how about Paul Poix, who is now one of our top stacks? I believe he moves into 3rd in chips with that one.
Believe so.
Ping pong.
2 tables of 7. 14 remain. Current on-tap payout, 56,500. But I promise you, these high rollers, not too concerned about these 6K ladders, these 10K ladders. They are very much here for glory, or at least podium place finishes. Nobody busts in 13th for 62K and says, yeah, you know what? GG's me. No, these guys are super competitive. They want a trophy.
Pocket fours gonna go upstairs. Oh, what have we here?
Set the trap. I just pocket queens for Danilo.
$560.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right, for Danilo, because Sultanov has opened nearly 2.5x from the hijack. So we do see this, what is this, just shy of 3x. 3x would be 570. It's come 560.
I like the size, and the four is just going to let it go. Nice pick up there for Velocevic. $14 left. We will be playing down to a 9-handed final table. That's when the other guys will come in. And like you mentioned, Henry, could it be a while with so much parity in the stacks? Hard to say. And just checking in on the other table in the room. That one is down to, or it started with 73 players, 65 remain. Still Mike Watson on top. He was on top early. Saladin Badir, who made a bit of a run in this one, he's moved over there in his second in chips.
Wow, that's a pretty fast rise to the top.
Yeah, sure is.
Speaking of the top, how about top of range for Danilo? Karađorđević with the type of hand that can down aces, but he is in the small blind. I feel like if we enter as 3-bet. Not a huge fan of taking this multi-way, but he's got to just come with cool.
Yeah, different options on the table there for 7-6 of hearts, and this will bring in Ding Biao, who facing that 3-bet would have been forced to release. Note you'd rather have against aces a hand like Karađorđević's than a hand like Biao's. Looking to make, oh. Biao has stepped into a big problem here. There's a chance, Henry, that Velocevic just flats this.
Please.
It's not impossible.
Please.
With a hand this strong that he plays it as a trap and tries to balance what he might do with some ace queens or some pocket nines perhaps. Maybe he feels he doesn't have much of a flatting range in this spot though.
Would love to see him do it. There would be 1.6 in the middle. He would be the effective stack with 2.4 back. Maybe opens the door for a Karađorđević misstep. Obviously, we can see he's only got 7 high, so never going in. But say Dan was here with 10s.
1,350,000.
He is going to click it, though.
Yeah, this will instantly shed day on, and I don't think Ding Biao will be able to do anything either with this offsuit Broadway combination.
I'm tilted for Karađorđević. You know?
He didn't get to see a flat. But it could have been worse, Henry. He could have 3-bet as you suggested he might and lost even more chips. That might have saved Ding Biao.
Ding, stop it. Fold your hand, come on. Don't do it.
He does.
All right, can finally breathe.
He folds it. Henry, you were sweating that on Ding's behalf for a little bit. It looked like he was thinking to himself, does my man really have it here? Could I get one through?
Yeah.
But he thinks better of it.
The old 5-bet with the king 10. He's like, no, block kings, ace king, all in.
So a lot of exchanges between these top stacks at this table. Very, very close in chips now. 4 men between 4 million and 4.5.
It's always fun seeing this kind of battle at the top of the chip counts to take control and take the lead. You know, a lot of ego in poker, a lot of confidence in poker, a lot of big personalities. And
definitely.
You throw in guys like this who are just willing to swing for the fences against one another. Could very well see a case of having something like a 7 million chip pot played.
Oh yeah,
at this table.
It's definitely something that feels like it's just looming on the horizon. Blinds 50, 100 now. Mueller, kings. These big pairs are just going around.
Mueller, no action. He just smiles, takes down the blinds in the big blind ante. Very enlightened young individual.
Easy money.
I'm a fan of the jacket.
Yeah, it says OVO. Isn't that Drake's brand?
Yeah,
The
it
OVO?
is. I'm just trying to think what the jacket reminds me. It almost feels like he could be ready for entering space with that thing, or it feels like he could be a race car driver on an off day. I don't know. It's.
I see it. Yeah,
it's a statement jacket. 2 10s for Velocevic as these big pairs just continue to be dealt to the players.
Well, dealt to Velocevic.
Yeah.
I know that Mueller had the kings, but he's been dealt queens, aces, and now 10s in 3 of the last 4 hands.
Yeah, right you are. I forgot about the queens. And it's Sultanov with 4s here. Would expect him just to defend this one.
Defend he does.
He's going set mining. This flop could be a bit of trouble for Mikhail as he has not found a set, but King, King 3 feels like a decent board for 2 4s. Would expect him at least to call 1 bet.
Agreed. Ahead of all of those, suited broadways, hands like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10.
And there are worlds in which players actually elect to just raise hands like pocket 4s here, feeling that they need to deny equity to overcards. But perhaps versus such an early position open, yeah, he's going to play it a bit more cautiously as he reaches for calling chips.
King of spades would be a fun turn card.
How about the queen of clubs? Maybe this will just slow down Danilo. He could continue to bet here just to try to charge flush draws, maybe hands like pocket 7s through 4s. These sorts of hands might call 1 more bet, but checking feels very fine as well. If he does bet, he can go pretty small here. Yeah, he comes with that option, just 310.
Alex, you're primed, mate. Let's flick you in this other 25K.
Yeah, I suppose registration's still open. I suppose I could get in there when we're done with our shift, but I don't know what producer Lee would say if I told him I'm not coming into work tomorrow if I made day 2 of that one.
Sorry, bagged chip lead.
Yeah.
Look, I think like a little 5% free roll.
Well, here's the
would sway
thing.
him.
You know, Kevin Rabichow, he's leaving a day early.
That is true.
To play that 25K event in Vegas. So why can't I take a day off to play this 25K? No, I honestly, Henry, I'm very happy here in the booth. It's been a lot of fun calling the shots. Maybe down the road, at some point, see me in some of these fields. I'll be honest, No Limit Hold'em is not my strongest game right now. I would say PLO is my strongest game, and I've put a lot of work into my mixed games. Of course, I still follow No Limit, and you do learn a lot watching these great players, and I still feel very comfortable in No Limit events, but I wouldn't want to sort of dive in cold to a Triton 25K. I'd want to go play maybe a Triton 1 series or a smaller series, get my
beak wet,
calibration, get my beak wet. Pocket 8s for Ding Biao, he's in.
I could see you reg the 25K PLO Bounty Quattro on May 28th.
There you go.
Final tournament of the series.
Just make you and Randy do all the commentating for that one. 5s here for Sultanov. Is he going to make it a 3-way affair? And if so, will we potentially get a 4-way pot? What does Danilo have in the big blind? Yeah, he's got a hand that wants to at least call, but he may be considering a squeeze play here, Henry, as, you know, that flat of the small blind just makes it even more compelling because you don't feel like the small blind's ever trapping you, but he's just going to come with the cautious call, and we're going to take our first four-way flop of the day, perhaps.
It's been a while since I've seen set over set. Like, it feels like it's been a few series.
Oh, you're really trying to just put something in the air.
I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
I haven't seen it in a very long time.
And by the way, nobody likes this flop whatsoever.
Let's see if Ding finds a way to win. I believe it's been checked round 2 him, at least based on where the camera is currently at. No, I stand corrected. It was on Sam, who does now check. Ace-9-4, very dry, disconnected board.
Credit to Ding Biao if he's able to find a bet here. It feels very difficult four ways. He knuckles.
Nobody likes that turn either.
Indeed, as Filosovic and Mueller have picked up Broadway draws. But yet another overcard for both the 5s and the 8s. Mueller was the pre-flop raiser.
Would like to see him bet this.
Yeah, if anyone gets frisky, it might be him. But it's easy for us to say we'd like to see him bet it when we can see the cards. I see your point, though, Henry. He's picked up some outs. He was the pre-flop raiser. He can tell a credible story.
375.
He finds it.
375.
Mueller is locked in, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a nice bet.
And this is just going to go boom, 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 as 3 hands will quickly hit the muck. Well done, Sam Mueller. Maybe you need to be in there, Henry.
Dude, listen, man, you leave me alone. I've found my safe place, right?
So Henry has
been here for a while now. You know, it's safe in here.
Wouldn't call him a braggart by nature, but Henry has been gently reminding the rest of the commentary team that he holds the best record.
I didn't bring it up
among the commentators.
You brought it up.
No,
2 days in a row.
No, you I think might have brought it up.
I was commending Sam Mueller about the incredible find, and
you didn't bring it up today.
I haven't brought it up today. I might have brought it up yesterday.
Leave it to me. Maybe yesterday. Kala Djurdjevic. Over to Ding Biao. Andre in chat is saying, Henry, can I buy some action for your main event? Henry, are you selling any main event action? I'd like to get on that list too.
Andre, you have first dibs if I do decide to.
That's his gentle way of saying no, Andre, but to both of us.
No, honestly, I haven't thought that far ahead. Just focusing on Triton, and then I'm going to go back home to Dubai for a couple of weeks and just figure out, what I'm going to do in Vegas. But yeah, maybe I hit up my boy Tyler Hancock and his staking platform. Set a little bit of action. Why not? 550 in the middle. Haven't really seen much from Unibrook since we got down to these final 2 tables. He's making some moves with 3 tables left, but he's actually down to that kind of dicey-ish territory. You know, a single race pot doesn't go his way, and all of a sudden he's in the danger zone.
Yeah, he's been a big card dead, has Batmook. This goes knuckle. Ding Biao playing pot control in position.
It was way chattier on the bubble. Final 3 tables.
Yeah.
Now it's like the business end, and everyone's just like, okay, let's lock in. It's going to be a grind.
A little tension in the air as the players work their way towards the final table. Batmook is betting with king high here. This is a bit non-standard, as you wouldn't expect ace high to fold. Maybe he has visions of running a multi-street bluff.
That's a great point. Like, what are we trying to fold out?
I suppose you can deny a bit of equity to queen high. Maybe once in a blue moon you fold out some better king highs. But yeah, it feels like the type of hand that's a bit on the middling side. And now both players play the board, and let's see if anyone wants it.
Well, now what would be really sick is if Batmonk continues to try and bluff here and Ding finds like a rebluff, just saying, hey, what did he just say, all in?
He announced all in, Henry. And I was thinking the same thing. If Batmonk had gone small size.
Oh, my word. I mean, listen.
Does Ding Biao activate? But I don't think there's any way that Ding Biao can call here playing the board.
Is Batmonk sick enough to do this with pocket sixes?
Probably he doesn't bet this big with pocket sixes,
Right.
but it just still feels like such a difficult call for half the pot. And Patmunk Unabuk, overbetting the pot, playing the board, is able to shed the chop.
That is hand of the day for me so far. That was wild stuff. Very unorthodox. Just hitting Ding Biao with the 2x pot on the river and saying, have some of that. Wow.
Hello.
Next level. Next
That
level
was
poker.
a lot of fun. As we take a look at those chip counts, and you can see that parity we've been talking about. Dejan Karađorđević in front, but it's not by much over Danilo Vlasovic. So many stacks, over 25 big blinds. It's getting grindy out here. Huh?
Oh. Oh yeah, I see that.
Decent.
Wow, I can hear Mustafa Kanat somewhere in the room. I don't need to see him per se, but I can hear him.
Well, shout out to Mustafa, who bought me a latte this morning as I was making my way over for the Triton staff photo. Managed to make it there just on time. Was surprised the photo took place right on time and no delays at all. Everyone was there.
You showed up like on the dot, dude.
Oh,
Credit
on the
to
dot.
you. 12:30.
I was surprised to see you there early.
Wow. Compliment extended from this side of the booth and just thrown straight under the bus.
I gotta
man.
stop.
No, that's good. It's good fun.
I gotta stop throwing you under the bus, but no,
I was surprised myself. I'll be honest with you. I showed up at 11 just so that I would be on time.
Oh, you hung out and had a coffee downstairs?
So me and the wife, I'll take you to this spot that me and Kevin used to go to. Me and the wife went there today. Great little cafe, just stone's throw from the resort. And then just strolled on down.
Beautiful.
Yeah, then came here, hung outside. The view, of course, just incredible.
It cannot be overstated how amazing this view is. And we get it every day at lunch and dinner from that buffet. I got to hit this fish place up at some point, though. Mueller limping, king 5 off. Karađorđević attacking. This is the type of hand we've seen used as a non-all-in limp raise in the past, but 28 bigs, not so much room to do that. A lot of ICM pressure.
We got Tom Dasto in the chat making a really good point. 5 players are shorter on the outer table than Sultanov, who is the shortest at the main feature table. Really interesting dynamic. It is indeed, man.
Yeah, it is, and I'm glad that this is the table that we're covering because it's obviously fun to cover those deeper stack situations. You know, there's plenty of nuance to 10 to 20 big blind play as well, but this is more my flavor.
Yeah, we've got 6 of the 7 biggest stacks at this feature.
So Unabuk just folding ace-8 off in the cutoff. He's been loose in some spots and tight in others. Karađorđević, 10-4 offsuit. Is he limping into the big blind of Ding Biao? Not afraid. Ding Biao's got king queen. And I think ordinarily this hand would raise, even though it doesn't particularly want to face limp 3-bet. Just a good enough hand.
Luke Wilson throwing me under the bus, saying, why take Alex's first price? He was open to negotiation. Honestly, you make a good point. I didn't really want to get into... I didn't want to showcase my negotiating skills live on air. I want to kind of keep that as a little secret. And also, you know, if you guys were tuning in for the Jeju series, Alex had a bit of a rough run, and it's more of just, you know, you got to keep them coming.
Send it back this way.
Every now and then, you got to lose a couple to keep the fish on the hook. Okay.
Kings for Mikhail Sultanov. You're not wrong, Henry. You gotta keep me interested, right? You can't just wipe the floor
I just
with
like
me.
the price, 5-1.
Yeah.
We're not looking to do damage to each other. You know, it's just it's a fun bet.
By the way, Andre in chat still trying to get his hands on some of your action. Henry, if you end up in the November 9 without selling action, we'll meet at the next Triton stop, and I'll claim a Triton hat. That is more than fair.
I'll tell you what. If I reach the November 9 without selling the action,
I think you should buy him at least a dinner.
I was going to say I'll buy you into the opening event of the Triton Super High Roller
Oh,
Series.
wow. Okay, that's locked in. Andre,
that is locked in.
This is on air.
That is absolutely locked in, I
want you to take a video of this clip. If Henry makes the November 9, you are being bought into a Triton 25K
Not
event.
only you're getting flown out business class, put up in a 5-star hotel, you have my word.
I mean, this is a big free roll, Henry, and credit to you. So, Andre, make sure you don't lose this footage. We need to hold this man accountable, and I'd love to see you on the rail as well.
I mean, bro's got me dreaming of making a run now, you know?
Yeah, he certainly should be.
An open here for Ding. Paul with deuces, but can't really flat out the small. I mean, I guess there's a world in which you just launch it in, but...
He folds. Sultanov's in there. One of his deuces is gone.
Jack 8-5. Ding still with the best of it. Flops bottom pair. It's one of those boards where I'm not sure you really want to be betting ace-5. There's a ton of draws out there, and it'd be a disaster to let something like 9-7 check raise and force you out the hand. I really like this check back from Ding.
I agree with you, Henry. Yeah. His hand, like you mentioned, just doesn't want to face the heat of a check raise. 5s might be best right now, but it's very difficult to navigate your way to showdown if you get check raised. And he's caught a clean turn. Mikhail's going to activate. I think he's leaning on a bit of a snug image at this point. He hasn't really stepped out of line. He feels that Ding Biao is going to have a lot of ace-high hands and king-high hands that check back flop. And this is another reason why Ding Biao's check is good, is because his hand is a bit underrepresented here. Not to say that it's a monster by any means, but a clear continue.
Big fan of this bet, actually, you know. Queen high obviously cannot win the hand. Try and fold out king high or maybe stronger queen high. Maybe even an ace high that has zero interaction like ace 9.
Yeah, I think it's a cool find from Sultanov. Let's see if he continues telling any stories. Maybe this is a card you do continue to tell a story on. You block ace deuce suited. Nothing really changed. If you had a value hand on the turn, you could still bet all those value hands on the river. No, he waves the white flag.
Somewhat surprised. Felt like the river to actually continue following through on. But here we go. Ding back on the climb. North of 4 million now.
Well, as you'd expect, Henry, Andre's pretty pumped about this free roll opportunity, and he says if you make that November 9, he'll fly out to Vegas. He'll be on your rail.
There we go. Sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah.
Already got I got more people on the rail than anyone in the world right now for that FT.
Yeah. You've got an assigned seat. Winnabook 6-5 of diamonds. First position, though. He's been a little bit on the conservative side, and this hand indeed hits the muck. What's so funny over there, my friend?
Carl Ben said, found a site that says Henry's net worth in Asia is $450. I don't know what sites you're spending time on, Carl Ben, but maybe get an ad blocker. Sounds like some shady stuff. Sultanov gonna limp in. Danilo's got one of those hands, Queen 4-0, against a 19 big blind stack. He's just gonna check though.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're getting at is that maybe he can get Sultanov to limp fold something like Queen 6 or Queen 7, even Queen 8 offsuit, hands that he's dominated by.
Spicy flop. Somehow the dealer's fanned off the King Queen 5, 2 diamonds. Sultanov with the flush draw, Danilo with middle pair.
We could see this pot grow. Though I wonder if faced with check, Danilo's content to check this one back. A lot of possibilities here. I confess this. Oh, we're going to move over here, Henry. So what do we got on this other table?
I can see cards in front of 2 players. Blind v blind. Mehdi Shawi with just 6 bigs, 10-8 suited. Running into another short stack. Malinovsky has him pipped. Clean flop for the Jack 10. Just needs to hold. Needs to fade running hearts, running 6-7, or the 3 outer.
Oh, spicy turn as Mehdi adds those hearts to his out count.
Yeah, just from 3 outs to 12 at the turn of a card. Doesn't get much better than that in this setup. Can Limitless fade? Yes, he can.
It's a good game to Mehdi Chaoui as he finishes in 14th place. We're down to 13 and a much needed double up for Malinovsky as he was one of the shorter stacks in the field.
GG's, mate. 13 left. Pay jump secure for everyone else. $5,500 pay jump. 20% of a buy-in. Oh, go on, dealer. 4 of hearts turn. Okay.
So there was a bet of 100K by Sultanov. No, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I second guessed that one. And he fires now for 325. 2 pair for Velocevic. How does he want to play this? Some merit to both options, in my opinion. He comes with call.
1.1 in the middle. Gael looking for some help. Doesn't find it, but, you know, King of Spades now counterfeiting Danilo's 2 pair. If he was up against a hand like Queen Jack, or just a stronger queen or a king, he's now behind.
Yeah, this would be a wild one if Sultanov just moves in here. Very difficult to do that, of course. Not impossible. Your opponent just has a king and you're out the tournament. But if he did, it would be a very interesting decision for Velocevic, who might ultimately call blocking value hands and unblocking bluffs, but does have a diamond. Still speculation for now as the action's still on the Russian.
This would be such a sick bluff. Such an under-bluff spot as well. But 9 high, he knows it's just never good. Maybe try and get a hand like Jack 9 of hearts,
Yeah.
Jack 10 of hearts to fold.
So I think what's more likely, Henry, is that if he does bluff this hand, he goes with just a smaller sizing, just designed to fold out fellow draws. He does. And versus this sizing, I just don't think that Danilo's going to lay down Queen 4 here, because he can still beat all the flush draws and straight draws.
Question I'm asking myself is Sultanov ever value betting a queen for this size? I think he could. Queen Jack plus.
Yeah, maybe Queen 10 plus, something like that. I could see it. I think if he went a little smaller, it's maybe even more credible. But I just don't know
He's
that.
flicked it in.
Yeah. I don't think that Velasquez can fold for that price. I think the really interesting thing to see would be if Mikhail had moved all in, but I also think it's very difficult to do that. We can see the cards. I like the decision to bet something less than all in. I might have even gone a touch smaller, just thinking a queen won't fold no matter what, and I want to target fellow draws. But the chips continue to shuffle. Logjam at the top. It's Biao, Kala-Djurdjevic, and Velasquez.
Danilo with that pot actually taking a sizable chip lead, around 8 bigs or so, up to 5.2 million. So slowly pulling away from that pack.
Right, you are.
Sultanov, bottom of the chip counts now, just 9 bigs. He's in that danger zone.
Danger zone. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
9 bigs feels like danger zone.
Oh, it's danger zone, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny, when we were playing, or when we were covering the short deck tournament, it feels like the danger zone is a much deeper stack depth in terms of antes.
I really loved that format that they had in Jeju, though.
That was great. You know, and I had never covered short deck before, but what was it? Pot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop. I think it makes the game so much better.
So fun. So fun.
And I just enjoyed that game more than I expected to. There's a lot of, it felt like a crossover. It kind of felt closer to PLO than it did to traditional Texas Hold'em. Paul Pois has been somewhat quiet, mostly a function of being card dead. He did win that flip earlier with pocket sixes against Curtis Knight, who had ace-jack. And that was a bit of a tight fold from Batmunk Unabuk with King 7 offsuit into a similar stacked Sam Mueller blind versus blind.
Agreed.
He's picked his spots, has Batmunk. He's folded in some spots. I think a lot of players would have played the hand, but he's found some sophisticated post-flop maneuvers, notably getting Ding Biao off that chop, that have more than made up for some perhaps tentative play pre-flop.
That King 8 hand was something else. That was really something else. That one's going to be doing the rounds online. I promise you that much.
Yeah, that was a fun hand. Aces for Danilo.
Come on, this is...
Again?
The space of like 20 hands. He's had aces, queens, tens. Now aces for a second time. Uh-oh. He's got that look.
He's got that look. He's like, you know, I've been tight for a while. I've built my image. Maybe now's the time to make it 475, 500, 550 even. Is that what he's thinking?
He just likes playing all-ins. That's the thing that's scaring me.
Yeah. Surely no. Okay, he's going to go less than all in.
Danilo can't believe it. He's like, this is the second time I've had aces and the second time I've been 3-bet.
And again, he has a decision. If you're going to play any traps here, it would be exactly aces. What you'd hate to have happen is that your opponent has a hand like tens or jacks. You trap the aces, overcards come, and they get away.
That's very true.
But what you'd love to have happen is you flat the aces, and it's because they have something like ace-7 suited, and now all of a sudden they bluff it off to you. But he is going to go for the 4-bet once again. Notice he goes non-all-in.
Yeah, he actually goes somewhat big here. Had options to go a lot smaller, like could have gone 700K. Just really extending the rope to Unabuk, saying, hey, look, I have a hand that can 4-bet. Oh, my word.
Oh, and Unabuk has made a move at the wrong time as he 5-bet shoves into the pocket aces of Velocevic.
Oh, man. Danilo hitting him with the 940, saying, hey, bud, there's enough out here for you to steal now that makes it worth going all in. And the Serb just gets to click the call button with the blades.
And, of course, in wonderful shape, but it's not over. 2 clubs on the flop.
Are you kidding me? Not like this. Surely not.
Backdoor straight draws as well.
7 for a sweat. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Danilo can breathe for now.
I can't. Let me know when the river's been dealt.
Club and a club only for Unabuk.
Unabuk's standing up as well, just picking up so much equity. Yeah, Danilo's like, listen, pal, this is not my first time. As he holds, fades the club on the river. As the two exchange a fist bump, and an ill-timed 5-bet jam from the Mongolian sees him out the door in 13th.
9 on the turn would have been a bit more of a sweat than the 9 on the river. And, you know, I wonder if Danilo had just flatted the 3-bet, maybe all those chips would have made their way into the middle anyway.
That's a good point.
With Bat Mook flopping that flush draw, but we're down to 12.
Man, Danilo is running away with it now. He's up to 8 million. Second closest to him is Dan Dvoris on 52 bigs with 5.2 million. So a near 30 big blind gap between first and second.
So for the first time in quite some time, it's a bit of a runaway chip lead situation for Danilo here. As with 8 million, he can really start to apply pressure. But Ding Biao has the medicine.
Unabuk going to collect 62,000 for his 13th place finish. We are on a 9K ladder between 12th and 11th, as Ding just flats. Flats the ace king very deceptively.
Yeah, this is a bit unusual from Ding Biao. Maybe just not wanting to play a huge one here, and like you mentioned, there's some deception value. But I would have expected 3-bet. And I suppose you just call now as Ding with the 2 overs, that inside straight draw.
That's actually a really fun turn card. Obviously, Ding, we can see his turn top pair, top kicker, but it's a card that you could see Danilo continue to fire on here.
Yeah, you could. I mean, Danilo definitely has a lot of strong hands on this board, but I guess one thing to think about is that Ding Biao can still have basically all combinations of ace-10 offsuit and 10-9 offsuit, so you can't go so crazy thinking that your opponent has no really strong hands here. But he's going to do what you suggested, Henry. He's going to try to apply pressure to all those other hands that Ding Biao can have, right? All those Queen X hands, Jack X hands that he's also dense in. He can have Jack 9 off. He can have Queen 7 suited. All of these hands are put into a difficult decision on this King of Spades turn.
Absolutely. That's exactly the hands that he's targeting here. Being way less likely to have ace 10, given that he holds that ace of hearts in hand. 2 million in the middle, by the way. Not a pot to sniff at.
And once he's bet the turn, as Velocevic, when a brick falls like this, feels like there's a decent chance he continues to tell a story and try to get hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, maybe hands like 3x of diamonds to fold.
All in? All in, dealer?
I don't know that you need to go
don't
all
need
in
to,
to
no.
accomplish that goal. You know, I think
agree.
you can maybe just go something like 1.4, but he gives up, and a very nice pot will go Ding Biao's way. And I wonder if any eyebrows will be furrowed as it's revealed that he just flatted that ace-king. So while we had that big pot going on, there was just a quick question in chat of if we read the chat and respond. Yeah, we keep our eyes on it. You know, our primary job, of course, is to call and follow the action, but we definitely dip into the chat here and there. So if you have questions or comments, feel free to post them, and if we deem them interesting or worthy, we'll respond to them.
Look at the stacks on the other table. It's like sub-penny.
Like I saw it, like everyone 12, 6, 15.
I'll only go
A lot of bust outs.
Khaled Djurdjevic will open it up, and Ding Biao once again has a premium ace out of the blinds, this time ace-jack in the small. Different situation where he covers Khaled Djurdjevic, but again electing just to call.
Soft hand for hand.
So they are on a soft hand for hand, which means that they're just going to monitor the number of hands that each table play to ensure fairness. And when they go on those soft hand for hands, it usually means that there's some type of pay jump in the balance. In this case, I think it's just because it's 2 tables of 6. They just want to make sure that no table gets too far ahead, as Khaled Djurdjevic has flopped the absolute world here with a straight and an open-ended straight flush draw.
As much of a fan of tournaments as I am, I'm just dreaming of being like 300 big blinds deep in a cash game, Alex.
Yeah.
This is just dreams of seeing your opponent with like 2 pair or a set.
Dreams of Vegas and the Mirage with this one.
That's it. That is it.
As Ding Biao can go nowhere for this price.
There's money being wagered in the chat on Khaled Djurdjevic to win this one. He's certainly got what it takes. That much we know. 940 in the middle.
Consecutive hands where Ding Biao has taken a hand that some players would have 3-bet and elected to play it as a flat. Last time, he flopped best, didn't get that 3rd bet out of Velocevic. This time, he's in trouble, drawing only to a queen.
Pot.
Yeah, I like a healthy size here, Henry. He agrees with your assessment. Betting 700K. This is healthy.
For Ding, man, it's tough. This is grim because you're up against Dan.
Yeah, it's very tough. You know, Ding can realize that by flatting the small blind, maybe his range a bit stronger than if he'd flatted the big blind. Might make Dayan a little less likely to just go completely crazy here, but this is still a difficult spot. Oh, and that's a great fold from Ding Biao, and he made it fairly quickly. Impressive stuff.
Perhaps just
Tad too greedy there from the local man if ace jack's hitting the muck.
Thank you.
Quick dealer change. We're working our way down to this first final table here in Montenegro. 12 left. Top prize of $849,000. And given that it is a dealer change, gives us a little bit of time. Perfect time, rather. A shout out to one of our partners here, Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series. We'll be seeing 2 of those Triton Epic X watches handed out on this stage. The 100K PLO, the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event.
Yeah.
Is that Drew Amato I see in the corner of my eye, showing up 2 days late?
It's definitely Drew Amato.
He's got the
renowned photographer.
He's the man.
And he's been doing a lot of work over the last couple of years with the PGA Tour as well, the Live Tour. He does both golf and poker photography. Talented guy. As Mueller, ace deuce of diamonds, that hits the muck.
Do you think he would ever honestly answer what he prefers doing? Golf photography or poker photography?
No, I think he would probably keep that to himself.
I think so. We all know it's poker.
He plays a lot of golf. I know
does,
that. You know,
pretty good as well from what I've heard.
I think he is. I can't remember. Maybe I've played once with him in like a scramble format. I've definitely been at the course when he was playing, but I don't recall if we were in the same group. I think not. And the blinds are up, by the way. 125 is now the big blind. 265 was the ask from Danilo. Pois just flatting out of the small blind, inviting in the Russian, Sultanov, who is short on chips, but likes the price.
You know, we're seeing a lot of these strong hands just playing as flat, and I do wonder if it's just by proxy of the 5 short stacks we have on the other table. Mikolaitis with 16 bigs, Malinovsky with 14, Ben Tollerin with 11, Paulie V with 10, and Fabian Niederreiter with 10 as well.
Yeah, you're right. Those stacks on the other table, so short. It looks like Paul Pois kind of has a short stack on this table, but it's very deceptive. He's still 5th in chips overall with 12
He's playing
left.
average, yeah. He's got average stack.
So it's Danilo who flops best here. Sultanov effectively dead. And let's see what Danilo wants to do if he faces 2 checks, which he will.
Interesting versus small blind flat. I think Paul has a lot of Broadway cards in his range. Some ace-jack, ace-queen, as we can see. But Danilo just keeping life easy, simple, firing out a C-bet, and then, you know, reevaluating on turns should we see one.
Right, and I think that this size is deliberate, this 225. The idea being if Paul calls, there's worlds in which Sultanov can raise, and then Danilo can leverage the fact that the action is reopened, whereas if he'd bet 250, he wouldn't have that option. Paul does make the call, and he won't have to worry about that scenario, as Sultanov had a nothing burger himself.
1.4 in the middle.
Wow.
Come on, dealer, really?
What an insane card. Danilo has made 2 pair. Paul Pois has made Broadway on a very draw-heavy board. And this could be a lot of trouble for Danilo, as his hand may feel that it wants to get protection and value with so many draws available. But he's only got 4 outs.
But say he bets here and faces check jam. How thrilled are we about calling off with 2nd and 3rd pair?
Yeah, you're not thrilled. He checks back.
That's a great check.
Employs a little bit of pot control here.
That is a world-class check.
And now diamonds completing on the river. This was the front door flush draw. Pois has that blocker, the queen of diamonds in hand. I'd like to see a value bet here. Question being sizing.
I think Danilo just saved himself north of $1 million.
Yeah, you know, because if he bet big on the turn, maybe he gets away with it. It gets away from it if Pois jams, but It really depends what type of range you put Paul on. If you think Paul can have a number of combo draws,
Yeah.
it gets awfully dicey folding a hand that beats all those draws.
Yeah, you'd have to be hoping that Paul has something like King, Queen of Hearts.
So
and
Paul,
even then you like flipping.
Yeah. Yeah, and so Paul does elect to check it over here. He decides that Danilo can have a bunch of kind of airball hands, and he's daring those hands to fire a bluff on this 3 of diamonds. And will Danilo go for value?
555?
555.
He does. Now, versus... yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to say, it's like, what, 40% pot?
Yeah. Now, I think versus this bet, Paul can at least consider a value raise. I think if it was a bigger bet, there's no way he would value raise, right, with that flush completing. This bet looks like it could be thin value on the surface.
I agree. I think he can find the raise, something like 1.3 million.
But I think his plan was just to check, maybe induce a bluff, and make the call. And now I think he's thinking to himself, do I need to pivot from that plan? Queen of diamonds in hand. Sizing just looking so much like what it is. Some sort of thin value with 2 pair. Maybe a set that check back.
Okay, tight call.
Tight call, yeah.
When you hear tight call,
you don't want to hear tight call.
I think you know. I think you know that the Jack-10 is no good.
Interesting spot for Paul because, you know, versus something like 2/3, he always just plays call.
You have the ace of diamond. Shuffle.
Well, nice, tidy little pickup there for Paul. He's now playing 4.8 million.
Okay, coming.
And I think he was sort of implying there
so bad
that if he did check raise less than all in, he's afraid his opponent would have the ace of diamonds and just go for it all.
That would be pretty sick.
So Henry, Milosevic on this table was running away with it for a little bit, but now we've got that parity again.
We
The
do.
top 3.
Yeah, we really do. Danilo playing 48 bigs. Dan Dvorak on the other table having the time of his life with the short stacks. He's got 46 big blinds. Ding Biao on 42. Paul Poir on 38 and Dejan Karađorđević on 37. Then there is a significant drop-off to Samuel Muller with 22 bigs. That's the first time, really, you know, with 12 left, where we've had this kind of clear separation between half of the field.
Yeah, Dvorak, by the way, won a significant pot off of Ben Tollerine. Check raising on Queen 10-4, 2 hearts in a 3-bet pot. Tollerine was the 3-better. Turn 10 of hearts went check, check. River double pairing the board, so it's Queen 10-4, 10-4 with 3 hearts. And Dvorak moved in and got through Tollerine. Tollerine just let that one go. So, like you said, he's got a big chip lead over on that other table.
This is a really cool 3-bet from Ding.
Yeah, this is nice because you can get ace-10 off to fold. You can maybe get ace-jack off to fold given the positions. Sheds the king-jack, which has plenty of equity against your hand.
see Muller kind of chewing on his face there. Like,
Yeah, he may not have completely believed Ding Biao, but he just knows with that offsuit Broadway that he has one of the worst hands to continue.
This one is, it's got the potential to be a classic. We got a real cast of characters in the final 12. A lot of storylines. Dan Dvorak looking to become the 3rd person in history to win that Triton Trident by taking down his first No Limit Hold'em event, if he can ship this. And joining Michael Watson and Jason Kuhn.
Yeah. I mean, that's just such a cool accomplishment to win in all the different formats. Really cementing yourself as not just a specialist, but a legend of poker, you know, because poker is not just Texas Hold'em. Poker is many games. And here at Triton, you have the opportunity to play 3 games. This festival just Hold'em and PLO, but short deck, we saw it in Jeju. Mikhail has pocket 4s here, and if he could see Paul's hand, he would just be thrilled about things.
I mean, this is like best case scenario for him, especially if the blinds bow out.
Second hand you play.
Paul's trying to talk him out of it.
Come on, Sultanov. Find it from within. Got 3.5 bigs. No point waiting around trying to ladder. Want to put yourself in a spot to actually go on and win this tournament.
Poyons.
There were some birthday celebrations the other night.
Okay. You've always got all the inside info, Henry.
Happy birthday, Paul. Belated.
Okay, here he goes. He's left 1 chip behind. So he's put in 400K.
Yeah, you think so long, no good for me. Maybe small pair.
Paul with the live read.
Wow.
The timing tell.
Small pair. Small 4. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Wow. Paul is locked in. He just called Sultana for 4s or 5s.
That's so sick.
4不了了不少。
That is such a
我
sick
知道
read.
多一点我真的不去了，他真的想那么久。肯定是4456那种牌。
He just goes with the. This is the man with experience, you know, the timing tell. That was pretty spot on.
That was unbelievable.
Hey, maybe chop 10 and 10.
The amount that Sultanov was tanking, he put him on a pair.
.1 out there. Paul does have running hearts working for him.
And straight
Okay,
draw
10 of,
present.
spade. Chop. Okay.
10 would chop
spades.
it.
Yeah, he's called for the 10 of spades. That's fair. We're not greedy. Be such a grim one for Sultanov after that painful decision pre-flop. He did go with it. And he holds.
He can breathe a sigh of relief. And yeah, you take all that time to get the 4s in. You see the 3s, and then all of a sudden on the turn, things are looking a little uglier. But Sultanov does double up through Pois.
Triple up.
Fabian Niederreiter is the shortest stack in the tournament. It feels like Henry, he's been short forever. He's just been managing to hang around, as they say. Dvoris well on top over there with 46 bigs. His closest competitor on that table is Malinovsky with 14 bigs. As everyone just has pretty much an all-in or fold stack. Of course, these guys are capable of navigating 10 big blinds post-flop a lot more gracefully than we did a decade or so ago.
It felt like a decade ago if you drop below 15 bigs.
Yeah, you're just
people
like,
just panicked
all
and
right.
they were like, okay, I'm all in. Like,
yeah. There's been so much more study on just the navigations post-flop even. You defend the big blind off of 7 or 8 bigs. You find these check min raises, you know, it's just, it's a different world. Ace-king for Danilo.
Mustafa was saying yesterday, I asked him before we picked up, you know, coverage of the 25. I said, are you ready? Are you ready to go? He said, give me anything between 3 big blinds and 100. I'm ready. So he's been studying the 3 big blind chart.
I love it.
So Dan gonna defend his big blind. As the two friends will square off. We're gonna head on over to an outer table. We'll jump back to the ace king, ace queen, because we've got an all-in call situation. And look at this, Dan with trip nines needs to fade the heart on the river to get us down to 11.
Oh, and he doesn't. I thought for a second I jinxed Niederreiter. As I just mentioned how he's been hanging around. He will double up through Dvoris.
When in pre, the best hand won.
There you go. Everything else was just irrelevant details. Meanwhile, picking this up on the turn. Single raise pop between Kalderdjurjevic and Velocevic went check on the flop.
I just don't see how Dan doesn't win this hand.
I tend to agree with you, Henry. I think he's going to come out firing with this combo draw. Maybe just wins it right here. As Danilo has, yeah, versus this size, I mean.
Good luck.
Yeah, have fun calling ace of hearts, king of spades. Rivers are going to be really fun with this one.
Well, I see someone strolling through the casino floor with a Harry Kane top on as Danilo folds the ace king, and I think it's safe to say that both me and that man are going to be heartbroken in about 2 months' time as England exit the World Cup in the semi-finals.
Is that your prediction? Is this just the pessimist in you? You're just, not only are you going to be ousted, but it's going to be in a heartbreaking semi-final loss to who? Portugal?
Yeah.
What's the power rankings? I'm not a football soccer. So give me the top 6 teams.
I believe Spain are favorites, and then what I recently checked in terms of pricing, Spain favorites, France, Argentina, and England tied.
Okay.
There's like joint second. And then I wouldn't know from there on after.
Brazil still powerhouse?
Brazil and Portugal, I'd say.
Okay.
Probably up there.
Wow.
Aces against sevens.
This was just an open rip from Paulie V. He only had a little over 10 bigs under the gun. Dvoris woke up with the bullets.
2.8 in the middle for Dan to retake his commanding chip lead and get back up to 6 million. Just needs to hold, and hold he will.
That'll be it.
It's up to 6.3 million. Paulie V out the door, 12th place for 62,000. That one's somewhat bittersweet, especially given how, you know, with 12 left, we had this interesting stack distribution between the two tables. And on this table, it was kind of anyone's game to actually pull away with it. I think a bit of run good, picking up the right hands at the right time. As it's Dan Dvoris running away with it. I think now tournament chip leader, actually.
Yeah, right you are, because there's been a bit of a pull back to the field for Velocevic, who at one point was out to 8 million. Meanwhile, what do we have here?
Blind v blind. Limped in from Kalderdjurjevic. Ding came with the 3.5x for 450,000. Couple of eights. 7-5-5, 2 clubs.
Just feels like, you know, pot's getting so much bigger now that the blind's up to 125. $1 million in the middle, and it's just a single raised pot.
Every pot on this table just has me on the edge of my seat because of how deep we are here versus how shallow they are out there. You know, one misstep on this table and you go from an average stack to out the door.
Yeah. Or one, you know, fortunate situation, you could be up to 10 million. I don't really see how Dayon can continue here without a very strong read of some sort. He's got no club in hand. Yes, he's ahead of some of those weak ISOs that Ding Biao can have, but out of position. Feels difficult to float with just the 2 overs. But he's a fighter, Henry.
Oh boy.
And he's going to fight on. He feels that King-Jack can be best enough of the time, probably feels his opponent might barrel with bluffs on a king or a jack as well.
That's a great point. I can't believe he's found the call here, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Out of position, against someone as aggressive as Ding, where it just feels like you're playing a guessing game. Across turn and river, so difficult to improve as well.
Yeah, I would have thought, you know, King-Jack of spades would call there, or maybe King-Jack would call versus smaller size. But it is interesting. What's Ding Biao going to do now on this ace of diamonds? His hand is all of a sudden quite middling, as Dayon can definitely have some ace-x of clubs, some ace-highs that call.
I tell you what, if a king or a jack comes on the river, Ding is going to lose it.
The foreshadowing continues.
You watch this reaction if this gets the showdown.
You've seen this before, it seems like.
Oh yeah, I've been calling the action on Ding for quite some time. He is not one to hide his emotions, or if he thinks you misplayed a hand, his face will tell.
Now, do we ever see a very small block here from Dayon targeting hands like this? No, it just goes with check.
Nice.
两个天啦，有掉到给我花都没有。
You called it, Henry.
打算偷你了。
Ding Biao did not enjoy that showdown.
打吗？没有，开出来。打了。
Even hit Dan with the nice hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you think 600k with King Jack? You think you're good? You know? Almost let one slip out. I'm feeling the emotion myself. Djordjevic up to 6.1 now.
Yeah, a little tension now over in that corner on the dealer's left.
That's another head shake.
A bit of a wry smile, though. You know, he kind of sees a little humor in it as well. Ace-King for Sultanov, fresh off of that double up with those 2 fours.
Here we go.
Might he have another chance to get back into this story?
Paul's chuckling as the time banks are thrown out. Now, I do believe fast action is in play, so he only has that 1 red time bank chip for his pre-flop decision. Sorry, he has 1 more tucked in there.
Okay, so there's different color time chips that can be used for different scenarios.
Yeah, so if the pot is unopened, you use your red time bank. So you've got 10 seconds, I believe. There you go. See the other one being taken.
Now, let's hope he knows that he has 10 seconds now, because you would hate to have your hand just killed.
You can now use your time banks.
Oh, I see. Okay.
His hand won't be killed. It's just you have the pre-flop ones with the 10 seconds. Then it starts eating into your time banks. There we go. Effectively jamming.
A couple blue chips left behind for a rainy day. I don't think that Filosovic can call in this position versus this low jack open. I mean, he has to think he's ahead of a decent chunk of the shoves, but he's got 4 players behind him. Feels a little too dicey. Well, what about King Queen of Hearts for Mueller? Maybe same type of thing, right? He still has 3 players behind him. This hand feels a little nicer than the ace-10 off somehow, but he's out as well. Ding Biao still smiling over at Djordjevic. And a wry one at that.
All right, take it down, Sultanov. 12 bigs and a dream. My man is not out yet. He is holding on. Love to see it. I'm always a fan of these, you know, spin-up stories. We've all been there where our hopes have just been diminished. We felt like we're out the tournament, and then you just get this glimmer of hope. You find a double, you go from 4 bigs to 9 bigs. Then you get a jam through, and you're like, okay, all right, I can do this.
Yeah, you start to feel alive again after just sitting there floundering. Tournament poker, man, there's nothing like it. For me, I play a lot of different formats, cash games, tournaments, live, online. Kind of played it all over the years, but there is nothing that compares with the feeling of making a deep run in a live poker tournament. It's just unmatched. Queens for Kala-Djurdjevic.
Dan picking up hands at the right time. 2 away from the final table. Spiked that king on the river against Ding. Now finding the 3-bet.
And he goes fairly hefty, full 3x. They are pretty deep. That's part of the reason why. Danilo's hand is really an interesting one, and I would like to defer to him. Feels like everything's in play here.
These guys fight. You know, they may be friends, but they do fight against each other.
Yeah, I think everything from fold to call to all-in to non-all-in 4-bet, I mean, everything could happen here with this particular hand.
1.5.
I think, like, in general, you'd rather use something like ace-9 offsuit for your non-all-in 4-bet.
1.8.
But he does go on non-all-in. And yeah, he goes a little bigger than you thought, Henry, and bigger than I would have thought he needs to go.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Danilo was running away with it. I believe peaked at 7 million. Now an ill-timed 4-bet sends the pot over to Kala-Djurdjevic, who's now playing 8.2 million and running away with it on home soil.
Yeah, Kala-Djurdjevic, no Hollywooding needed there.
每个人只要一3B他就4B，他以为你们偷他，我3B他都不会，我不会假了。哎。
Muller's been quiet.
He has.
By proxy of just not having hands. He tried opening the king-jack and he got slapped on the wrist by Ding.
Ding's got great range with his fashion. You know, he's wearing the Arcturix jacket here. It's kind of a sportier look. He also goes for some more of the luxury brands sometimes.
Oh, he's got the $5 million watch collection as well. I mean,
yeah.
It's pretty insane. 5 million might be me.
That might be a little much, but yeah, I just like the range.
No, I'm saying...
Oh, you're saying it might be more than that?
Yeah, I think I'm being ridiculously generous.
Wow.
Like he has one of the Jacob & Co timepieces, which are worth 800k. He's got an RM, a couple of RMs. They're like 400 a pop.
Middle pair for Mueller, nothing really going for Velocevic.
Pretty rough ride for Danilo after that easy call with the aces. That was with 13 left, where he vaulted into the chip lead with 12 left. Now, things not going his way. He still has a very healthy stack. He's dropped down. A few people asking if we are live. We are watching the same delayed feed as you guys to keep the integrity of the game alive and well. But you can interact with both myself and Alex Livingston. We do try to keep you guys involved, engaged, answer questions. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, who you're not rooting for.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I guess in my case, by proxy of our wager, I have to be slightly anti-sweating Ding Biao, but I want to see him make it to the final table because he's fun to watch.
Shout out to APK, Aaron Paul, Grammar, fellow booth brethren.
Somebody you've worked with?
Haven't worked with him personally, but been loving his stuff out in, I was about to say out in Europe. We are in Europe. He's done a, I want to say WSOP Europe, some other stuff as well. He's got the voice, you know.
It's half the battle. Ace Queen for Sultanov. He's got the goods.
Oh, okay, we're flipping.
Here we go.
To get us down to the FT bubble, Muller just needs to hold with the black tens. Yeah, I'm such a mindset fish. I get dealt tens here, I'm all in. I get called off, I'm like, really? The guy just has 2 overs? Are you kidding me?
Could be worse. Could always be worse. 57% favorite is Mueller as he takes a sip of his water in anticipation of this one.
Oh. 2.5 in the middle. Ace or a queen needed for Sultanov. Doesn't find it on the 6-4 deuce. Takes a sip of water. Sam's out of his chair as well. D-Mike turn.
Well, he's got some opportunities.
I think we have to go for the D-Mike here, you know?
We've seen it before. Goes for the water instead.
5 to chop it, ace or a queen to win it.
Ooh, and queen it is, and a little bit of emotion there from the Russian. Bit of a fist pump.
Wow, what a spin up.
Yeah, after winning those pocket 4s against pocket 3s, now he's up to $2.5 million.
He's playing 20 big blinds. Samuel Muller just 6 outed on the river. He's now struggling. He's down to 1.4, just 12 bigs.
He belongs on that other table with that stack size. As it's Mikulaitis, Tollerine, Malinovsky. 3 of the 4 shortest stacks alongside Sam Mueller.
Really important question here from DJ Cordial saying, Henry, what's your go-to karaoke song? Lose Yourself by
Eminem.
By Eminem, or Wonderwall by Oasis. What about you?
Well, I've got a funny story about Lose Yourself. I was on a date a few years ago before I met my fiance.
I'm cringing already, but please continue.
Cringing because I'm referencing being on a date?
No, dude. Because you're somehow going to tie this in. Was this your way of peacocking? Was that, hey, check this out. I can spit bars.
Let's make sure there's no action here. Okay, we're safe. Mueller's going to get this one through. I was on a date, and we went to a comedy show.
Okay.
And I bought VIP tickets. I don't know why, but when you buy VIP tickets to a comedy show, just as a warning to our audience here, what that usually means is you're going to be up front close to the stage.
Yeah.
And what that usually means is that you might get picked on or you might have some, something thrown your way. So the date's going fine, blah, blah, blah. We actually weren't drinking on this date. It was a sober date.
Okay.
And we get to, do you know Daryl from The Office?
I do.
Character? Yeah, okay. So he's there as like a cameo thing. Well, actually, he was just like a guest star. So he comes on stage, and all of a sudden, he starts playing the soundtrack to Lose Yourself, and all of a sudden, there's a microphone in my face, and I'm supposed to be singing the lyrics to the song. Now, my problem is I've heard this song a million times, and I love this song. I am notoriously awful at remembering song lyrics. So I'm on the spot. I'm supposed to be singing Lose Yourself. And I just, like, I know the first couple lyrics, but I don't want to start singing it and then just have to stop after like 12 words. So now I've got my phone out and I'm trying to get the words on my phone. The service is bad. It's a disaster.
Deer in headlights.
And I kind of turned to my date and I said, I thought she might know it. And she ended up covering the song for me, but there was no date after that.
She came in clutch.
She came in clutch, but it was a bit of an embarrassing moment for me. So, you know, that's my experience with Lose Yourself.
Listen, my takeaway from that is under pressure, you were looking for viable solutions in the moment. Fair play. You reached for the phone. You turned to phone a friend. You got yourself out of a tough situation.
You want to be my PR guy?
I think listen, man. Back against the wall, you found an exit.
Palms are sweaty.
Back to the action here. Sultanov is having the time of his life. Pocket queens now. That's a great story, by the way, dude.
Yeah.
Love that.
Well, you know, it was all for the best. As I found my fiance not too long after that.
Oh, boy. Ding with the ill-timed 3-bet. Mikhail can't believe this. He's just like, you know what, guys?
This is the second time in a short period where a suited wheel ace has attacked the queens.
All in. All in.
Paul can't help himself but chuckle.
Yeah, Sultanov.
Ding just gets more and more frustrated as the day goes on.
And Mikhail, you know, he really considered folding those fours, I believe.
Yeah.
And now he finds himself at $3.5 million. Right around chip average.
He's chilling.
He is loving life right now.
Hit and run.
Oh, hit and run indeed. He's going to get moved over to the outer table as there is going to be this rebalancing, just keeping things fair. We've been 6-handed on this table for some time. 5-handed on the other table.
Oh, that's right. That's something that they do here that's pretty cool. If it's 6 and 5 one way and it goes on for too long, they say, let's make it 6 and 5 the other way. Sultanov, this is his debut tournament here at Triton, and he's right in the mix. And, you know, it was this tournament last year, was it not, that Xuan Liu
that's correct.
picked up that title in her maiden tournament. So is there something about this opening event here in Montenegro?
That is correct. All right, those of you just joining us, 11 left here in the opening event, 25K Golden Decade, $849,000 up top. A lot of storylines developing. One of them, Alex just referenced, Sultanov looking to take down a title on his debut. Dan Dvoris looking to pick up his 4th title and perhaps more impressively join that Triton Trident Club.
In great position to do so.
How about Ben Tollerine looking for title number 5 in less than 3 years? That's pretty ridiculous, including 2 mains.
I mean, there's some real kind of GOAT arguments that you could throw Tollerine's way. But Michaelitis has ace-queen here against the Dvoris shove.
How you feeling, Michaelitis? Ace-queen, 64%. 2.1 million to get right back in the thick of things.
I wouldn't be feeling good about it. We saw what happened earlier with Dvoris. He won the ace-6 against ace-9, the 9-4 against ace-queen.
That's true. He has been on a bit of a run.
I'd be a little worried as Dominicus.
Let's see 3 dealer. Oh, 10-9-3. Dan Dvoris finding middle pair and now finds himself 2 cards away from being up to 7.5 million on the FT bubble.
And that's going to do it.
Wow.
3 of a kind for Dvoris. Michaelitis out of his chair. We're down to 10.
takes it on the chin like an absolute champ, knows it's just standard procedures here as Dan just pushing the table around, and you know, 36% of the time he's going to win that. GG's. Nikolaitis, we'll be seeing plenty more of him this series. One of those just really impressive players the last couple of years. Picked up a title in this card room, actually. Took down the 50K.
Yeah, indeed. So we're down to 10. There is a pay jump also from 10th to 9th of 14,000. And of course, the difference between making or not making that final table.
Yeah, you want that Facebook picture. You know, the final table, you get to reshare it on Instagram or share it to the group chat.
Get the Facebook picture, you got the player intro, you got another notch in your Triton statistics that you've made a final table. There's a lot to play for. Of course, that cold hard cash, 849 at the top, is on the forefront of all these players' minds. But look at Dvoris's chips, by the way.
Crazy,
he might need a color up at some point.
It is crazy.
He's building one of those old school castles that we used to see. I like it, man. I like when there's more chips on the table. I'm not a big fan of these. Some of the tournaments, they're getting too happy to color chips up.
So, look at our two tables. Dan, runaway chip lead on his table. Over on the feature table, Dejan Karađorđević, runaway chip lead with 68 bigs. Then it's a big drop-off, man.
Yeah. Look at those middle stacks. 5 of them between 3.2 and 3.71. I mean, and then another drop-off. So you've got 3 clear tiers here as far as chips are concerned.
That's right. When did this even happen? I mean...
Well, Dvoris has just been wreaking havoc on that outer table.
If you look at his chip graph on the Triton Poker Plus app, it's just, he was chilling like 20 hands ago with 2 million. And now here he is, just monster stack.
Feels like Karađorđević hasn't really had any speed bumps along the way. He's just been either maintaining or accumulating.
Queen 10 deuce. Sultanov's first engagement at this table, opening the 7s. See if he can find the c-bet here. Should get the job done. I mean, depending on size, if he comes with something like quarter pot, then maybe the German sticks around with the lower end of the straight. Seems unlikely, but...
Let's see what Mikhail comes with. Just a small bet. So might Niederreiter be interested here? One of the problems, of course, is that you can get coolered on that jack. Also, you've got no heart or diamond in hand. Yeah, he just gets away. I like it.
Wow, look at this. Sultanov's up to 4 million, dude. 4 million.
What
He's
a wild
10x
run.
his stack.
And this is his first ever Triton event. And he hasn't seemed phased at all, has he? He's just been battling it out with the best of them. I think the players discussing potentially taking a short break. One of those situations where maybe a dinner break was scheduled in, but they're so close to the final table where there will be kind of a forced break.
So it looks like we're going to do a color up.
Yeah, I think we're going to play 1 or 2 more hands.
Okay.
Then go on a short break. Won't be a long one.
Okay.
And then we'll be back to resume action.
Okay, toilet break 1 minute.
All right, so hand for hand, FT bubble. Let's go.
Let's do this thing. What do you think, Henry? Is it going to be a confrontation on this feature table where all the chips are concentrated, or do you think that Dvoris will just dispatch of one of the short stacks over on the other table?
I mean, money would be on the latter. You've got Tolerine on 7 bigs, Malinovsky on 7 bigs. Having said that, at this table, you know, Danilo, Ding.
Yeah, these are battlers. We've mentioned
exactly. It. Like these guys, if they see a spot, 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds, you know, they'll take it.
And I wonder if this is a spot. Maybe Mueller just comes with call here with the offsuit King 10. He does. But just 950 behind, 725 in the middle.
Flops best. King 5-4. Just north of a pot-sized bet behind. Paul just kind of running through the motions here. Very dry and disconnected.
You see this a lot from Paul, kind of this pensive face, and he's balanced. It's not like he always has weak hands when he does that, but he just likes to think things through, make sure he gets it right. Comes with small bet here. Feels like a board you can just bet small with a lot of your range or your entire range. And for Mueller, something like check min raise feels interesting. Trying to suggest that you can have bluffs.
Can I take my phone real quick because it's a small
Just
break?
calling also would work. He does come with check min raise.
Nice find, Alex Livingston.
Yeah, it just felt like he can try to represent that he has some type of bluff here on a board that Pois is going to whiff a lot with hands like this, with ace-jack, with queen 10.
Ball 65.
465.
And indeed, this min raise does get a call out of Pois. I'm certain Pois would have folded to a jam. Mueller is able to get this call. Pois needs an ace or running straight cards.
Get us down to the FT. Well, he's still ahead of some of those 6-7s, 7-8s. Even hands like ace-3, although I think an ace would have just gone in pre.
What is Mueller going to do here? Just 500K behind, 1.6 in the middle. Maybe he just sticks it in.
Oh, for sure. I think we just have to go for it here.
Think so. Yes, he does. And Pois gets rid of it. So Mueller able to get a nice pickup there with that check min raise.
Really nice find. So as we already alluded to, and we heard Paul kind of say as well, hey guys, what's the point of taking a full break? Let's just step out for all of 2 minutes, everyone rush to the bathroom, whatever it is that we got to do, then come back here, wait for the final table bubble to burst before taking a prolonged break. So chip counts, as you can see, Dan Dvoris running away with it on his table, Dejan Karađorđević running away with it on the feature table. All eyes on Ben Tolerine and Viktor Malinovsky as we're throwing it to a quick 3-minute break. Don't go too far. When we come back, we're playing down to the final table.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September.
call.
Triton.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are on the final table bubble of the opening event here in Montenegro, and it is the local man, Dejan Karađorđević, leading the field. He is currently out in pole position. Dan Dvoris on his tail. Blinds go up to 75k, 150k. I'm Henry Kilbane, alongside my co-pilot for the series, Alex Livingston. Alex, short stacks, mate. This is going to be over quickly, I think.
It could be, although keep in mind we saw that long bubble, right, where we had those 3-6 big blind stacks just waiting each other out. We'll see what happens here. The two short stacks on the same table. We're covering the other table where we've seen no shortage of fireworks.
Oh, it's been a fun one. I mean, Danilo was up to, what, 7.5 million. Found a ill-timed 4-bet against his good friend.
Mueller's going to limp into the big stack of Dejan. With ace-7, he's got options here. Could just move in.
That's what I'm wondering. At big blind 150k, 14 bigs. Yeah.
4 million. Raise 4 million. Plus.
That's one way to really wield your stack, isn't it? Not announce all in, just 4 million. More than average.
Yeah. It's one of the luxuries you have as the big stack, because you can toy around with things like that. And things have just gone his way. You know, that pot he played against Ding Biao, where he floated the flop with King Jack off, which we felt was, you know, a little bit borderline against a big bet, and then rivering the kings, and you called it in terms of Ding's expression. That was one of the critical pots of this tournament. Queens, excuse me, for Poix.
Yeah, if Ding feels like you've butchered a hand, he'll let you know. No butchering here. Paul looking to just, I mean, make history. If he could win the Golden Decade event, that would be one of the headlines of the year, if not of Triton history, let's be honest. Fold round to Ding, who's got a deuce.
Raise and take it for Paul.
A few people asking about the payouts. Everyone currently guaranteed 71,000. Ladder of 14,000 if you can make it down to 9. That is the last of the 5-figure paydays. Then from 8th onwards, it's 6 figures galore. Top prize of 849k, as it looks like we got something going on.
Oh, wow. Tolerine With the covering stack, aces against limitless, king 10 off.
This is just the cooler for Malinowski, five-handed. He's got, what, 5.5 bigs. King 10 is an absolute slam dunk. He wakes up against the blades of Ben Tollerine, who is looking to win his 5th title here if he can close this one out.
Tollerine was our chip leader coming into the day. He's had a bit of a rough run.
It's been a swingy one. It's been a real swingy one, as it's never easy. 10-4-3, top pair. Malinowski is drawing live.
He's got backdoor spades as well.
No spades on the turn. So a king or a 10 only, otherwise we are down to the final table in this 25K. Final table it is. GG's.
Malinowski out 10th. Tollerine, much needed double up.
Yeah, I mean, even with that pickup there, Tollerine only up to 14.5 bigs, but does take us away from short-handed play, does take us down to the final table, and the stage is going to be set. It is the local man, Dejan Karađorđević, looking to pick up his first Triton trophy. Came so close in that main event in this very card room back in 2024. Would love nothing more than to pick up his first title on home soil. How about that for a final table, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely stacked. And you see two at the top. You see Karađorđević and Dvorak. One of the interesting stories will be seat draw, right? You know, if you're Dvorak, you certainly don't want to have Karađorđević on your direct left.
That's a great point. Average stack of 27 big blinds coming into this FT. Only 2 players with more than average as we welcome you back to the break desk. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And I think that is the talking point for me. Only 2 players with more than average. Is this going to be a case of ICM jail for, you know, pretty much everyone else, as Sam Muller is down there 9th in chips with 13 bigs? Is kind of like all eyes on the short stacks until something gives.
Yeah, it's interesting because for a lot of the tournament we had 10, I mean, with 17 left, 10 were above chip average, and
That's
now
right.
it's kind of really flipped. We're only a couple above average. Now, yes, there's a lot of ICM pressure. That's going to only magnify if one of these stacks gets very short, as there's no clear short stack. Mueller is shortest with 13 big blinds.
Well, it's been an absolute fun ride, my man, taking us down to the FT alongside yourself. You and I will be back tomorrow, of course, for event number 2 to 25K. We got Kevin Rabichow and Randy Nanonoko Lu jumping in the booth, calling the action down to a champion, and that champion's going to be going home with 849K. Stay close. They'll be back in about 10 minutes. Alex and I will see you tomorrow.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card. With crypto, no waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
So, we are down to the final 16, and there will be a final two-table redraw. We are just waiting for this table to play catch-up, as they are behind in hands. Did I just see Jack 10 of diamonds?
Your eyes did not deceive you. Unubuk folding Jack 10 suited under the gun. And maybe part of it was because he has both Sultanov and Michaelitis behind him with big stacks. Or, excuse me, Kaloudjurjevic. And I think that was what played into his mind. And now, facing this cutoff open, I would expect Dayon to at least flat the button here. Not impossible he decides to get frisky here with the covering stack and go for a 3-bet. But he does make the call. Curtis Knight fresh off of that double up. He'll bow out, and Daniil Kiselev has picked up big slick.
Wow.
These spots are interesting, Henry.
So fun.
Because, of course, Kiselev will move in, and then for Sultanov, he'd love the idea with a lot of the hands he raises of re-raising and getting Kaloudjurjevic out. But he does have to worry that Kaloudjurjevic could flat some strong hands here, knowing that this might happen. Also, ace-5 off's just not going to be ahead of Kiselev's range. It feels quite weak just bowing out when you're the pre-flop raiser and the raise all-in is for such a small amount. But he does, and wisely so, as he was in bad shape against these two hands.
Well, the bad news for Kiselev is one of his aces dead. The good news is, however, if he can find the double here, sorry, if he can convert this 45%, he's got a nice little 180k overlay, courtesy of that Sultanov Open.
Exactly right. It would be closer to a triple up than a double up if he can get this one to convert.
Oh, well, it's looking pretty damn bleak. Can only chop.
Yeah, needs exactly 7-5. He's grabbing his belongings. He's out the door.
GG's, mate. Kaloudjurjevic up to 4.8 million, and not to get too ahead of ourselves, obviously a long ways to go. But this man...
Ding Biao off that chop that have more than made up for some perhaps tentative play pre-flop.
That King-8 hand was something else. That was really something else. That one's going to be doing the rounds online. I promise you that much.
Yeah, that was a fun hand. Aces for Danilo.
Come on, this is...
Again?
The space of like 20 hands. He's had aces, queens, tens. Now aces for a second time. Uh-oh. He's got that look.
He's got that look. He's like, you know, I've been tight for a while. I've built my image. Maybe now's the time to make it 475, 500. 550 even. Is that what he's thinking?
He just likes playing all-ins. That's the thing that's scaring me.
Yeah. Surely no. Okay, he's going to go less than all in.
Danilo can't believe it. He's like, this is the second time I've had aces and the second time I've been 3-bet.
And again, he has a decision. If you're going to play any traps here, it would be exactly aces. What you'd hate to have happen is that your opponent has a hand like tens or jacks. You trap the aces, overcards come, and they get away.
That's very true.
But what you'd love to have happen is you flat the aces, and it's because they have something like ace-7 suited, and now all of a sudden they bluff it off to you. But he is going to go for the 4-bet once again. Notice he goes non-all-in.
Yeah, he actually goes somewhat big here. Had options to go a lot smaller, like could have gone 700k, just really extending the rope to Unabuk, saying, hey, look, I have a hand that can 4-bet. Oh, my word.
Oh, and Unabuk has made a move at the wrong time as he 5-bet shoves into the pocket aces of Velocevic.
Oh, man. Danilo hitting him with the 940, saying, hey, bud, there's enough out here for you to steal now that makes it worth going all in, and the Serb just gets to click the call button with the blades.
And of course in wonderful shape, but it's not over. 2 clubs on the flop.
Are you kidding me? Not like this. Surely not.
Backdoor straight draws as well.
7 for a sweat. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Danilo can breathe for now.
I can't. Let me know when the river's been dealt.
Club and a club only for Unabuk.
Unabuk's standing up as well, just picking up so much equity. Yeah, Danilo's like, listen, pal, this is not my first time. As he holds, fades the club on the river. As the two exchange a fist bump, and an ill-timed 5-bet jam from the Mongolian sees him out the door in 13th.
9 on the turn would have been a bit more of a sweat than the 9 on the river. And, you know, I wonder if Danilo had just flatted the 3-bet, maybe all those chips would have made.
Drew Amato, I see in the corner of my eye, showing up 2 days late.
It's definitely Drew Amato.
He's got the
renowned photographer.
He's the man.
And he's been doing a lot of work over the last couple of years with the PGA Tour as well, the Live Tour. He does both golf and poker photography. Talented guy. As Mueller, ace-deuce of diamonds, that hits the muck.
Do you think he would ever honestly answer what he prefers doing? Golf photography or poker photography?
No, I think he would probably keep that to himself.
I think so. We all know it's poker.
He plays a lot of golf. I know
does,
that. You know,
pretty good as well from what I've heard.
I think he is. I can't remember. Maybe I've played once with him in like a scramble format. I've definitely been at the course when he was playing, but I don't recall if we were in the same group. I think not. And the blinds are up, by the way. 125 is now the big blind. 265 was the ask from Danilo. Poix just flatting out of the small blind, inviting in the Russian, Sultanov, who is short on chips, but likes the price.
You know, we're seeing a lot of these strong hands just playing as flat, and I do wonder if it's just by proxy of the 5 short stacks we have on the other table. Mikolaitis with 16 bigs, Malinovsky with 14, Ben Tollerin with 11, Paulie V with 10, and Fabian Niederreiter with 10 as well.
Yeah, you're right. Those stacks on the other table, so short. It looks like Paul Poix kind of has a short stack on this table, but it's very deceptive. He's still 5th in chips overall with 12
He's playing
left.
average, yeah. He's got average stack.
So it's Danilo who flops best here. Sultanov effectively dead. And let's see what Danilo wants to do if he faces 2 checks, which he will.
Interesting versus small blind flat. I think Paul has a lot of Broadway cards in his range. Some ace-jack, ace-queen, as we can see. But Danilo just keeping life easy, simple, firing out a C-bet, and then, you know, reevaluating on turns should we see one.
Right, and I think that this size is deliberate, this 225. The idea being if Paul calls, there's worlds in which Sultanov can raise, and then Danilo can leverage the fact that the action is reopened, whereas if he'd bet 250, he wouldn't have that option. Paul does make the call, and he won't have to worry about that scenario, as Sultanov had a nothing burger himself.
1.4 in the middle.
Wow.
Come on, dealer, really?
What an insane card. Danilo has made 2 pair. Paul Poix has made Broadway on a very draw-heavy board. And this could be a lot of trouble for Danilo, as his hand may feel that it wants to get protection and value with so many draws available. But he's only got 4 outs.
But say he bets here and faces check jam. How thrilled are we about calling off with second and third pair?
Yeah, you're not thrilled. He checks back.
That's a great check.
Employs a little bit of pot control here.
That is a world-class check.
And now diamonds completing on the river. This was the front door flush draw. Poix has that blocker, the queen of diamonds in hand. I'd like to see a value bet here. Question being sizing.
I think Danilo just saved himself north of $1 million.
Yeah, you know, because if he bet big on the turn, maybe he gets away with it. It gets away from it if Poix jams, but it really depends what type of range you put Paul on. If you think Paul can have a number of combo draws,
yeah,
it gets awfully dicey folding a hand that beats all those draws.
Yeah, you'd have to be hoping that Paul has something like King, Queen of Hearts.
So
and
Paul,
even then you like flipping.
Yeah, yeah, and so Paul does elect to check it over here. He decides that Danilo can have a bunch of kind of airball hands, and he's daring those hands to fire a bluff on this 3 of diamonds. And will Danilo go for value?
555.
555.
He does. Now, versus... yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to say, it's like, what, 40% pot?
Yeah. Now, I think versus this bet, Paul can at least consider a value raise. I think if it was a bigger bet, there's no way he would value raise, right, with that flush completing. This bet looks like it could be thin value on the surface.
I agree. I think he can find the raise, something like 1.3 million.
But I think his plan was just to check, maybe induce a bluff, and make the call. And now I think he's thinking to himself, do I need to pivot from that plan? Queen of diamonds in hand. Sizing, just looking so much like what it is. Some sort of thin value with 2 pair. Maybe a set that check back.
Okay, tight call.
Tight call, yeah.
When you hear tight call,
you don't want to hear tight call.
I think you know. I think you know that the Jack 10 is no good.
Interesting spot for Paul because, you know, versus something like 2/3, he always just plays call.
You have the ace of diamond. Shuffle.
Well, nice, tidy little pickup there for Paul. He's now playing 4.8 million.
Okay, coming.
And I think he was sort of implying there
so bad
that if he did check raise less than all in, he's afraid his opponent would have the ace of diamonds and just
cast the characters in the final 12. A lot of storylines. Dan Devoris looking to become the 3rd person in history to win that Triton Trident by taking down his first No Limit Hold'em event. If he can ship this, joining Michael Watson and Jason Kuhn.
50.
Yeah. I mean, that's just such a cool accomplishment to win in all the different formats. Really cementing yourself as not just a specialist, but a legend of poker, you know? Because poker is not just Texas Hold'em. Poker is many games. And here at Triton, you have the opportunity to play 3 games. This festival, just Hold'em and PLO, but short deck, we saw it in Jeju. Mikhail has pocket 4s here, and if he could see Paul's hand, he would just be thrilled about things.
I mean, this is like best case scenario for him, especially if the blinds bow out.
Second hand you play.
Paul's trying to talk him out of it.
Come on, Sultanov. Find it. Find it from within. Got 3.5 bigs. No point waiting around trying to ladder. Want to put yourself in a spot to actually go on and win this tournament.
Pua yawns.
There were some birthday celebrations the other night.
Okay. You've always got all the inside info, Henry.
Happy birthday, Paul. Belated.
Okay, here he goes. He's left one chip behind. So he's put in 400K.
Yeah, you think so long, no good for me. Maybe small player.
Paul with the live read.
Wow.
The timing tell.
Small pay. Small 4. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Wow. Paul is locked in. He just called Sultana for 4s or 5s.
That's so sick.
4不了了不少。
That is such a
我
sick
知道
read.
多一点我真的不去了，他真想那么久。肯定是4566那种牌。
He just goes with the. This is the man with experience, you know, the timing tell. That was pretty spot on.
That was unbelievable.
Hey, maybe chop 10 and 10.
The amount that Sultanov was tanking, he put him on a pair.
.1 out there. Paul does have running hearts working for him.
And straight draw present. 10
of
would chop
spades.
it.
Yeah, he's called for the 10 of spades. That's fair. We're not greedy. Be such a grim one for Sultanov after that painful decision pre-flop. He did go with it. And he holds.
He can breathe a sigh of relief. And yeah, you take all that time to get the 4s in. You see the 3s, and then all of a sudden on the turn, things are looking a little uglier. But Sultanov does double up through Pua.
Triple up.
Fabian Niederreiter is the shortest stack in the tournament. It feels like Henry, he's been short forever. He's just been managing to hang around.
Been loving his stuff out in, I was about to say out in Europe. We are in Europe. He's done a, I want to say WSOP Europe, some other stuff as well. He's got the voice, you know.
It's half the battle. Ace Queen for Sultanov. He's got the goods.
Oh, okay, we're flipping.
Here we go.
To get us down to the FT bubble, Muller just needs to hold with the black 10s.
Flip.
Yeah, I'm such a mindset fish. I get dealt 10s here, I'm all in. I get called off, I'm like, really? The guy just has 2 overs? Are you kidding me?
Could be worse. Could always be worse. 57% favorite is Mueller as he takes a sip of his water in anticipation of this one.
2.5 in the middle. Ace or a queen needed for Sultanov. Doesn't find it on the 6-4 deuce. Takes a sip of water. Sam's out of his chair as well. D-Mike turn.
Well, he's got some opportunities.
I think we have to go for the D-Mike here, you know?
We've seen it before. Goes for the water instead.
5 to chop it, ace or a queen to win it.
Ooh, and queen it is, and a little bit of emotion there from the Russian. Bit of a fist pump.
Wow, what a spin up.
Yeah, after winning those pocket 4s against pocket 3s, now he's up to $2.5 million.
everyone, and welcome to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, also known as Nanonoko, and alongside me is Kevin Rabochow. And finally, we have set the final table here in the 25K Golden Decade, the opening event. And we do have this cool final table because we have a really big name for me to see Paul Poir once again at a final table.
Yeah, I mean, not long departed from in Jeju just a couple months ago where Paul Poir took down the 10th anniversary 150K special. Now he's in position for another championship in a Golden Decade branded 25K no limit event. I mean, it's a great year for Paul.
Yeah, and you know, it was so sweet for him to win that decade tournament. You can see there $3.2 million for the 10th anniversary special and $150,000 buy-in, which obviously has a lot of killers in that tournament.
Yeah.
We also want to talk about our chip leader, Dejan Karađorđević. He is the guy from Montenegro.
Yeah,
and here we are in Montenegro.
The local pro, you pointed out, Randy, that Dejan seems to only play the Triton events here in Montenegro other than a brief stint at the Bahamas, but he's had a lot of success here and has a bit of a cash game background, so I think that being in the chip lead, being in a position where he gets to play loose and aggressive with a lot of chips, that's going to feel right at home for Karađorđević.
Yeah, I think for him, you know, obviously it's very nice. He got second last time in Montenegro, and he's hoping to be the winner here. Let's send it down to Luka.
146 entries in this opening event here in Montenegro, the 25K Golden event. We're down to a final table of 9. It's time to find out who's gonna take home glory, this beautiful 10th anniversary special trophy in $849,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, from Germany, with 3 million, please welcome Fabian Niederreiter.
Fabian, part of the Poker Code crew. Very first event here, we win on his Triton debut.
In seat number 2, we have our chip leader from Montenegro with 8.5 million. Please put your hand together for Dejan Karađorđević.
He is playing a very strong game, cash game player, looking to pick up his title after finishing runner-up last time.
In seat number 3, from Canada with 7.2 million. Please welcome Dan Dvoras.
Daniel Dvoras looking to become a 4-time champion, only the 3rd player to claim a Triton Trident in PLO, no limit, and short deck.
In seat number 5, with 3.2 million from Serbia, please welcome Danilo Velašević.
Danilo has been very impressive. He has 2 runner-up finishes and hoping to take it down in this one.
3.3 million for our seat number 6 from China. Please put your hand together for Ding Biao.
The Chinese star with a very impressive wardrobe and resume, looking for his 4th title.
In seat number 7 from Malaysia with 3.4 million, we have boss himself, Mr. Paul Poir.
How can you not love this man, the Triton founding player looking for his 3rd title?
In seat number 8 from Russia with 3.7 million, please put your hand together for Mikhail Soltanov.
This is the very first event he's played and he's at the final table.
Seat number 9 with 2 million from Austria. Please put your hand together for Sam Muller.
Sam Muller looking to become only the 2nd player to win Triton 1 and a Super High Roller Series title.
And last but not least, closing down this final table in seat number 10, starting on the bottom with 2.3 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Ben Tollery.
He's a PLO and no limit hold'em main event winner searching for the 5th title.
We've rolled back 1 level to 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. We're going to play 15 hands at this level. From next level, with 9 players remaining, we're going to play 17 hands. Once again, bottom will start on Ben. I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
Here we are. The final table is set. Those are the blinds that we're working with. And if you did hear, there is a little bit of a rollback, so the small stacks do have a little bit extra breathing room, so the blinds will be 50K, 125K, DK at the top.
That is a nice relief for Sam Muller. Ben Tollerine at the bottom of the count. 16 big blinds is nothing to bat an eye at. Plenty of chips for everyone here, but of course, pretty dominant lead for the top two stacks, both DK and Double D, Dan Devoris.
Double D. $85,000 guaranteed for all 9 players, but of course, they're searching for that $849,000 up top and exclusive Triton title.
First, final table of the series. First title of the series will be awarded tonight.
All of these players are in the money, in the black, guaranteed.
No more fast
Well,
action, huh?
we don't know how many bullets they fired on
Come
day.
on.
I mean, I'm sorry to hold you to a technicality, Randy, but
3.5 big blinds, buy-ins guaranteed.
yeah, I mean, someone might be in for 4.
Uh-oh. It's time to do an investigation because it's mystery hand time. First hand of the final table in this 25K Golden Decade, and it's going to feature Ben Tollerine on the button.
275,000.
This is a strong starting play already. Obviously, the button range is meant to be wide, but Ben Tollerine is the second shortest stack at the table, and he's opening into the chip leader's big blind.
So he must be expecting that Daeon's the type of guy to defend more, given he's got so many chips, hence the stronger range that you mentioned.
King 10, of course, is going to make the call.
King 10 is going to make top pair with a pretty strong kicker.
Yeah, this works.
Checked over to Ben Tollerine.
Huge hand for
I have a
DK. Obviously, there are ways where Ben has King 10 beat on this flop, but he shouldn't be too worried about that at this stage. And he's going to expect Ben to c-bet pretty aggressively on a king-high disconnected board like this.
Especially because Daeon is probably always expected to re-raise ace-king and king-queen's pre-flop.
Yep. And he's expected to play very loose in the big blind, so there's just a lot of pure misses on this board. Tollerine bets 150K. This doesn't tell us too much about the strength of his hand just yet.
Daeon contemplating if he wants to check call or check raise.
Yeah, check raise feels like the play. As the chip leader, he's going to play this spot very, very aggressively. And against someone as tough as Tollerine, he wants to balance that out with thin value.
Makes it 425,000 is the check raise. I guess if you're Ben, you're holding ace-king. Are we calling or re-raising now?
I think it's possible that Tollerine never plays a re-raise on this flop. I would expect Daeon's bluffs to be pretty dead most of the time. It's possible that he has a flush draw or an open-ender, but overall he's just going to bluff with like some backdoor dusty thing.
Right. Well, some backdoors do get there if that's what they had. 6 of hearts completes the flush immediately. Daeon does have that king of hearts. Very relevant in this spot.
It's an interesting turn for DK. He's going to have the range advantage on a card like this, so he's going to bluff a lot on a card like this. And that means Tollerine is not just automatically folding to pressure here if he has like a pocket pair between the 6 and the king, especially if he has something like ace high with the ace of hearts. He's certainly going to continue that hand. So Daeon reasonably thinks that king 10 can still get value here, and he's got the backup of a heart.
400K is the asking price, which is met with a call from Tollerine. Pot's up to 2.375 now, 1.2 back. River cards is 7, so technically the 4 makes a straight, although how likely that would be in Ben Tollerine's button range, I would say not very likely.
No, it's really just ace 4, I suppose, that might get here. King 4 suited is a possibility. There's very few straights for Ben. More concerning would be a flush, a stronger king. These hands are still reasonably common. So for Daeon, going for further value here is tough to come by. He does check.
This makes sense given the board development. the strength of his kicker. And there's half pot remaining if Ben Tollering decides to move in, which I believe he likely will.
Wouldn't be a mystery hand without a river jam here, would it?
We'll start constructing some value and bluff ranges for me, Kevin.
Well, those ace highs with the heart, or maybe on the real edge of his range, something like queen jack with the queen of hearts, these hands will get here, and these hands seem like the natural choices. I think if Ben loses to something like a pair of sixes or a pair of sevens, he's going to think about bluffing, because those hands are realistic for DK. He might check raise the flop with 8-6 of diamonds and then take this line. He would definitely check raise a hand like 7-9 and end up here.
Dan is in the blender with max pulse right now.
It's hard to find check calls in this line, but it's not really the spot you think, oh, it's so important that I protect my range here. Ben called a check raise, called a turn barrel. He's arriving here very strong overall.
Does Dayon need to ever worry about kicker issues? For example, if Ben Tollering has king jack, king queen, does he just check this back always?
I think Ben would check those hands back. It's too costly for him to go for thin value and be wrong.
Oh, he's going to call, and Ben Tollering had ace-3 off suit. Wow, Dejan Karađorđević with a sick call.
Big call from DK. Tollering just arriving there. Kind of empty. He knew he couldn't win the hand if he checked.
Wow, DK in Montenegro, home soil, getting it done with a heroic call. Well played, sir.
No, this is not a big flop. Big flop is you and me.
Oh, okay.
It's a big flop.
I see.
Ben Tollering is down to a lone white chip with the bluff. Turn his 3 into a bluff.
Ben mulling that one over.
How soon?
I mean, he played his hand good.
It feels like it. And, you know, when you see that you got called by King of Hearts 10, you're not inclined to think, oh, what a horrible bluff I just made. It's more like, all right, nice hand. Like,
and it just outplayed me.
You found a reasonable line with your hand, but it's not like you got called there by a pair of sixes on the river, right?
Such an incredible hand. First hand of the final table.
That was great.
Yeah, okay. I got you. Okay, I'm following.
And on to the next one is Ding Biao, opening up pocket sixes. Free hands for Ben Tollering to get the last 25K in.
Yeah, I want to point out quickly, because I've seen viewers in the chat confused about the leave one chip behind thing quite often. What you're watching now is kind of the whole reason for that framework that the pros are using, right? Ben Tollering had a bluff, did not want to bust the tournament on that bluff, and now has 6 free hands as he folds from the cutoff to under the gun, waiting to see if someone else might get eliminated in the meantime. It can be worth big money for him.
Look, in Montenegro in the past, we've seen kings versus aces all of a sudden getting 50-plus big blinds apiece, so it could happen. For now, we're going to play another post-flop spot. Ding Biao out-flop by ace-10.
And Dvorak just calling in the big blind with ace-10 suited. This is too strong of a range. Ding Biao opening in +1 for him to think about 3-betting.
Gonna start with a little C-bet, 150K.
Nothing too surprising here. Ding Biao rates to hit this flop quite well on average, and pocket sixes is going to be a bluffing candidate on a lot of runouts. Starting with a bet is going to give him the chance to win this pot against ace-10 at some point. Depends on the board development.
It's also a bit risky, though, when you see Ben Tollering on 25K watching to blast it off. Go on to a turn card.
It's definitely uncomfortable to play big pots in these situations, but no need to get ahead of ourselves if we're Ding Biao. There's 3 million back, only $1 million in the pot. I wouldn't hate a turn bluff here, but he might think that his hand has a reasonable chance of winning at Showdown.
So beat some ace-high flush draws. Some of those straight draws now would actually pair up on the jack. Hands like Jack 9, King Jack.
Very hard for Ding Biao's hand to be good on this river for that exact reason. Divorce, I think, will check.
It seems thin to bet ace 10 in the
feels
spot.
very thin on the Jack river. A weak queen, maybe a hand like King Jack could consider a block bet.
Well, is Ding Biao going to go for the bet, check, bet line? Sixes often are not good. But can he get a better hand to fold? That is the real question here. He's going to take the free showdown. And it's going to be the chip leaders winning more chips. Divorce closing the gap between him and DK. So only 2 players with above average stack, which is 32 bigs. Daeon's got 87 bigs and Divorce has got 57. But before I talk more about the final table, I do want to talk about CoinPoker. Because if you've ever dreamed of playing a Triton Super High Roller event, this is your shot, as CoinPoker is giving one lucky player a $25,000 package to the Triton Super High Roller Series over in Jeju. We're talking buy-in, business class flights, and the 5-star luxury, all covered. You can head over to Triton Free Roll, give yourself a chance to win that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And maybe I and Kevin will be commentating you at a final table.
Oh, I thought you were taking that to maybe one of us will win the competition.
I don't think we're allowed to enter the competition.
And we'll get out of this job.
Hey,
you don't have
I like
dreams
this
of
job.
winning a Triton title?
I do.
You've played an event, right?
Yeah, and those dreams are dashed.
Fair enough.
Ding Biao's back to work. Third hand of the final table.
King, Queen suited, of course, a mandatory open. Folds all the way to Danilo's big blind.
Milosevic has got Jack 10 offsuit.
It's already not even thrilling to defend this hand. Jack 10 offsuit crushed by a lot of Ding Biao's opening range. I do think it's understandable and probably just standard to call here still, but Jack 9 offsuit, probably be folding.
Just whiffed it. Ding Biao with top pair. Suppose he's gonna do what he did with the 6s last time. Throw out a little bet.
Does look like the board texture to bet small. And someone like Milosevic will check raise this double low card texture pretty often. Don't think Jack 10 is going to be quite that feisty though.
350.
Yeah, it's a chunky bet, almost half pot.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of rebate for Ding Biao. Do hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. Thumbs up, like, follow, subscribe, all that jazz. We'd appreciate it. Just free coverage. You get to guess the mystery hands with us. Could be alongside me and Rabbit Chow for many hours here tonight. Or maybe good morning, depending on where you're from.
What % of the audience do you think just doesn't believe that we're actually here?
0%. You think someone doesn't think we're actually here? We're actually doing it remotely?
I was going to say like 20%.
20%.
No, they think we're AI.
Oh. Maybe you are.
Or that this is a recording.
You never misspeak.
I do follow some of the chatter and our brave moderators who field a lot of
like my AI has bugs in it.
Answers. One of the most common questions we get is this live? Is this happening now? Is this recorded? And yeah, this is live. We're here in the room.
This is Pocket Queens.
This is
I got you.
I almost said this is Sparta, but
this is Sparta.
The 3-bet
Kick them into the hole.
The 3-bet will be coming.
It is the movie 300, right?
Yeah.
He made it 300K. Coincidence?
Oh my gosh.
The stars are aligned. Jam from Danilo.
No induction here is kind of interesting. This was a large size open from Fabian, but this is probably just a function of generally high ICM pressure right now. He's not planning on raising a wide range to begin with. I think that oversized open might have motivated this jam rather than some smaller 3-bet to induce a 4-bet shove.
They're all looking at Ben Tollerane and adjusting their sizings based on how they perceive players to react to his stack.
Sure, Ben was excited when he heard the words all in.
He's like, what? No, I think he's still...
Neither or even asked for a count.
Yeah.
He had a sweat there.
So it seems like our chat is also tuned into yesterday's stream because immediately Leor is asking, is ace-6 offsuit really the worst ace? When we haven't even mentioned that today.
Wow.
Ace-7 for Ben Tollerane. Go time?
Yeah, Ben's not just holding on to this chip to insistently fold and wait for someone to bust. He also sees that in a couple of hands, he's going to have to post this 25K with no ante out there, with no big blind out there. So odds right now are much better.
25K can turn up to 200K, correct?
So he can get 25K from every player who's put chips in, and he can get the full 125K big blind ante.
So it's actually much better for you to get it in before the big blind actually hits you, right?
Way better to get it in before. You would see Ben put in this last 25K with any 2 cards from under the gun. If it was the very last hand
250
before he has to post the blinds.
He's got the worst suited ace.
Dominated by the second worst offsuit ace.
I mean, story checks out.
You can read the ND, right?
Oh.
Okay, Paul Poir, founding player, King Jack suited in the big.
Paul asked a good question there, clarifying that Ben competes for the full ante. I think he, was legitimately considering the odds of 3-betting. How much do I stand to win if I 3-bet here and divorce folds, right? That was basically the question. Decides just defending. Not as much dead money out there when Ben's all in.
There is a side pot to play for, 475,000 in that. Ben is playing for the main pot of 225K. But Divorce, with this worse ace, has actually flopped best with the pair of 6s. Curious to see if Divorce wants to seek privacy and put out a bet to kick out Paul Poir.
Yeah, I think he will. Ace-6 just is well above average and is likely to win the pot against Ben. But at the same time, Paul's a bit handcuffed here. It's hard to play this spot aggressively when you know you're only fighting for the side pot. It's hard to play this spot aggressively when Dan covers you, and you might bust by building a big pot here before Ben busts.
Yeah, there are worlds where if Paul was to play aggressively, he busts a Divorce, but Tollerane holds, and he just doesn't get any pay jumps. He will fold to the 150K. Ben Tollerane's going to see that he is in rough shape. 3 hockey sticks needed. Just needs one of them. Up against the Canadian. I wonder if he plays hockey too.
Good chance.
He plays tennis. Seen him out there on the courts. Turn card is the 7 of spades, and Ben Tollerane is very likely to stick around. Is there a 6? There is, but not on the river. No one's got a straight flush. The things I see.
If Divorce was a fan of hockey before, perhaps no longer.
Are you a fan of hockey? I think you told me you used to play some kind of hockey.
No, I didn't play.
Oh.
I'm quite bad at all the winter sports. I don't skate, ski, snowboard, anything.
But you play tennis.
Yeah. Summer sports.
Yeah.
See, where I grew up, there was winter. I know you're perhaps not familiar with the concept since you've only lived in California
You know,
and Melbourne.
in Australia, when it's Christmas, It's actually summer. It's barbecues outside.
Hmm.
Have a snag.
Everything's backwards, if I understand how hemispheres work. Or is that...
You talking about like the way the toilet flushes now, or what?
Yeah.
You've been to Melbourne before, though, right?
I have.
Okay. Coffee's good. I know you like your coffee.
Oh, it's so good.
Ben Tollering's actually limping here. I think that's actually really interesting. We should talk about this because he
Yeah.
had the option to put the rest in.
So Tollerine has less than a full raise in his stack. He's also under the gun +1 here, so not being forced in next hand. I think the idea here is I have 0 fold equity against the big blind. So all I'm doing by putting it in is I'm allowing myself to be eliminated when things don't work out. Why not give myself a chance to not be eliminated this hand?
But how about the 7s fold right behind Tollerine's limp from Niederreiter?
That is important.
It's a huge fold, isn't it?
Niederreiter, one of the shortest stacks. If it was folded to him, he probably would have folded as well. So with Ben in the pot, I mean, he wants to play even tighter, right?
Yeah, well, 7s are in the muck, which is obviously great for both players as they are unpaired. Paul looking to take out Ben Tollerine. If he can just hold and dodge the queen or the 9. And he's flopped the 10, but Ben Tollerine has actually picked up an additional out as he trades the 9s for 4 jacks. Seven. How does Niederreiter think about that turn card?
I'm sure he's moved on.
He's moved on. Is Ben Tollerine going to move on? 7 outs. And he has not hit it. That is the end of Ben Tollerine of America. And it just seems a bit disappointing for him. You know, obviously the first hand, the mystery hand, he bluffed it off.
Yeah. It's a shame to see such a great player go early. I mean, every spot he played in the last 30 minutes, we're analyzing. It's interesting. Every decision point gets interesting. Obviously, major luck factor deep in these events, and Tollerine was on the wrong side of a pretty skillfully played hand from DK that lost him all but most of his chips.
He almost ran up that one white chip into something, cashing for $85,000 for 9th. Ben Tollerine actually started the day as the chip leader.
Wow.
Up to this final table.
You're never safe.
250?
Never safe in these tournaments at the top of the counts.
Milosevic, ace-9 suited. 1 notch north.
Muller has 15 blinds and an offsuit ace. There's reason to consider being aggressive here, but this hijack open is not weak. On average, Milosevic has a pretty strong range. It does just flat for that reason, and that should be the end of this hand. I suspect we're going to see 1 big blind slid out by Danilo most of the time here.
Both players whiffing it, and why do players always bet these monotone boards small?
Well, he's actually going with check back, I guess.
Took in a direction that didn't happen.
I guess they don't always bet small.
That is true. We can see it. Just rewind 10 seconds.
Well, as it stands, both players will be thinking about whether their hand qualifies as a bluff. Ace High does not expect to win at Showdown, especially with the king rolling off. Muller effectively waving the white flag here.
I mean, the way it's playing out right now, there's a chance that Muller is going to get half of this pot. Both players with ace high, gut shot, a lot of checking. This is good for Muller.
It's great for Muller.
It's amazing.
He's found a chop.
Found a way to get 300K back. A little bit more, but you know what I mean.
I think Muller will consider a block bet here. He can beat a few hands like King X suited, Queen 8 suited, Queen 9 suited. He does end up checking.
I think the block bet's a pretty cool idea because you have a lot of 10x in your range, so it's not like your opponent can blindly raise you.
Yeah, I think
kinda
you're
set your own
protecting.
price.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to show some support for Ben Tollerine. Delayed but never too late. One of the greats. No Limit and PLO main event champion at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He'll have to wait for title number 5.
Hey, he final tabled his very first event here in Montenegro. That is a good start.
That is a good start. Very likely in the black. I won't say guaranteed, but very likely.
I must admit, they threw me for a curveball when they went through that montage.
Yep.
It's all good. He deserves the love. Why does Divorce look spooked all of a sudden? Did you see his eyeballs?
No.
He was like, huh? Maybe he too was surprised about the montage.
You think he's watching?
Yeah, that's his focus. He's playing this tournament on a delay. Ding Biao has played quite a bit of pots at this final table so far, and Samuel Muller's got ace queen. Shades on.
Another hijack open preceding Muller's action, but this one clearly strong enough to go all in.
Ding Biao asking for a count. I would think it's a bit too rich with these positions and the price. Don't know if you're in agreement or not.
Ace 7 suited it's just too weak for this size. Maybe 11, 12 blinds starts to feel interesting, but this is 16 blinds. I think it's far too much.
Right. Got to be opening from the button or something like that.
Yeah, maybe from the button. I mean, just in general, though, we've got kind of a lockup at the bottom of the chip counts. If I look at the new leaderboard, everyone who is beneath Divorce has between 21 and 28 big blinds. Muller picking up some extra chips and climbing into that same position. So really, if you're between 3rd and 8th, you don't want, like, the downside is so big for you because you're in contention for 3rd quite readily. To go out in 8th, it's a massive payout difference. 8th paying 106,000, that's locked up, but 384 if you can ladder your way to 3rd place.
Pocket 5s in the muck from Velocevic, which is going to give Ding Biao a chance to open once again. Players are going to start to wonder, does this man respect the situation right now? Shouldn't he play tight? He's raising every single hand.
It is going to feel that way at the table, but at the same time, a lot of these players have been playing together for years. They know Ding Biao is not randomly going to turn up to a final table and say, you know what, this time I'm going to play half the deck instead of just playing well like I normally do, right?
It's like that old school logic, right? Like, oh, he can't have it this many times, but...
Oh, that's dangerous. He absolutely can have it this many times. That is how randomness works.
Daeon's got Jack-8 offsuit, massive lead. He can afford to splash. Probably expects his opponent to c-bet a bit less, but
Ooh,
he's
how
got
about
different ideas.
DK with the 3-bet bluff.
I'm telling you, he's reading into this man raising too often.
I think it's just marginal hand in the big blind, and he likes to flex his chips.
No,
that lockup does create a lot of pressure, theoretically, on Ding Biao and everyone who's in his position. King-Queen suited, though, is definitely strong enough to continue. I wouldn't have even hated a 4-bet shove, but calling definitely profitable.
So he calls with King-Queen suited, flops top pair, strong kicker, with backdoor spades, and Daeon, 3-bet Jack-8 offsuit, and he's picked up a gut shot.
It's an interesting flop situation when you get called, because Daeon does not have the stronger range. This is not a situation like most 3-bet pots, where the player who took the last aggressive action has the better range. Ding Biao has the stronger range here overall. So Daeon's not just going to blindly stab at this board. He does have enough interaction that he decides to bet 25% here, but it's not even obvious to me what weak hands we're going to get to fold right now. I guess like ace 10 of clubs.
Ace 10, ace
you
jack.
know, ace jack of diamonds, like just a handful of combos that can fold here.
I agree with you. Kind of feels like if Ding Biao is calling 3-bets off of this stack, he actually hits the queen quite a bit. Or has some jack 10.
Yeah, jack 10 suited, king jack suited. I mean, everything is strong on this texture. No ace or king out there.
6 of spades is quite good for Ding Biao. Just in case he's behind, he's picked up outs.
Yeah, this is a monster hand now. Hopefully for DK, he decides to shut this one down. And we'll see if Ding Biao feels the need to open the action here. It's not a wild idea to check, feign weakness, you know, maybe represent that you've got pocket 10s, for example, that's trying to see a free river.
So the only bad card is the ace. Obviously with a king, he makes 2 pair, and with spades, technically the ace of spades is a solid card to show up, so I wouldn't fault him for just taking that free card.
There is certainly value to get here, and Ding Biao will sometimes have king jack suited, or maybe the ace jack suited float, or one of these type of hands, so certainly wouldn't fault him for a bet. It does start to feel like, what am I going to get action from? Jacks, exactly.
Seems like he's leaning towards bet. And whatever that is, 800K. A quick fold from Daeon.
He took his shot. He'll hang on to the chip lead, not investing too much there.
He's like, all right, take it. If you want to raise the next hand, I won't mess with you this time.
I don't think he can make that promise. I think we're going to see DK 3-bet bluff within the next 8 minutes.
I think we're going to see Daeon raise again. Not Daeon, I mean Ding Biao.
If they keep dealing him suited broadways, then I agree.
Those are the current chip counts. We lost Ben Tollerine. We lost most of his chips on the very first hand, all but 1 white chip. Daeon's still table captain with 77 big blinds. Divorce is doing quite well himself. And then is Ding Biao with 32 big blinds, playing every single hand as of late. 6 figures is locked up, $106,000. The pay jump at the moment is 39K, which is more than 1 buy-in. It's relevant. Playing for 850K up top.
So even though we did just change the dealer, we have not yet increased the blinds. We're still 6 hands away from a blind increase. If you're new to Triton final tables, that is how they do the rotation, is number of hands per level, not fixed amount of time as they were doing prior to the final table. Muller is opening in the cutoff here into one of the 2 big stacks. Double D, 10-8 suited, definitely going to continue.
Wow.
He goes for the 3-bet shove.
Divorce. What a play.
You know, that's a nice find that I think is only recently coming into fashion. At least I hadn't observed it much even a year ago, and I'm starting to see players in the big blind take more like middle strength suiteds and use them as all-in bluffs. Usually the logic was just, oh, make the polar 3-betting range, like take your high card, low card, offsuit hands and 3-bet bluff with those, take your whatever small pairs and your offsuit aces and go all in with those. But I'm seeing more and more of like the king 6 suiteds, the jack 8 suiteds, this type of stuff going all in.
Yeah, I guess with 10-8 suited, you can get better hands to fold, right? King 10, base 8.
Yeah, some dominating broadways, some dominating stuff will clearly fold. And if it's a wide enough configuration, yeah, you get called by ace queen. You're doing fine.
Cards.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get called by pocket jacks, but it can go okay.
Daeon's got 4 deuce suited.
Well, after the deep tank on the button, I think you've lost your credibility. Makes sense to fold.
11 for divorce. Worst price from the small blind.
Still think he's going to be playing. Danilo is well covered. Less than 30 bigs. He goes for limp. Not playing a raise-only strategy here, as a lot of players do with such a heavy chip advantage.
Maybe Danilo can win with Jack-8 offsuit.
Well, he's going to have to see what the flop brings. No pre-flop action.
3 big blinds total in there as it comes 10-10 deuce, as dry as it gets. And it's a blind versus blind confrontation, so many unpaired hands in this one.
Will be a battle of who plays their air more aggressively, or who improves. Not obligatory for Danilo to bet the flop. Jack-8 does have some showdown value and will struggle to fold out better hands.
Couple taps. 6 of diamonds, nothing has changed. I suppose at some point divorce will be stabbing with the 7-4, given he's got the chips to play with.
Yeah, question is, does he want to just wait for the river? And if he's still completely empty, take his shot at the pot. We saw Makita yesterday running that empty bluff from the turn against Rampage, where he had 6 high, no draw. It's obviously not unreasonable to do something like that from time to time, but divorce checks again.
More checking. River card is the 9, so we're gonna find out. Is divorce in the camp of putting in that delayed bet?
I would be shocked if neither player bluffs this river. I mean, the 9 coming makes both players' hand weaker.
And you say you'd be surprised if Danilo doesn't stab. Is it because he expects worse hands like this to stab, I guess?
Yeah, if divorce checked a 3rd time, he'd be signaling queen high or stronger, maybe even king high. So Danilo would have a clear understanding at that point that he needs to bluff, but Dan pots now. Really the only possibility for Danilo is deciding to rebluff with his 8 blocker. I mean, it would be ambitious.
Divorce with the full pot on the river takes it down.
I like that line, and there's just so many ways to play these blind versus blind pots. You don't want to lock into just one way of bluffing in these situations. Sometimes you stab the flop, sometimes you delay bet the turn, sometimes you wait for the river and then bet.
Yeah, and even though he put a pot-sized bet out there, it's not that polarized to, oh, it's only a 10. No, he could do that with a 9.
Oh, yeah. Any rivered 9 would be good enough to bet for pot.
Service. Service.
Ace-9 suited for Samuel Muller.
With ice. 250. Go with ice. Minty.
Action on DK. He's got King 10 offsuit. And this is the hand that killed Ben Tollerane.
You can see how many pots Kala-Djurdjevic is trying to get involved in. King 10 off in the cutoff. Just a fold for chips in this situation, but as chip leader at the final table, sometimes you play looser than Chip EV. He does pass on that one.
And it's on to divorce, taking his time with the offsuit ace.
He might be 3-betting here. He does pass, but I think some percentage of the time just rag ace is the combo you want to take, and most of Muller's continuing range will be 4-bet jams that contain an ace. So just having one ace is quite powerful in those spots.
Players are being quite meticulous with their time. Now Ding Biao's got Jack Deuce offsuit. He 2 will fold, and might have been a little bit nerve-wracking for Muller, but he got that one through.
Yeah,
you happy?
You get the sense that that Ding Biao tank on the end is just a little bit of like, maybe don't raise my blind next time, kid.
See,
like,
the old school stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a little gamesmanship happening. I like it.
You said that wasn't a thing anymore.
I mean, not everyone is cut from the same cloth here.
I'm part of that cloth.
You like the, what's your move at the, what's like your absolutely not GTO thing that you do at the table?
Oh, if they're ordering food, I 3-bet them 100%. Oh, did I say that out loud?
So if someone orders food while they have cards.
So if they get aces, what
they're
they
weak.
should do is order food, because I'll 3-bet them, no good action.
I like that. That's a bit of a, that's like a level 2 move. Because level 1 is, if I am relaxed enough to order food, I must be strong. So level 2 is, if I'm trying to look relaxed, I must be weak, right?
You're
I
analyzing
like
it too deep.
I like it, Randy.
I just think that, you know, they're distracted. I want to get them. So did Paul just get a walk?
With ace queen, I don't know if he wanted to walk.
You don't got any cheeky moves in your play? You just straight up GTO or
I
what?
actually do. You made me think of the one I've claimed to do at the World Series before, which is get a massage, and as soon as the masseuse arrives, start playing every, like, just 3-bet every bluff, like open loose every hand, run every. It looks like he's not that engaged, right? He's trying to get a massage, trying to relax. Like, no, I'm going to take every thin spot. I'm going to run every weird bluff.
Pocket jacks. JJ for DD.
275,000. Plus.
Wow, raise and take it.
Something off folds.
Snug but reasonable. Fold with the Queen-9 offsuit, not the player that Sultanov wants to tangle with, not just on reputation, but chip stack.
It's Niederreiter and Muller sharing short stack duties, 20 big blinds apiece. Actually, Sultanov and Filosovic has got the same stack of 25 big blinds, and Ding Biao and Paul's got a very similar stack of about 30 blinds. So pairs right now.
I think there's a poker code video incoming in a couple of weeks called How to Play the Short Stack at a Triton Final Table. And it's just Niederreiter and Muller side by side.
Holding.
275.
To be fair, Muller has been opening.
Yeah.
Boris opens, A7 suited.
Wow.
Now we'll be folding.
Raise and take it. Easy money.
11, 75, 150.
Okay, so we have the by 11, 75, 150 also.
Those are the chip counts. They're a little different because the blinds are 75K and 150K. I just mentioned that Niederreiter and Muller had 20 blinds. Now they have 16 and 15. As you can see, Filosovic, Sultanov down to 21 apiece. Ding and Paul around 24 average. And even the chip leaders, very close, just separated by just 4 big blinds.
It's a pretty big increase in the amount of dead money that's out there. At the last level, 300K posted per orbit, now 425. Almost a 50% increase in the blinds.
We are at a final table, and what that means is every elimination gets you that extra pay jump, and they are big.
Actually, I just did the math wrong, Randy. It's 375, so
not that good.
It's a 25% increase. Yeah.
You
Sorry.
sound sad. You're not actually GTO. You've got bugs.
Just human.
Just human.
300,000.
Just king 6.
Listen, take it again.
Wow. I think we had... Oh, I thought Fabian had already folded, and Paul was announcing another raise and take. Still here in the big blind. It's not a thrilling spot, though. Normally you defend any suited off of a stack like this in the big, but you're facing an under-the-gun open from the chip leader. I think you definitely start to fold some suited hands.
Easy money.
It's a solid fold, Jack 5 suited. Daon's going to be happy about that with king 6. I guess one of the things is if Niederreiter was to defend there, obviously you don't flop amazing with his hand, so there's often situations where you just check fold or you check call, check fold, and then you become like the obvious short stack, and then now everyone's waiting for you.
We were supposed to
I guess
do
it kind of
to make
likes
fun.
hanging around similar stack with Muller.
Yeah, I think people don't realize how many of the post-flop spots you get with like bad suited hands or high card, low card hands involve, you know, flopping third pair and continuing it to the turn, or flopping a bad open-ender and check-raising it on the flop. Like, stuff you don't do at final tables, right? Stuff you can't really do in this situation.
I think it's even more difficult to defend against Daon, who is just prone to calling down or barreling off.
Yeah, you're going to under-realize the equity of your hand. Muller with a close decision here against Paul's open. If he could see that he had pocket threes, I think he would have taken that rejam spot and expected the fold, but as it stands, folds around to the chip leader.
Yeah, I think he expected Paul to not even open threes from the hijack, hence the fold on the button. But now we got Daon. We've seen him 3-bet Jack 8 offsuit. Now he's got A6 offsuit. He will call in this one.
It is a funny case of, you know, I think both Muller and Kala-Djurdjevic mistakenly thinking that Paul's open might be stronger than it is here, so they both proceed cautiously, and Paul actually just has threes.
Yeah, I think one of Paul's greatest strengths is that he knows how to play his image. Really just barrel at key times. You know, he's got a lot of experience in poker.
Well, he's going to have to find the discipline to pump the brakes here, because pocket threes is in really rough shape.
A magic lamp and find a 3 that's not a heart. The 3 of diamonds is what he wants. What he really wants is his opponent to just fold. That's not happening.
Yeah, how about like queen of clubs turn, bet, call, jack of spades river, all in, fold. That's another good outcome.
That's also called putting your tournament life on the line when you don't know if you're getting slow played.
Oh, I got a different turn card, so I can't conjure the future, unfortunately.
He bet 150k on the flop, which is min, and with that bet, that pretty much invites all single heart hands to call. But he won't be betting here with the threes.
Yeah, I like where your head was at, that Daon's check calling range is not necessarily strong on this flop. We see one of the best hands he's going to have here outside of 2-pair and flushes, but Paul could have reasonably bluffed at the turn and expected some dusty heart draw to just fold, or a hand like 8-6 or 10-8 that peels the flop with no heart and then folds the turn.
As played, it's going to give Daon the opportunity to value bet his ace.
I think Paul was considering a bluff catch here. I mean, all those hands we just mentioned, a lot of them have missed. Pocket threes can win. That's a pretty good price.
If single paired hands is what Daon's value betting and it's ace at a minimum, I can definitely see merits for the threes making a call there.
Yeah, it's just not that hard to imagine a range where Daon's bluffing too much for that price, right?
Yeah, I would assume that Daon's never value betting like a 7 or 9 in that spot.
No, definitely not. Not on the king river. I think maybe he could have a king himself. He could have something with a heart that rivered the king.
little bit of damage there for Paul, but nothing that's going to put him in the danger zone. King 7 suited. Goodbye. Enjoy, Daniel. Even though Daon's got the chip lead,
yeah,
in my opinion, I feel like Divorce has got the best position right now because he has direct position and he's not that far behind Daon.
Yeah. It's kind of a sign of respect, the fold that DK just made. But at the same time, it is just structural. He understands that having Dan to his left with 90% of his chip stack is as if he's covered, or it's almost just as dangerous as it is to be covered.
Yeah, because if Daon bleeds down and you know now he's out chipped by Divorce by like 10 or 15 blinds, and he really just handcuffs him in a way where he can't open as wide, which we know at final tables is very powerful, allows you to chip up very easily. Mikhail Sultanov, he's got pocket 10s. Daon's been giving it thought with these offsuit Broadway type hands in position. It's almost like he's itching to play, but he's like, oh, I know better.
These are all 3-bet candidates. Just the amount of pressure he can leverage to threaten someone's tournament life. He is going to take it this time. He's betting on the idea that Sultanov, the Triton first-timer, is not going to put up enough counter-aggression, is not going to, you know, take enough flops within his opening range. It's not clear to me that that's the case, because if Sultanov's playing cautiously at the first decision point, not that much opening, as Divorce gets away from a big one, King-Queen suited.
Yeah, if Daon had folded Queen-Jack, I don't think that King-Queen suited was ever folding.
No, they were going to collide. But Sultanov might just be playing snug on the original open, and then that means when DK 3-bets him, he's running into the goods pretty often. See how he proceeds with 10s here, just calling, and this could work out well for Daon. He's got 2 live overcards here.
Indeed, it has worked out for Daon as he flopped top pair. Very fortunate for him, as he did not get moved off his hand pre-flop.
Yeah, this is rough. Mikhail is not going to feel that bad about this flop. There's no ace, there's no king. You're playing the chip leader, and maybe you expect a lot of those pre-flop bluffs to come from King X suited, from Ace X offsuit. He might end up going with these 10s, and he's got 10% equity right now.
It's a 400K bet, very small. Stack to pot ratio is quite shallow, so Daon doesn't need to bet too big with top pair. And he would love for a hand that only has 2 outs to check call in this spot. Don't scare your opponent. I really can't see how Sultanov can ever fold 10s right now for 400K.
No, I genuinely think he's between calling and raising. I think playing out of position with an SPR of 1 is kind of intimidating. And it's hard to think of, oh, well, if I just call, then, you know, what comes next? But he's going to make what I believe is the right play for now. Just check call, leave yourself an out, evaluate the turn.
Turn card is the King of Hearts. And if Sultanov was ahead on the flop somehow, he is definitely not ahead on that turn. Because if Daon was bluffing, he probably paired that king. What's the game plan now for Queen-Jack?
It's going to start feeling thin to Daon, I think, to continue betting. It feels like if stacks go in here, Queen-Jack is not in great shape.
I think it's always behind if it does go in.
It's very possible that Mikhail has King-Jack suited, King-10 suited. It's very possible he has Jack-10 suited. I think this looks like a check to me. If Daon were to bet, I would expect something very small seeking, you know, check, check, river.
It's a blank on the river. 2.5 million out there. My initial thought here is that Sultanov is going to want to check down 2 10s, and I want to head you in the direction of, is Queen Jack a hand that can go for some value if he gets checked to here on the river?
It's going to feel possible. 6 of clubs is completely blank. And I do think that King Jack or King 10 suited is strong enough to bet the river in Sultanov's position. The question to Deon will be, will he bet those hands in reality, or will he trap me sometimes?
It's hard to know.
A hand like aces or a hand like pocket nines, like maybe these hands keep trapping as well.
Because he shouldn't have any data points on Sultanov. This is the very first event he's ever played at a Triton.
Yeah.
And he's actually reaching for chips with pocket 10s, blocking.
Yeah, a large size could have gotten it done here, but this is just going to get called. Price is too good. Dan doesn't think he's winning this pot, but he's not going to fold.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't think he's ever good. But he's going to be very happy when the 10s are revealed. A little bit of apology from Deon. Of course, it's always a little annoying for the player who gets called when they shake their head. And
yeah, it's understandable. I mean, good class there from DK, kind of apologizing for the overreaction. If he had, I think he was expecting to see King Jack suited. You know, he's expecting to see Ace Queen.
Mm-hmm. Deon was hoping it was Jacks or 10s that played it that way. So, Mikhail Sosanov is the short stack with 11 big blinds, trailing Niederreiter by 2 bigs. At the bottom of the chip counts, and DK with some separation there between him and Divorce now. They are 20 big blinds in terms of difference.
It really is a huge deal that Divorce drew the seat to Deon's left, because there's the opportunity with this kind of chip distribution for the big stack to start open jamming really early in the tournament and start accumulating chips really quick. Deon will never get that luxury unless he puts a dent in Divorce's stack.
Right now we see Divorce with Ace Queen. There's a raise from the chip leader, and they're playing 60 big blinds effective in this spot. You can see that he's just calling here.
Typical for Dan to not want to overinflate this pot. He's going to play a very loose flatting range with very few 3-bets against the chip leader.
What I also like about this flat is it strengthens his flatting range so that these shorter stacks, when they squeeze jam, he's got hands that can actually call it off.
Yeah, I like that Ding Biao is not overplaying his ace-9 suited here. Just calling makes a lot of sense to me. 3-bet squeezing would be an overplay.
Yeah, just having that value of your tournament life is so important here, but he is in trouble as Ding Biao makes top pair up against top 2 pair, so Ding Biao needs running clubs to hopefully win this pot, and Deon actually flopping middle pair and a strong kicker.
It's going to be an interesting one. We have the possibility of heading 3 ways to a turn. I think typically Divorce will bet small when he does bet here. Multi-way, no need to overinflate bet sizing, and it usually takes a good price to convince people to stick around. In the context of a 3-way pot, this is a pretty big bet.
400K into 1.125.
I think it's large enough, actually, that when Ding Biao calls here, Deon can get away from his hand.
Expecting that someone's got the ace. I think the best case scenario is Divorce putting some in-position bet with some random pocket pair. Ding Biao calls with a gut shot or a queen, and that's the only way King-Queen could be good as played.
And even still, I mean, how do you see showdown and win? How do you make sure the gut shot doesn't bluff you? I think it's time to escape this hand.
There is an escape route. You just need to take the ladder.
Oh, he's not thinking about it. Okay.
You always think this guy is up to no good.
I got worried the DK was going for the check raise bluff. You know, blocking
Ace
pocket
queen.
queens, blocking ace queen. It's a real idea, I think.
Incinerating your chips.
Well, when Divorce has ace queen, yes, it is incineration.
All right, so it's a 2 million chip pot at the moment. Divorce still with top 2 pair. At this point, he's probably thinking that I can really only get value out of an ace. And how do I size in a way to make an ace not fold when they're drawing dead?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Divorce not to display a lot of strength here. I think he needs to just go after stacks. 1.5 SPR. You see a lot of players try to set up smaller bets at final tables where you don't force your opponent to go all in by the river and you don't ask for all of it. But at this point, if Divorce bets the turn, it's pretty clear that he has a really strong hand or a bluff. There's no need for him to... Yeah, this is just geometric, setting up half pot river.
Half pot, half pot. So he does count the pot when he plays.
Do you do you not?
I don't count the pot.
Oh, how do you...
Usually a computer tells me.
How do you know how much to bet? That's a great, fold, from Ding Biao. That is very hard to do in game. It feels so nitty in the moment to see a guy with a pile of chips and just fold top pair on the turn.
Yeah.
Strong kicker too.
Of course.
It was a strong line from Divorce.
That was very nice from Daniel. I do want to talk about Predict Lab and the future of interactive live streaming. It's the first live poker prediction platform where knowledge becomes value and powered by the poker fans. It's your move. Flash poker markets live on Predict Lab. Make your call. Make your move.
I have a pair.
How many people you think predicted Ding Biao folding that turn?
You see,
Not me. Not you. He just told Divorce he had a pair.
I think Ding Biao might have been fishing for information.
I don't think
so he had to
got anything.
He had to give an honest answer to Dan about what he had. A pair.
This is a pair.
It's a real pair.
It's a real pair.
Yeah, pocket eights.
It's ace queen again. Slid the ace queen 1 seat over. Divorce did.
There's a way that this could go in.
I think so.
Less than 20 bigs. Velocevic commits. Doesn't put all his chips in just in case players behind wake up, but the blinds do not. Dan just snap jams, knows he's going with the eights for 20 bigs.
20 big blinds apiece, making this pot 6 million as Velocevic has got a coin flip at his hand.
You did it wrong.
Still. But maybe I want to keep him alive.
Maybe. But then, can we still have fun if you keep him alive?
Doesn't look like you're going to be keeping Velocevic alive at the moment with pocket eights.
6 outs for Danilo. Needs to find an ace or a queen.
That is right. That is the wrong card for Danilo.
No wheel draw.
You will try the... No.
No? Time to put the bag on.
No, he's gonna...
This time works.
Just watch this. You cannot chop it. What is that motion?
Oh.
King of diamonds.
That was the split right between my cards motion. Just missed the ace queen.
One of us can have fun.
Danilo heads home.
Gotta get back to work.
In 8th.
Danilo Velocevic of Serbia, adding to his 5 million in Triton earnings. Not much you can do about ace queen and 19 bigs against a chip leader open, I would think. See him say goodbye to Samuel Muller. 106,000. First final table here in Montenegro.
Danilo still searching for his first Triton title. He's been playing since London in 2023, amassed over 5 million in earnings after this score. But he will have to wait for another shot at his first title.
Yeah, he got 2 runner-up finishes, but they were big paydays. The first one was in Montenegro last year, second in the 50K for 1.3 million, and then second in Jeju this year in the 125K for 1.8 million. I think Danilo's going to be all right. And that's why you saw when he exited there, he was smiling still. Like, yeah.
It's like, it's still early.
Good game, sir.
No big deal. I wasn't expecting to win the first event.
Exactly. He was expecting to get runner-up. Just kidding, of course.
As you do.
Niederreiter, ace-queen. He's been very quiet at this final table, but he's already collected 2 pay jumps.
He's announced 1 million, and Dvoris
has got pocket aces.
This is pretty grim. Fabian will perhaps head to a flop before having to commit the rest. Dvoris looking to his left to see what stacks sit behind, and he's got to think about if anyone behind is deep enough to justify flatting.
Yeah, do you prefer clicking it right now as you quickly survey the land, or do you prefer calling but maybe risk not getting the last 950?
I think it's reasonable to just put it in, but you've got aces, like the one hand that sort of doesn't want to put it in.
It's weird. Because the 950 is a lot behind to miss out on, potentially.
Well, it's so unlikely that Niederreiter gets away from this hand post. But what Dvoris is concerned about is that someone in the blinds is going to have a fringe hand, and he doesn't want to stop them from entering the pot. I think with any other hand than aces, Dvoris would likely have just isolated.
So we have a post-flop situation with 950K back. 2.4 million is the pot. It's a 6-high flop. I assume Niederreiter always checks right now, hoping it checks down, but what do you do if you're Dvoris with aces? And how would you size if you do bet?
These are such unusual situations. I have not, in mass, looked at post-flop sizings in spot like this. And
give me your instinct.
I mean, my instinct is you have to find a way to extract value from non-coolers, right? You have to find a way to extract value from unpaired hands that aren't happy about the situation. So think about Dvoris's weakest calls. Does he call here with King-Jack suited? Does he call here with Ace-9 suited?
I think we're stretching.
Like, find these fringe hands and figure out what those can consider doing.
Fabian started the hand with 13 big blinds, just to give you guys extra context. I actually like a really tiny bet here. Something that Fabian would never fold, even unpaired hands.
It's just...
And then maybe check back turn.
I don't know that it accomplishes a whole lot. Dvoris either wants to keep Fabian in the tournament, or he wants to win the maximum. I don't know that he's all that interested in extracting 1 or 2 more big blinds, or if he can even credibly bluff for 1 or 2 big blinds on the flop. What's he going to get to fold?
Okay, let's not get all of it. Let's get 925K and leave the guy with 25K and leave him in the tournament.
That feels like the bet size to build a strategy around. Is let's see if we can win all or most of the chips. He just goes for all of it. This makes sense to me.
Do we call Ace Queen or do we save ourselves?
Niederreiter might be able to get away. This is so hard to get away from in game. You've got 40% pot. You've got a backdoor flush draw. But if you're up against aces, you are not getting the price. If you're up against kings, you are not getting the price.
This might be Niederreiter's biggest decision he's ever played. It's its very first Triton event in this 25,000 golden decade.
It really does bring into question that first flat, doesn't it? If it's this hard to get the last of Niederreiter's chips on a 6-high board, we should just rip it pre when we never get the guy to fold.
That's a very good point. 950K is 6.5 big blinds. You know, it's still really relevant even to divorce. So what does he beat?
He really does have to hope he's running into a flush draw or a backdoor flush draw. I think it's reasonable for Dan to take something that includes the ace of spades. If he's offsuit, something that's 2 hearts.
So ace
if he's
jack.
suited.
Is ace jack calling off 13 bigs? Offsuit? Pretty? Like, you know, willing to get it in?
Not for 13. Would he call the 1 million?
Hard to say.
Oh, that does feel close.
What a fold from the
Big.
ace queen in divorce. Is wondering, what just happened?
Ace queen bluff jump.
And even though Niederreiter...
Everyone always asks me what I have.
They do always ask the worst, don't they?
Because you're a nice guy, Dan. Because you coach on the internet and you tell people how to play their hands.
Save time to watch.
Which? Wait, where? In Monaco? Or?
That was... I guarantee Niederreiter is
like 2 people jammed or no? Oh, just
so uncomfortable with what he just did.
Oh, vaguely.
That's a huge spot for him.
I mean, he could not have made a better decision in that moment. He saved his tournament. Now he's got pocket 7s under the gun, so a real chance for his last 6 bigs.
It's a great opportunity.
But until he sees what Dvorak had there, he's going to feel sick about the pot that he just played.
He needs to send all his energy into this hand right now. Worry about that hand later. 700K for 7s with 7 remaining. Just saying.
You think he did that on purpose?
I think he did. I think he listens to my commentary. And he wins it. He made it any other sizing, they would have woke up with aces. I want to give you a little bit more information about Niederreiter. He is part of that poker code crew which created a study group called Soon. As Fedor is the
I remember now.
life coach for the team, and
Diamonds, right?
Curtis Knight, the technical coach, and
Were you the button?
Soon
No.
actually
It was like Tom Winter, I think.
is a group of these players from Vienna, Germany, that seem to have talent that they see, and they call it Soon because soon they will become high-stakes regs. It's a good crew to be a part of.
So there are people in Soon who are not here at Triton, of course.
And the ones
otherwise they
who
would
have
just be
graduated
called,
from Soon, yes.
Are they
they're
called
here.
now? Do they have a new group for Niederreiter and Muller?
So the ones that are lagging from Soon, they're actually called later. That's not true. I just made that up for the record.
I don't think the crew sticks together if you're like all the guys who got cut just make their own separate group chat.
That was a bit of a silly hand.
And you know
I
who...
wasn't going to fold unless 2 people went, but then I think something happened where I was just like, I'm fucking sorry. Any more questions? Any more questions?
I was trying to rock your confidence with the badly played hands.
I was going to say that there's another player that's actually part of Soon that you should be aware of. He's at this final table as well, and it's Samuel Muller.
That's right. So this is just what we're calling poker code now.
Poker Soon.
Soon.
I mean, it's, I guess, some sub-product. You know, original it was poker code.
Yeah.
But it's pocket 8s, once again. This time in the hands of Paul Poix. Neither Rider's got pocket sixes with 950K. Is there ever a chance this goes in, or a little bit too loose?
At final tables, you generally don't see players in Niederreiter's position calling there, and that's just because
More than two, right?
Paul's range is going to be very strong here, jamming into Dvoris. Sixes do much worse, and he's hoping Paul busts, right?
Could happen.
Would you fold against Psych?
Ace diamond done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured you had a straight with a diamond.
I was
block.
correct. It's block way too many blocks.
Is it something like ace 10 with the 10 of diamonds calls a bunch?
Both fold because if he has 10 8 off.
I don't know what I did.
哇，
both fold.
应该打
I
错了
thought maybe ace 10 with the 10 of diamonds is better.
Yeah, it's better, but it's
But it's still, yeah, okay.
if he has
对不对？
10 8
对吧？
which
对吧？
I think people have.
因为风险挺大的。
right?
I don't know. I opened 10 8 off.
No, but it was like, wasn't I the button?
No, I mean I would open 10 8 off.
Oh, I see.
因为那个马子两个币3挺多钱的。
Blind versus blind between the big stacks.
It's kind of crazy because both Dayon and Dan have both been chipping up throughout this final table. Dayon's going to play passively, limps into Dvoris. Just a lot of respect for Dvoris to defend properly from the big blind against pre-flop raises. The two suited hands will be seeing 3 cards. And this one, no pair for both.
These two really do have a ridiculous lead over the field right now. Can't remember the last time I saw a final table where the second biggest stack covers everyone else combined. I mean, we're 7-handed, and Dvoris has more chips than all 5 players other than Dayon.
Yeah, usually we talk about one player having more chips than the rest of the table, right? But, you know, Dvoris is doing his thing as well. Like, sure, he's not the chip leader, but I'm pretty sure he's very happy with the way this FT is developing.
Because not like he's gonna shove 10 summon of time to export.
Right.
So it's just irrelevant. I think.
Oh, I thought it was like 150% pot or something.
No, 190.
Oh, okay, it was almost 2x. Yeah. I thought when it happened, I thought you folded. I thought you like somehow folded the nut flush.
But it's the same thing. When I have ace of diamonds, it's absolutely the same.
No, because he can just bluff with like a 10 of diamonds, right?
No, but I mean, the ace bluff catching ace 10 off and not flush is the same. Because he's
I would have thought the 10's bad for.
Slightly bad, yeah.
Okay.
But
You know
can
what's
also
good?
block, like,
Pocket kings for
fours with
Paul.
diamonds, so everything blocks something.
Right.
Cowboy Paul. Opening
Cowboy
up under
Paul.
the gun.
You think he's got a lasso?
Some boots with the Spurs.
Boots with the Spurs. The whole club was looking at her.
I was just talking about cowboy boots.
Yeah, I was talking about Flow Rider. 8-7 suited with the call, suited connector on the button.
If I could pick any hand to crack kings, well, I guess I wouldn't pick diamonds, knowing that Paul has the king of diamonds, but this is up there.
I would pick an ace X because I just need to hit one of 3 outs. If I know where your head was at.
Okay, that's the easy route.
It's
I
the
agree.
smart path, all right?
Yeah.
I'm a smart guy.
Well,
look at that flop.
How smart is it to have an ace when Dayon's going to make a flush? All players with at least 1 diamond. Nobody with the ace.
But everyone with something. Kings are still kings, but scared of the ace. Flush draw for Dayon, and Ding Biao's got a draw to the nut straight with the jack of diamonds.
I think I would have liked to see Ding Biao get away from this pre-flop, just given that he's covered by both players, and the starting ranges are pretty tight in this formation.
Sounds weird, right? Because you kind of want to defend because their hand looks good, but then when you really look into it three ways, it's quite complicated.
Yeah, it's dominated a bit too much, I fear, against the under-the-gun range.
So Daon's going to bet 225K with his flush draw, and I can see this one playing out in a very strange way.
See how much stock Ding Biao puts into this gutter with the backdoor diamonds. Again, it wouldn't be unreasonable to just fold up front, but the price is really good on this flop bet. This call I certainly understand.
It's like a penny stock, you know? If you hit the 10, it could be a really nice return.
I mean, the best hand might just fold here.
Would you blame him?
Paul is in a very uncomfortable position right now. Ding Biao can have an ace quite easily. Daon, a little less likely to have an ace, but there's still some in there.
That's an amazing call. Pocket Kings, undeterred and knows what's up for the price. Turn card is a 9. And the fact that Paul continues here makes it actually very difficult for Daon to put in another bet, even when he picks up an open-ended straight draw. Unless he thinks aces will fold, which we've seen Ding Biao do earlier.
I mean, you don't see it much, but it's just so tempting if you're the chip leader right now with a open-ender and a flush draw to just say,
what's
all right,
the worst that can happen?
Just, I'm all in, deal with it, you know?
Your problem?
It's a weird line to consider in a multi-way pot, but at the same time, what are they going to do, really? Massive ICM pressure.
That's true, because imagine if Ding Biao actually did have an ace, ace 10 or something like this.
Yeah.
Say Daon jams, he still has to worry about Paul, right? To call in the middle with an ace.
This is an effective jam. I mean, Daon's gone with 1.2 million. He's not folding. He's just amping up the pressure, claiming to have something like ace-jack plus.
It might even look stronger for him to bet 1.2 than go all in.
Probably does. But either way, I think this is going to raise some eyebrows. I doubt Paul can really do anything with kings, but this is very suspicious. Sometimes that's how chip leader play works. It's like, you never have it, and I'm going to fold anyways.
Or no, it's better. No, I'm saying because you look like it's better than an ace high flush, right? Okay, so he can't jam the nut flush for value for that size then,
He
right?
can.
Oh, he can.
That's why
he can, but blocking the bluff is better, even though you lose to value sometimes. Even though you like.
Yeah, I don't.
You get what I'm asking?
Yeah. But that's why I said that my hand is the same as nut flush.
Yeah. Okay. And then just having like king 2 of diamonds is just better. That one's yours. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
I think Daon's too good from what I've seen. He's too good.
Are you intimidated?
No, I've got lots of respect for him. He's put up amazing results so far with his limited festivals at Triton. He just plays best on home soil. And here he comes, King 3 offsuit.
Dvoris has options, but it's not a thrilling hand to play against a cutoff open in the first place. I think we'll probably just see him fold, but V-pipping in some way is not unreasonable, and you can see DK is pretty out of line here with the King 3-0.
Extremely out of line.
Well, it's just who's in the blinds, right? You've got everybody beneath Dvoris now, 2.5 million or fewer chips. Nobody has 20 bigs even.
Also, you never know if the guy is gonna shove a nut flush.
Yeah.
But you know that he's gonna shove.
The boats, yeah. And he bet like 40% on the turner?
Yeah, it's very boaty size.
Right. Oh yeah, so it's actually like, it's just like king jack and kings a lot, right? Yeah.
Do you have any idea which hand they're talking about?
Yeah, that was
I don't, unfortunately.
Maybe it's not even this tournament.
Maybe they played final 2 or final 3 tables at the same table.
You caught me off guard. I was not ready.
Dvoris with a monster in the cutoff, opening into all the shorties.
Mamacita. Times 2. Mikhail's got 6-4 suited and not many chips.
Sultanov definitely short enough to flick in this call here and hope to connect with the flop, especially against one of the chip leaders.
But you know he's not the shortest stack. It's actually Fabian Niederreiter playing 950K.
It is true, but what's funny in this chip distribution is if Sultanov can find a double, he's in pretty good shape to get top 4 immediately. Everyone's so short. The upside of winning a pot here is pretty high.
Top set versus bottom pair, and he might think the 4 is good.
This is ugly. It doesn't look like much, but Mikhail's got a single pot size bet, and he's made a pair. It's a pretty strong hand. I wouldn't fault him for check jamming flop. If Dvoris goes 1 big blind, he's going to have some bet folds.
Uno big blind it is. Top set, $1.50.
There's just not many other options at this point. If you call, you've got 60% pot back and allow yourself to get bluffed or allow your opponent to realize equity. Most of the plan here is jam or fold.
He is jamming, and he is going to need running straight to stay in this tournament.
It's pretty unfair.
4. 5.
5 is better.
4 is very ambitious. 5 would be nice. For Sultanov, playing his very first Triton event at this final table, but needs a lot of luck if he wants to stick around, continue his journey. And it is possible now. 4 5s in the deck. Do you believe, Sultanov? Is this your moment? It is not. Good game, sir. Boris collecting more chips.
Mikhail hung on there. Not a bad outcome for your first event. 25K buy-in. Looks like 120K profit to me.
Sure is, and I was told that he just walked in over here in Montenegro and decided to flick it in on 25K. Did not give any indication that he was coming to the Triton Festival. And look, he turned that 100, or not that 100, but the 25,000 into 145,000. It's a good payday for Mikhail Sultanov in his very first Triton event.
You ever win 6 figures on a vacation?
Nope.
Just stroll down, cross the border, hit the beach town. I think I'll play a 25K today.
It's funny because when we were in Jeju, when we had a Triton 1 festival, not the last one, I just happened to one before that, there was a guy that came out to play golf, and he decided to play event, and he like shipped it. So, you know.
Just had $1 million golf trip.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like you won a PGA Tour event.
Exactly. You want a Triton trophy. Can't win that at a PGA Tour.
Yeah, you're right. This is better.
And this hand is better than Ace-5. The little things really get you, Kevin.
I don't know why that got me. Dvoris likely to fold here, I think. He's got 4 players behind. A lot of short stacks, which would force him to get involved even wider if they wake up with something.
What if he's just thinking, that 950K was supposed to be mine if I played those aces in a different way? He's like, I want revenge.
Feels attached to those chips.
My name are on those chips.
Yeah, could be.
Niederreiter's thinking, please fold.
Yeah, a light jam from Fabian, but he's under the gun. He'll be posting big blind and big blind ante next hand. It's reasonable to take your thin spots right now.
He is going to fold ace-8, and you expected that.
Only just noticed that he made it 700 with the sevens and made it 950 with the ace-5-0.
There's no live tells.
Oh, no. There are live tells.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not saying that was a live tell, but maybe you were onto something when you said the sevens intentionally raised to 700.
Of course I was into it. I believe in this stuff, by the way. You might think I'm joking, but no, I truly do. I read into all these types of things.
I just don't believe that they'll get aces if you pick a different size. I believe in live tells, but you raise the wrong size and your opponent's cards just change? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, you know, it's a fully random deck. What do they call it? Continuous shuffle. Have you ever played blackjack where they got a continuous shuffle machines? Because I have.
Okay, but even in a continuous shuffle, the dealer's cards are just there on the table.
I'm trying to count the cards on a continuous shuffle. You know what? It doesn't work.
So you agree that you're full of it?
I think I'm a fish.
Your words.
King 8 suited.
This is actually an intervention for Randy Liu.
That's right.
Thank you for coming, chat. He has now reached the stage of acceptance, and we can proceed.
Gamblers Anonymous. He opened King 3 offsuit earlier. It was a cutoff or hijack, and now he's got a much nicer king. Suited variety, and Fabian, Niederreiter's got 10-8 offsuit. He is looking at the chip counts. He sees that he is the shortest stack, but Muller is not that far behind.
Yeah, all these stacks are so short that collisions are pretty likely, even for the players with more than Niederreiter. I like this fold. I think he could play it against like a button or a cutoff range where he's more likely to be live. But those hands don't play very well against an under-the-gun range. Nice spot to avoid, and avoids domination.
Tide is right. I mean, we've seen players at our Triton festivals, big names, you know, just kind of staying away of the big action and getting huge pay jumps. Seth Davies, Patrick Antonius, both of those players come to mind.
Yep.
You know, getting deep finishes.
Professional ladderers, if you will.
They climb ladders for a living. They used to be firemen once upon a time.
Oh, those are tall ladders. Takes some skill.
I'm actually quite scared of climbing up ladders. So we've got like trees,
Ever
landscaping to do in my backyard, and I never climb them up. I let Selena do it. I don't even hold the ladder.
And she's happy about that situation?
No, she yells at me for it. I think he's happy about ace-jack, actually.
This is a quality open jamming hand. Blind versus blind, 6 bigs.
He didn't even leave one chip behind.
It's a fair point. He actually could in that situation. It's unusual, blind versus blind, but DK, the chip leader, is the one player at the table who gains the most by Fabian staying in the tournament.
Yeah,
He'd be on the button next hand. He could leave one chip behind. Down would have no reason to raise with anything. He can just flat check down, save 25K.
That's a good point.
Think you're onto something.
So there is some gold that comes out of my mouth.
Say enough things and
you will hit the lotto.
Bound to be right.
So if I keep
once in a while
entering the lotto, I will win eventually. Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
Okay.
How long have you got? How many tickets can you buy?
I mean, you can buy unlimited. You can do the randomizer too. But I always choose my birthday.
As long as you don't run out of bankroll, you'll be good.
Oh.
You'll win eventually.
Quite deep. You know, remember when all the poker players would pull money to buy lotto tickets when they thought it was plus EV and the Powerball?
That still happens, yeah.
It's insane. Like they buy like $10,000 worth of tickets or whatever.
They know some guy who like owns a convenience store, and they just like shut down the store, just printing tickets around the clock.
Is that really what happened?
It's mayhem.
Jesus.
Yeah. Wow.
Aces again for Daniel DeVoris?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves and imagine a 1 versus 2 25 million chip pot, but this is how they start. Dvoris with aces. He'll be raising against this limp. Dayon with a strong enough hand that he's not going to want to go anywhere. Sizing is not that big here from Dvoris. I actually expected larger because he raised so rarely in these situations.
It's because he has aces.
Could be.
At least get a call, but I know what you're saying. Polarize with a bigger raise.
So that can be the story of this final table. Dvoris underplaying aces, not winning the max.
I mean, he's done well, though, so far, right? He raised pre. So far, it's playing out as expected.
Check that box. Didn't get out-flopped. That's another good point.
Well done. We've got the overpaired at Queen 5-3, and Dayon's got King 9 suited that may have interest. Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah,
some interaction.
I think it's too much hand to fold for a small bet, but again, no guarantees that Dvoris will make it cheap. I think in general, he's going to play polar, and he goes for a check with that plan of playing polar.
This is where you say how to win the minimum with Dvoris's aces.
Well,
I'm not saying
fortunately for Dvoris, he's got Dayon drawing dead.
He must.
So he won't lose the tournament this time.
Do you think he thinks there's more value in getting Dayon, the chip leader, just stabbing at him rather than doing the betting himself? Is that what it is?
I think that's part of it. It's also specifically that he has aces, where he's occasionally way behind against pocket threes, pocket fives, queen 5 suited. But more often than not, he's a near lock just from the flop, right? So it's not just hoping that your opponent bluffs. It's also maybe hoping they hit second pair, or it's hoping that they improve to something that loses more chips than they would have lost to a small flop c-bet. So Dvoris extends this idea to the river. He's hoping to convince Kala-Djurdjevic to maybe make a big river bet with air. King 9 suited is just so middle of range that I don't think it's going to work this time.
Surely Dvoris goes for a bet now. It's been checked to him 3 times in a row.
If Dvoris checks this river, call the police.
Arrest that man.
That would be
for
illegal.
Playing too tight. No, he's playing great.
Doesn't look like he's reaching for a lot unless a barrel of blacks is coming with those. Just half pot. It is tricky when you have 2 aces in your hand. You're thinking, well, I'm targeting ace high. A pair probably would have bet for value by this point. So what size do I bet to actually get paid? Trying to get king high to call. Maybe occasionally a hand like king 5 suited didn't bet up to this point.
Well, it's none of that. It was just king high.
Dvoris wins the minimum.
He won the minimum. Let's let Dvoris know that you don't know how to get max value out of your pocket aces. You let the guy get away from ace queen, and you don't get a bet against the king 9. I'm sure he'll really appreciate that.
I feel like it's not obvious enough to some of our viewers that I'm trolling Dan, and I think he's an excellent player. So I'll just put that out there. That is exactly what's happening.
I'm not
and
trolling.
Also,
we're speaking truth. We're results-oriented players.
Try to win more next time, Dan, because you had aces and you won 3 big blinds.
I heard you can't beat him in tennis yet.
It's true. I need a rematch. Muller with a real candidate. 7 bigs in the hijack, 10-9 suited. I think it is likely go time. Ooh, go to the muck time is what I meant. Both chip leaders to his left, hoping to get a collision after he folds. It is important to remember at these final tables that you make a lot of money by folding if other players get involved. It's just, if everyone extends that same logic, then, well, then everyone folds and everyone loses except the chip leaders. So
Muller's happy to see that Niederreiter is jamming because there is a chance he will be at risk if the blind's going to wake up with a hand. And here it is, King Queen versus King 4. Because if Muller had jammed 10-9 suited, he would be the one at risk against Ding Biao's King Queen.
This is what you want to see if you're Sam. You passed on a thin spot and an all-in collision developed. No matter who wins this pot, someone is very likely out of here within the next couple hands.
That is true. If Ding Biao loses, he's down to 3 big blinds, but who's it going to be on the flop? King Queen is best, but there are ways to chop the deuce.
How about an ace? Extra chop outs.
Ding Biao is thinking just no 4. 8 of hearts, removing the 4 of hearts as an out for Niederreiter.
8s will do it as well. Any double pair.
Can he squeeze a 4? It's the king of hearts. Flush for Ding Biao to officially eliminate Niederreiter. As he gives some love to Samuel Muller, as they did share that grindhouse, part of the Soon Club. 6th place for 195K for Niederreiter.
Didn't shy away from taking his spots. And Fabian did extend his tournament life with that huge fold. Ace-Queen against Dvoris's aces. Has to be happy with his performance on the big stage.
In his very first Triton event as well, just like Sultanov. And really the highlight for me was his ace-queen fold, preserving his tournament life and giving himself an extra chance. Turn that into something more. We're down to 5. And the landscape is nothing has changed. Just less players. DK's got all of the chips. Dvoris still has tons of chips. And it's just a fight at the bottom as Ding Biao's got 17 bigs. Paul on 12 and Muller's on 7.
Certainly a lot has changed for Ding Biao. That was a big win for him to separate a little bit from Paul and Sam.
I think I would pass this spot for Paul. With Muller on 1.4 mil.
Yeah.
What a character. He's always smiling.
Did he say, I'm folding so Sam can bust next hand?
I just know he said 8-9. He revealed his hand.
没搞到而家100嘅啦，拿一點，拿一點。對啊。
It's so rare that we see 2 players that have big stacks just cruising on cruise control.
Dvoris will be all in with this hand, I would think. Looks to his left and sees all the short stacks. He's got an ace in his hand.
17 big blind stack, a 10 big blind stack, and a 7 big blind stack is all he has to worry about.
Just say all in.
Eights for Muller. I've been seeing pocket 8s get it in every single time.
範圍比較闊，很大的牌不會打 all in 的。
Huge spot for Muller. 70-30 favorite with the pocket pair.
Snowman not looking for a cold deck. A 6 shows up for Dvoris. Now he can hit trip 6s to take the lead and eliminate Muller. Ace still works. Four diamonds. Just gotta dodge one more card to stay in here, Muller.
No ace, no 6.
Mm-hmm. 9 of diamonds. Locks it up to 2.8 million.
Finally, a little bit of momentum swung away from the big stacks.
Little flesh wound for Divorce, and Muller used to play esports. I don't know if you know that or is very familiar with that territory, but he played the game Uncharted and Call of Duty semi-professionally. And if you don't know, those are shooting games where you go for headshots. Triple kill, double kill.
You saying that this tells us something about Sam's character? Maybe his...
He's a violent person? Is that what you're trying to get at?
He's got a violent approach to No Limit Hold'em, I would say.
He tries to bluff people relentlessly. But some more information for you is it was through esports that he met his buddy, guess who? Bernard Binder. Binder, sorry.
Bernie Binder.
Yeah, Bernard Binder, who was a top 3 or arguably the best in the world at Uncharted at one time, and they do live together.
They must still spar from time to time, right? I mean, poker's not going to scratch the same itch as...
You know who lives together?
Video game.
Jack and Jack.
Headshots. Those Jacks?
Yeah, they live together.
Living together in front of Ding Biao?
In the castle. They are royalty.
This could be trouble for DK.
You think he's going to move in, potentially?
He's going to play his hand. I don't know what he'll think of the cutoff raising range. It should be fairly strong. See him taking some time. I think options are on the table. 3-bet shoving, 3-betting small to fold, or just calling. All seem acceptable.
He's randomizing.
Might be.
He's rotating a pie. Trying to see where it falls.
You think the inside of those shades is just like a big Wheel of Fortune wheel?
All in, and we know what's happening. Jacks are not folding. He's looking around like, seriously? I'm 3rd in chips and I have to call it off? All in, all in.
Ding Biao just making sure that Dayon put out enough there that he's all in, and he did.
So Daniel Divorce just got a flesh wound, and will Kaler Djurdjevic lose a decent chunk in this one?
Small misstep here given the cards, but you can understand what he was going for. Ding Biao not going to be afraid to open some marginal hands in this spot. Just happens to run into it.
Set of jacks. Did you know that the brothers of Jack also had another brother named a Jack of Hearts? That's trips. Oh, wait. There's a chance.
We're not out of the woods yet.
That's right. Is there a king in the woods? There's 4 of them. Are they next in line off the top of the deck? It's a full house for the family of Jacks. He's playing a 7 million chip stack, by the way.
That's a significant move for Ding Biao. For the whole structure of the final table, really, the hammer lock that the top 2 stacks had broken.
The order of the 5 remaining players does remain the same. Dayon's still the chip leader, leading Divorce by 1 million, but as you can see, the Ding Biao's in pretty good shape now off of 7 mil. Things are different. The mighty have been losing all ins now.
Ding Biao to the left of Divorce, so those opportunities that Dan had to open jam once Dayon folds, no longer there. It's a big opportunity.
Yeah, when Ding Biao's playing 35 big blinds, it's not like Divorce can just open rip anymore, because it'll be quite risky if Ding Biao wakes up the hand and doubles up through him. Pocket threes for Paul Pois. He's got a 10 big blind stack in the cutoff.
I think Paul can open rip this.
He folds.
He does fold, which is the next best option, I would think.
I think min raising is the worst, right?
Yeah, you don't want to min raise and then fold to a jam or anything, but well, he was going to be flipping against Dan, so obviously taking on that risk is not what you want. But Paul is currently the shortest stack. Sam Muller with just 3 big blinds more. He's going to be in the blinds in just 2 hands.
Doris not going to raise ace-10. Doesn't want to make the pot too big pre-flop against the player that does cover him. Best hand belongs to Dayon. Pair and a gut shot. Up against the open-ended with overs.
I think there are reasons for both players to manage this pot post. Neither hand huge. Dvoris's hand doesn't really need to bluff.
He hasn't been showing signs of wanting to build a pot against Dayon, who covers him. Will Dayon start betting for value with his 9? Is it now or is it the river? Seems like he's gonna go for with the latter.
I like this being out of position. You've seen Dvoris, well, perhaps Dayon doesn't know the cards, but Dvoris has checked behind fairly strong value hands. Dayon might end up overplaying this 9 had he bet turn and river, but now that it checked down to river, clearly can value bet.
What sizing would you go with the 9-7?
I like going large when the board remains unchanged. So the idea being, you know, 4 of spades, deuce of spades is a pure brick out. Dayon can represent all the strong hands from the flop that waited to get to this point, waited for a clean run out. So I like this large size from Dayon.
It's more than pot.
Maybe a little greedy for the situation, given that we've seen Dan checking back strong, both flop and turn, but Dan hasn't seen those aces yet. He doesn't know that Dvoris is protecting his check back so much. I think on average, this play works out really well. And he might even get looked up by ace high.
I would say it's the best unpaired hand because Dayon doesn't have reasons to do this with ace queen or ace king. He will get away. So have you ever heard of Counter-Strike? Played it? Anything?
Counter-Strike, yes, but that's not the game they played, right?
So you don't listen when I talk.
Wow. Okay. I apologize. What did I miss?
Uncharted and Counter-Strike is what they played. But I believe Uncharted was the one that they focused more on.
I think you have it backwards, Randy.
Do I?
I think you said Call of Duty.
Did I? Well, because I'm reading the chat.
Somebody check the tape. Did they play Counter-Strike or Call of Duty?
I have
let
information.
Let us know, chat.
Wow, I feel like I just butchered that one.
I mean, you really threw me under the bus there, so I felt like I had to defend myself. It's like, hold on, we definitely said Call of Duty.
We did, didn't we? We did.
Which I've never played, and funny enough, I have played Counter-Strike. So
you have?
Yeah, we ended up in a direction. I used to go to, like, what are they called? LAN centers?
LAN parties.
Well, like it's in like a strip mall with 30 desktop computers. You pay for your time.
You mean like one of those?
Like if you don't have Counter-Strike at home,
yeah,
you and your buddies go to this center.
What do they call those places?
I think they're LAN centers or LAN.
It's
I don't know.
not LAN centers. There's no way. There's a different name for it.
12-year-old me would know, but
I thought you meant a LAN party, where you've heard of those before, where you bring your own computer setup.
Yeah, I'm imagining
like sleepover or whatever.
Carrying this like 30-pound Dell XPS into my buddy's basement.
Well, it's mystery hand time, and once again, it's Dayon Karađorđević. The difference here is that his cards are covered.
Ooh, and Dvoris with a big hand. These two are still 1 and 2 in chips. Still going to be avoiding big pots. I expect Dvoris to just flat the button with 10s.
There is the flat. So Dayon covers Dvoris. Paul's got 7-5 offsuit. Does he want to get in there as well? Seems like he will not. So it's going to be number 1 versus number 2 in chip counts for this one. Pocket 10s does face an overcard now, and there's a quick check from Dayon Karađorđević.
DK signaling that he doesn't plan on betting much of anything on this board with the quick check. Understandable deference to the stronger range on the button, especially on a queen high flop.
Dvoris with the defensive play, checking it back. So there's no flush draws possible on the 5 of diamonds turn. And Dayon's checking once more.
Does feel like he's playing with more pace this hand, quicker pace.
Dvoris tends to not want to open the door to get check raise as of late against Dayon.
And 10s feels like it's in that category of hands that would rather see a clean river. He's got no interaction with the straight, no backup equity.
So he checks it back. And now there's a board pairing 8. And it's not unreasonable that Dayon could have some 8s as played.
Definitely expecting DK to open fairly loose in the cutoff. Hands like King 8 offsuit, even Jack 8 offsuit or 10 8 offsuit are possible. And they would definitely check down to this river. Dayon just used that check down overbet river line against Dvoris. It leaves that play kind of front of mind. I wonder how he might play off of that recent history with bluffs and with thin value in this spot.
Seems like he is deciding on betting, but just how much?
Does feel like a bet's coming.
Oh, that is way more than the pot.
Okay.
It is 2.6 million.
This is 2x the pot. Little fumble of the chips as he put it together. This is a big moment. Gets the nerves going.
Is there a live read there, or was it just an accident?
It's tough to read into. I mean, he can be excited for value. I'm betting 2x pot with aces, with ace 8. That's an exciting thing to do.
Look at Dvoris. He's like, oh, I would have called any bet less than pot. But this much? No, I don't know what to do. 2x pot. It's kind of funny because they've also been discussing hands about huge overbets.
Yeah.
Throughout this final table, about one hand specifically. So there's definitely some mind games and meta going on in this one.
I wonder how much Dvoris is reading into that, because on the surface, pocket 10s just looks like an unnecessary call here. I think he could clearly just fold and move on, unless he had some indication that DK was overdoing this line.
Then again, maybe he's also thinking, if I call and I lose, I'm still second in chips. Maybe I just need to play this as, do I have the best hand, and not think about the future game as much. You think he's got it? You think he's bluffing?
I'm checking out chat for the insights. They think he's bluffing.
But what do you think,
Kevin? Couple
Kevin?
of shouts for ace 8, 9-8 suited. I don't know. I'm getting strength.
You getting strength?
My feeling
My third time bank.
from the beginning of this hand was that Dayon seemed to have such a confident plan for the situation. Playing with pace from the flop. Finds this big overbet on the river in a spot where Dvoris could have an 8 as well, mind you, or a strong queen.
He is gonna fold, and Dayon had king 10 offsuit.
Wow.
This
How about
man?
just no blockers, no fear. 2x pot.
Would you say he is the best King 10 offsuit player you've ever seen? Like, ever?
I mean, just, yeah. Give him the title, Randy. Just move him into the King 10 offsuit Hall of Fame.
So such a sick play. 2x pot. I do want to talk about Jupiter, and smart players know that not every chip needs to be in play at all times, as Jupe USD is designed as a digital dollar intended to maintain stable value within the crypto ecosystem, while it remains accessible when you do happen to need it. And sometimes the smartest move is simply keeping part of your stack steady, unless you're Dayon and you like to keep it in motion. You put out 2x pot bets and get pocket 10s to fold.
You think it's just suspicious in general to Dan? It's like, why so much? Just,
why so much?
We had a nice thing going here. Chip leader, second in chips, remember? Just why so much?
You should engage in conversation after. For now, we do have a situation here for founding player Paul Poix, who's got pocket 6s. He will be taking this spot.
Good luck, Paul.
Half the time, Paul will win, and half the time he will lose in this one. Wow, what a nice flop for Paul, because he could have divorce drawing dead very quick.
And he's 6, 3, 8, locks it up immediately.
Safe.
Still sweating aces and 10s.
One more card. The 7 of hearts locks it up for Paul. Paul, and he's up to 3.4 million.
A little bit sad, not very sad.
He is all smiles. Muller is smiling, but he's kind of sad inside because he wanted to page up more than seeing Paul double up. What's really impressive is that in 2026, nobody at Triton has won more than Paul Poix at the festivals, as he has cashed for $4.3 million already. Daniel DeVos ranks 9th on that leaderboard for 2026 with 2.9 million in winnings. Nobody else at this final table even coming close to those numbers.
2.9, that's cute. Paul did that in one tournament.
The 150K? 10th anniversary special. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Biggest first prize of the year thus far. Though, I have a feeling we're going to top it later this week.
The Invitational is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's the tournament I am waiting to get to commentate on, and many of these players will be in that tournament. Actually, pretty sure all 5 of these guys remaining will be in that tournament. For now, we got a situation. Does Muller want a jam of ace-4 suited in the small blind against Ding Biao?
We saw Dejan Kalodzerjevic incinerate chips with that ace-deuce off against a cutoff open from Ding Biao. Now a very different situation. Ding Biao's got raisin chips, takes down the blinds with Jack-10 offsuit.
He knows how to blow a bubble. I actually don't with bubble gum. Do you?
Think he offers lessons?
I'm not going to ask him for lessons. He's going to teach you how to play ace-deuce suited.
I'm sure he'd help you out if you asked.
I can't whistle either.
Probably related. Are you tongue-tied? I learned what that is just a few years ago.
I don't know what that means. Is that the one where you do the cherry?
No, like
okay.
It's like it's a physical condition.
Oh.
To be tongue-tied.
I know that only certain people can roll their tongue like a U.
Yeah.
Is that what it's related to?
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that, or at least it would be quite hard if you were tongue-tied.
I see. Are you tongue-tied?
I am. That's how I learned. I was like, wait, why can I only stick it out to here? It's just like, it's just a thing. It's just attached.
I'm not going to lie. I did really poorly in biology.
Okay.
Did poorly in science.
Do you need a reminder on where the tongue is?
English. Also bad in history.
The human body.
Yeah.
Like that bad in biology?
I would say borderline failing. But mathematics, I got at least a C.
Did you do well in any of these classes?
No, no, I did not.
Didn't you go to college?
I did go to university.
You're making it sound like you dropped out at age 12.
I actually didn't get in. I appealed.
I feel like this was a story you started 2 months ago and never finished.
Yeah, I don't want to finish it this time either.
I would like to know more.
It's a secret.
Think of the fans on YouTube, Randy, who want to know about your...
They think I'm a genius and...
Berkeley admission story. No, not Berkeley.
Berkeley.
UC UC Irvine.
There's only like 7 or 8. Eventually you'll get it right.
UC Davis.
That's right, that one.
Yes, got there.
I also got my bike stolen like 3 or 4 times. I lost everyone's bike, actually. All my friends. They weren't happy. I'm not joking.
Why did they keep giving you bikes?
I don't know. They didn't learn their lesson. I just kept losing it. It's like they keep giving me buy-ins and I keep losing them. Pocket queens for divorce.
When you put it that way, it's relatable.
That's a big 3-bet. 2.1 million is about 10 blinds.
Divorce out of position, covered. Going to be playing very polar, as we've seen. He's flatted ace-queen to an open. He's flatted pocket tens to an open. But queens, just too good.
Does the term devil's tongue mean anything to you?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, because that's what Suha says in the chat, what you're referring to.
Sounds like a really dramatic way to describe a really simple situation, but I guess if the devil's involved.
You want to be friends with the devil?
I mean, I wouldn't choose it, but if I already am, then all right, so be it.
You say some odd things, my friend. King Jack for Dayon. It's much better than the 8-6 offsuit he just opened. But this hand is actually better than the King Jack. It's King Queen.
Understandable.
So after
just
this
flat.
hand break, and then after that blinds up or not?
Look at what you're working with, Paul. Pocket kings. An opportunity to squeeze the 3 million you've got back.
It's a crafty little... It feels like one of your moves, Randy.
It does, right? Like
Paul checks his cards, sees pocket kings. Let me ask the floor for some clarification right here.
Because he's saying it because like, oh, blinds are going up. Means I got to move in soon because I'm going to be shorter next hand anyways.
I like that.
I like the way he's thinking about this.
These chips will be going in, you would think. I don't know that after Ding Biao flats, there's room for Paul to make a non-all-in size here.
I think he's always going all in.
I think the play is just jam and hope that Ding Biao had a strong flatting combo.
What's going to happen, I'm going to tell you right now, is when they fold, he's going to laugh and show pocket kings. That's my read.
I think it's a good read. I would take your side.
But first, we got to see if Ding Biao will fold his king-queen, unless he puts Paul in a bunch of pairs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a legitimately tricky spot. You're often 2 overcards here. 2.8 million to call for 4.2. He knows, he knows.
Very big.
Hollywood, very big.
Hollywood announced. Doesn't show the kings, though.
我心想要推还是大嘛，没料到了。
Players are de-miking because it is time for a break for the remaining 5 players. Chip leader still is Dejan Kalojerjevic. Dan Devore still in second place with 10 million in chips, and Ding Biao in third. And we also have Paul Pois and Samuel Muller as I welcome you back to the desk. And it's been Dejan Kalojerjevic with 2 great mystery hands.
I mean, the chip leaders have had all the action, right? DK and Double D, but some movement back in the direction of the middle stacks. We saw Ding Biao get a double, Sam Muller got a double, Paul Pois hanging in there too. So there is not an obvious winner locked up at this moment. Plenty of play left with 5 players remaining.
Plenty of play, and we'll find out who's going to be a winner after about a 10-minute break.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all-expenses-paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Are in the money, in the black, guaranteed.
No more fast
Well,
action, huh?
we don't know how many bullets they fired on
Come
day.
on.
I mean, I'm sorry to hold you to a technicality, Randy, but
3.5 big blinds buy-ins guaranteed.
yeah, I mean, someone might be in for 4.
Uh-oh. It's time to do an investigation because it's mystery hand time. First hand of the final table in this 25K golden decade, and it's going to feature Ben Tollerine on the button.
275,000.
This is a strong starting play already. Obviously, the button range is meant to be wide, but Ben Tollerine is the second shortest stack at the table, and he's opening into the chip leader's big blind.
So he must be expecting that Dejan's the type of guy to defend more, given he's got so many chips, hence the stronger range that you mentioned.
King 10, of course, is going to make the call.
King 10 is going to make top pair with a pretty strong kicker.
Yeah, this works.
Checked over to Ben Tollerine.
Huge hand for DK. Obviously, there are ways where Ben has King 10 beat on this flop, but he shouldn't be too worried about that at this stage. And he's going to expect Ben to c-bet pretty aggressively on a king high disconnected board like this.
Especially because Dayon is probably always expected to re-raise ace-king and king-queens pre-flop.
Yep. And he's expected to play very loose in the big blind, so there's just a lot of pure misses on this board. Tolerine bets 150k. This doesn't tell us too much about the strength of his hand just yet.
Dayon contemplating if he wants to check call or check raise.
Yeah, check raise feels like the play. As the chip leader, he's going to play this spot very, very aggressively. And against someone as tough as Tolerine, he wants to balance that out with thin value.
Makes it 425,000 is the check raise. I guess if you're Ben, you're holding ace-king. Are we calling or re-raising now?
I think it's possible that Tolerine never plays a re-raise on this flop. I would expect Dayon's bluffs to be pretty dead most of the time. It's possible that he has a flush draw or an open-ender, but overall he's just going to bluff with like some backdoor dusty thing.
Right. Well, some backdoors do get there if that's what they had. 6 of hearts completes the flush immediately. Dayon does have that king of hearts. Very relevant in this spot.
It's an interesting turn for DK. He's going to have the range advantage on a card like this, so he's going to bluff a lot on a card like this. And that means Tolerine is not just automatically folding to pressure here if he has like a pocket pair between the 6 and the king, especially if he has something like ace high with the ace of hearts. He's certainly going to continue that hand. So Dayon reasonably thinks that king 10 can still get value here, and he's got the backup of a heart.
400k is the asking price, which is met with a call from Tolerine. Pot's up to 2.375 now, 1.2 back. River cards is 7, so technically the 4 makes a straight, although how likely that would be in Ben Tolerine's button range, I would say not very likely.
No, it's really just ace 4, I suppose, that might get here. King 4 suited is a possibility. There's very few straights for Ben. More concerning would be a flush, a stronger king. These hands are still reasonably common. So for Dayon, going for further value here is tough to come by. He does check.
This makes sense given the board development, the strength of his kicker. And there's half pot remaining if Ben Tolerine decides to move in, which I believe he likely will.
Wouldn't be a mystery hand without a river jam here, would it?
We'll start constructing some value and bluff ranges for me, Kevin.
Well, those ace highs with the heart, or maybe on the real edge of his range, something like queen jack with the queen of hearts, these hands will get here, and these hands seem like the natural choices. I think if Ben loses to something like a pair of 6s or a pair of 7s, he's going to think about bluffing, because those hands are realistic for DK. He might check raise the flop with 8-6 of diamonds and then take this line. He would definitely check raise a hand like 7-9 and end up here.
Dayon is in the blender with max pulse right now.
It's hard to find check calls in this line, but it's not really the spot you think, oh, it's so important that I protect my range here. Ben called a check raise, called a turn barrel. He's arriving here very strong overall.
Does Dayon need to ever worry about kicker issues? For example, if Ben Tolerine has king jack, king queen, does he just check this back always?
I think Ben would check those hands back. It's too costly for him to go for thin value and be wrong.
Oh, he's going to call, and Ben Tolerine had ace-3 offsuit. Wow, Dayon Kala-Djurdjevic with a sick call.
Big call from DK. Tolerine just arriving there. kind of empty. He knew he couldn't win the hand if he checked.
Wow, DK in Montenegro, home soil.
With the concept, since you've only lived in California,
you know,
and Melbourne.
In Australia, when it's Christmas, it's actually summer. It's barbecues outside.
Hmm.
Have a snag.
Everything's backwards, if I understand how hemispheres work. Or is that?
You talking about like the way the toilet flushes now, or what?
Yeah.
You've been to Melbourne before, though, right?
I have.
Okay. Coffee's good. I know you like your coffee.
Oh, it's so good.
Ben Tollering's actually limping here. I think that's actually really interesting. We should talk about this because he had the option to put the rest in.
So Tollerine has less than a full raise in his stack. He's also under the gun +1 here, so not being forced in next hand. I think the idea here is I have 0 fold equity against the big blind. So all I'm doing by putting it in is I'm allowing myself to be eliminated when things don't work out. Why not give myself a chance to not be eliminated this hand?
But how about the 7s fold right behind Tollerine's limp from Niederreiter?
That is important.
It's a huge fold, isn't it?
Niederreiter, one of the shortest stacks. If it was folded to him, he probably would have folded as well. So with Ben in the pot, I mean, he wants to play even tighter, right?
Yeah, well, 7s are in the muck, which is obviously great for both players as they are unpaired. Paul looking to take out Ben Tollerine. If he can just hold and dodge the queen or the 9. And he's flopped the 10, but Ben Tollerine has actually picked up an additional out as he trades the 9s for 4 jacks. Seven. How does Niederreiter think about that turn card?
I'm sure he's moved on.
He's moved on. Is Ben Tollerine going to move on? 7 outs. And he has not hit it. That is the end of Ben Tollerine of America. And it just seems a bit disappointing for him. You know, obviously the first hand, the mystery hand, he bluffed it off.
Yeah. It's a shame to see such a great player go early. I mean, every spot he played in the last 30 minutes, we're analyzing. It's interesting. Every decision point gets interesting. Obviously, major luck factor deep in these events, and Tollerine was on the wrong side of a pretty skillfully played hand from DK that lost him all but most. How many people do you think?
And we're back for the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. It's the opening event, the 25K Golden Decade, and we do have 5 players remaining. The same thing is on our land at the moment where DK is up at the top, but it's Daniel DeVos. He has 10 million straight in chips, which is 50 big blinds, and I want to talk about him because he has such huge accolades here at the Triton Festival as we take a look at this graphic and what kind of stands out to you.
I mean, it was the other day, Randy, we were just talking about events played and how significant that is to put up numbers like Dan DeVos has put up. He's played over 200 Triton events lifetime over the span of the 10 years that this festival has existed, and 71 cashes, 29.5 million in total earnings. I mean, the volume of achievements, the volume of final tables is what really stands out to me. It's very difficult to be this consistent for this long.
Well, he's made 42 final tables, and the one that really stands out to me is the last stat there. Heads up wins just 30%, does have 3 titles.
Yeah.
No, because at the moment, he is on pace to get the heads up given his stack distribution.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the long-term, the success of someone like Jason Kuhn, who's got similar events played, who's got similar podiums, but just gets it done more often at the end, right? You have to think some of it's variance. You don't know what chip distribution Dan went into those heads-up matches with, but obviously he's got an ability to add to his lifetime total, and this is a great opportunity for it. Just DK standing in his way at the moment.
I'm thinking about Daniel DeVos, and when I think about the last time we were in Montenegro, he actually finished runner-up. And do you remember that tournament, who it was up against?
Dan Dvoris. Heads up in Montenegro.
Xuan Liu.
You're going to have to... Oh, that's right.
Yes, he had a huge lead against Xuan Liu, I believe. And then
Yeah.
Xuan just did her thing, and it was in Montenegro in the very opening event, which is what we're doing here. So it would be really cool if we could see Daniel Dvoris get the heads up once more. But, of course, he's got a huge hurdle. He's out-chipped at the moment against Dejan Kalođerđević, and we do have 3 other players still in there. Paul Poix, who's got pocket kings that last hand, chipped up a bit. Samuel Muller, and, of course, the very fashionable Ding Biao.
Ding Biao in a great position still. We talked about the top 2 stacks, but 33 big blinds in front of him. He's got just about an average stack. And we're just playing 2 more hands of this 100, 200K level. Blinds will be going up to 250,000.
Shall we take a look at the payouts? Because they are guaranteed a $250,000 in a $25,000 buy-in event. That's 10x the buy-in, and they're playing for $849,000 for first. Of course, the very first Triton trophy to be given out here in this Montenegro festival.
只有一招 SHRS flop， 那不可能，怎么不可能啊 ？A 圈他没有的嘛，3个 A 3个圈。
Mullet's got King 4 offsuit.
他有没有 A 圈？也没有 A 圈的。
Shortest stack by
啊
wide margin, hence the defense.
因为你在我有一点怕，你中3条。
Yeah, we wouldn't normally expect Sam to defend this weak of a hand, but there's no one he can immediately wait for. To get this pay jump, he's going to have to fight for chips.
Nothing versus nothing, but ace high is best. I wonder if Dvoris will bet this flop. A lot of times the ace-9, ace-8s actually want to kind of check it down, but maybe it's a little different because Muller's so short he can't really speculate against like a min bet.
Yeah, I do think that this bet, oh,
Big
just
bet.
all of it on the flop.
Keep it simple.
Interesting find from Dvoris.
Maybe he doesn't want Muller to check call with like big club, single club, and
Isn't there a
make him
rule
lose the
that,
pot.
Blinds can't go up on the same person twice. Okay.
Nice fun.
So Dvoris must have had the blinds go up on him. The previous
After this
level.
one more hand blinds up, is it?
I'm a very rule-based person.
Good.
Very important to me.
Okay.
Play by the rules.
Well, it's not the strike.
Do you know the exact particulars about the blinds not going up on the same person?
The way I've seen us do it in the past is that both blinds will get played through at the current level, and then 2 hands will get removed from the count on the next level.
Okay.
If one of the blinds was about to have the blinds go up on them for the second level in a row.
Muller's in there, King 4 suited for 7.5 big blinds, and Deon's got Jack 9.
Does look fringy, but probably can fold. I think in this situation, Muller is less likely to be all in with the hands that Jack 9 is dominating. So you're getting a reasonable price here for just under 8 big blinds. This hand would call for chips, but Sam's not going to open jam a chip-looking range. Not sure that the price is right here.
Pass. Muller's going to be happy with that.
So sad.
Paul rooting for Muller to get called so he can maybe get a pay jump.
I like that they're openly rooting against each other. This is it's good banter.
No reason to hide it.
Draw with it. Okay, okay.
Everyone knows.
Well, let's take a moment to thank one of our partners. GTO Wizard is now offering PLO. You can study any PLO spot set your own sizings, your own ranges, and you can practice against GTO, all in seconds. Be ready when it matters most. Join now at GTOWizard.com. Randy's hyped. He's hyped about PLO on GTO Wizard, guys.
I really am. That's why I was interrupting. I apologize, but when I saw that PLO was being offered, I was like in shock because you kept on saying it, and I didn't believe it would ever happen. And now that's here.
Yeah.
It actually makes me kind of want to learn the game finally.
I'm just taking away that you thought I was a liar. All these months that we've known each other. We go way back, Randy.
Do we go way back?
Way back 1 year ago in March.
You were like the one guy online that I think I did not donate money to, and heads up.
Wow.
You really weren't.
What does that say
You
about
should have
me?
sat me. You just never sat me. That was your fault.
Yeah, that probably is my fault.
King Queen from Muller. Good timing because Paul's got King 7 suited.
Yeah, this is going to get through, I think. 10 big blinds. You don't normally raise fold many hands for 10 big blinds. At an FT, I think Paul can get away from this one.
You want water? Thank you. Sure.
1,900 for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, 40%.
5 seconds.
那就开干嘛？4, 4, 8, 13, then 1.5 more. 1.5 to win 2.8.
Can see the equities on screen. It's almost exactly break even to call, given the price if there was no ICM. But that tournament value of Paul's stack, really key consideration here. I think there's too much risk premium on the call.
He's trying to deduce how often he's just live, which obviously would change equities in a very favorable way. But then when he's dominated, this is what it is. He's announced that he should have folded pre-flop, possibly, rather than open. And he will fold.
I understand
considerations.
Like I understand that feeling, like, oh, I wish I avoided this spot, but I actually think each individual decision Paul made there was the best one. It's just sometimes correct to find yourself down that path, especially with the risk premium on chips. The 400 he put in was worth the risk, but then you talk about risking 2 million, it's way more significant in dollars.
You gotta have some raise folding range. Otherwise, I know to never jam on you.
Fold blind.
He didn't fold blind. Guarantee he looked.
But he looks sneaky.
DK would love these cards right now.
Best King 10 player in the world.
Mm-hmm. Versus potentially the second best. Divorce has got ace 8 offsuit, and he's got a decision in the small blind. Maybe
15 blinds effective here with Muller. Is there enough pressure to be raise folding this kind of hand? He chooses a size here that's
1.2.
a bit uncomfortable, but I don't think he'll have to deal with the ramifications. Muller will not be jamming the King 10. But this is a pretty big 3-bet to end up folding to 3 million. I do think he would have folded if it got back to him.
Like that.
There's the win. Are the blinds finally up?
对，12，他有12个，现在10个了，起盲住了。我有15，还可以的，还顶住，顶住，顶住。
Muller folds a close one in the hijack. Jack 9 suited for 13 bigs. Dvoris has a slight upgrade.
He's thinking about moving in. There it is. Ding Biao's got King Queen, but he's playing 6 million.
This is the power of this Dvoris jam. We said it'd be hard for him to find open shoves now that Ding Biao has chips, but on the button, this is one of those spots where he does have the option and gets King Queen to hit the muck pretty quickly. Nicely executed from Dvoris.
Yeah, and that's why we see pros open jamming, right? It denies that possibility that your opponent can reshove on you.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited's a really good hand.
I mean, he got King Queen to fold.
But I mean, if you raise the minimum or raise 2.5x and face a 3-bet, you don't want to fold that hand. It's a big hand to have to pass on, right? So leveraged in a different way, Queen 10 suited gets to realize all of its equity.
It's not bad. It's not ace king, but it's not bad.
Ace queen offsuit. DK gonna open things up. Just scanning for sizing. Graphic says 400, but I think we're at 500 here.
That would be a legal raise. 500,000 is the minimum needed.
25 more.
First hand at 125, 250, or maybe the second if one slips by me.
Yeah.
So a little confusion there over the small blind and the raise size, but we'll move on.
And plays the same. King Jack offsuit. In this hand, DK would be the big blind, so he can't just open rip. Customary open to 2x. Balls with ace-8 offsuit. No pass. Just let everyone know you're tight.
Just a bit of reflection.
See, my favorite move is announcing that and then raising. Just you need 2 cards next hand, you know?
You know, it's often the players who are very worried that they're playing too tight that don't play too tight. Because if you're always worried you're playing too tight, you're going to play more hands.
You seem lost in this thought.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
If you're always thinking like, oh, I don't want to be too tight, then you're going to play loose.
Loose-er.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if the dial was
you go from ace-queen to ace-jack.
Yeah, if the dial's at super nit and you roll it over to small nit, still a net, I guess.
Is this going to be a loose jam from Muller? Given he's been a little tight as of late.
Can't believe Sam just put his tournament at risk with 2 10s.
Hey, this guy's got his favorite hand. King 10 offsuit.
Well, if he's the best King 10 player in the world, he'll fold.
That is true. Or he thinks he wins every time he plays it.
Still the best.
Still the best. And it's King 10 offsuit specifically where he does his best work. I like how every time Muller and Paul are all in at some point, they glance at each other and give a little smile or chuckle. I mean, we might as well talk about pay jumps because 252 locked up, 314 is the next payout. That's more than 2 big blinds. It's something that's very important, I would imagine.
2 buy-ins, I assume you mean. But, yeah. I mean, the big blind might be approaching $25,000 in value. I'm not exactly sure.
Yes, 2 buy-ins.
It's a pretty big jump, and it's basically the same jump as between 4th and 3rd. It makes that ladder even more valuable, knowing that, you know, winning a bunch of chips and moving up 2 places doesn't really earn you that much more than if you just got the one ladder.
Here we say only thing I give up is postcard. I'm not giving up anything else.
What do you mean postcard?
In German, you say to give up. Also means like to send a postcard to someone.
Oh.
So that's the only thing I give up. But it doesn't work. Joke doesn't work in English.
Forrest doesn't even need cards.
You win.
Just open jam. Send the chips.
Take it.
Take my card. You know what you see? You think I'm professional? Yes. What? I was.
I think you're better than a lot of people think you are. That's what I think.
Obviously. Don't do this.
That's my honest answer to your question.
Don't do this again. I'm not professional. I call you with.
That sounds like something a professional would say.
Something a non-professional would also say too.
Professional.
I feel like I've always seen good banter between those two. Dvoris and Ding Biao just, they have this like quiet, sarcastic relationship.
Yeah.
It's great.
I'll say that Ding Biao is a very big poker enthusiast.
Also big windbreaker enthusiast.
Yeah,
loves the crinkle jacket. Big fan.
That's true.
Oh, you. I need a lot of dead money.
Ooh.
Did Paul just say a lot of dead bunny when Divorce flatted? I wonder if that's what he was implying.
Just sweating his cards, hoping for a squeezing hand. Nothing there.
Okay.
7-6 of hearts was folded. Dvoris in rough shape against the covering diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Still though, both players are whiffing. Divorce. Do we consider this a little bit of interaction or not really?
I would call it a little bit of interaction.
Okay.
You trying to hate on my backdoor draw?
I mean, it's
seeking nature.
Seeking nature.
7-6 of diamonds is a real backdoor. If Divorce had King 9, no, that's still obviously a backdoor. If he had 8-6 of spades, I'd understand you giving me a hard time for calling that a backdoor.
Is he going to start flatting 8-6 of spades on the button?
But enough interaction to motivate this flop bet, and there will be a number of turns that Divorce has a successful bluff on. Daon's not going to fold yet.
Yeah, Divorce would probably double barrel straight draws or flush draws, but flush draws would be bad. Turn card is the Jack, and that is an amazing card for Daon because probably won't be facing a double barrel.
Ace-High also just getting stronger on this card. It's a very good hand on this texture. Divorce needs to have a pocket pair or a Jack to have Daon beat. Suppose Ace-Queen might be in this line as well. But it's interesting to pick bluffs in Dan's spot because he will sometimes have a Jack or a full house, and he'll have turn barrels here. I think low cards are a reasonable option. Try to put pressure on King-Queen. Maybe something like Queen-10 of diamonds gets here every now and then.
Well, he unblocks those hands, so if you want to stab, there's more combos.
He'd certainly rather have clubs. At least a little removal on something like Ace-7 of clubs would have been nice.
So check through on the turn. Ace-10 is still the best hand.
Don't expect DK to feel the need to bluff with Ace-10 high. Even though a backdoor has completed, I think he can safely assume that he's got showdown value here. Seen a lot of pots played between these two. See if Dvoris finds a delayed bluff after shutting down the turn. It's unclear what he'd be representing.
Yeah, what is he representing?
Ace-4 suited, maybe? Does he ever bet flop check turn with a jack?
Maybe.
Would he value bet a rivered flush?
Well, he is going to go for it. And the real test is going to be on Dejan Karađorđević with ace-10 high. Can he find a call against 1.2 million?
Would be a really nice value bet with a flush on the end. It's hard to find. Well, we've got a solver recommendation incoming, and this indicates indifference. You can see that this is just a close spot for Dejan, even in an exact solution. Sometimes fold, sometimes call, maybe bluff raise. Everything's on the table.
That is right. A bluff raise happens 6% of the time. Half the time folding, half the time not. He's randomizing. Flip a coin.
It's a reasonable way to approach it against someone like Dvoris, who's just trying to play solid. You have a good feeling that he's not going to overdo it in this spot. So Dejan just trying to piece together, what's the value threshold? How thin is Dvoris going to go here?
Nice play from Daniel Dvoris. Gets ace-10 to fold.
It's a pretty great outcome also, because you would think that we hear from Dejan with most full houses at some point, even a rivered flush, maybe bets.
It's even better for Dvoris is not only did he win that pot, but he has earned the right to be the table captain officially. He's got more chips than Dejan Karađorđević.
That is a big swing. Of course, these two can still do damage in both directions. Dejan representing 12 of the 14 million that Dvoris has. But chips have kind of steadily flowed towards double D.
Down the stream that way. Dejan is looking to go back in the right direction. Pre-flop raising Queen Jack. Pick up some blinds and antes. I think with that last hand with the GTO Wizard recommendation, what really stood out for me with your comments was holding little cards was good because it unblocks kind of these king queens, queen tens, just more combination of hands that aren't looking to call.
Yeah, it's, I think, uncomfortable for some players to bluff, especially on flops and turns, with little to no equity. But it's good to keep in mind what you're targeting, right? If I've got low cards, it's more likely my opponent has their high card floats. Let's put the pressure on those hands. Let's make them uncomfortable when they have the weaker parts of their range.
I also feel like Dejan's giving Dvoris credit to be able to value bet a flush on a jack-jack-jack board, which, you know, not all players are willing to do.
I think so, too. I don't think it's that hard to find in that line. But, you know, I do go back and question, do those hands stab the flop and then check back the turn? Because now we're trying to find, okay, which clubs are going to be motivated to check the turn? Maybe it's the ace-high clubs. But then does the ace-high clubs bet the flop in the first place? You know, the parlay of these elements doesn't necessarily come together for me.
It's a game of imperfect information. You got to just trust your judgment. Use the information on hand. Kind of feel like Ding Biao's been getting a lot of king-queen at this final table.
Would you say he's the best king-queen player?
No.
At this final table?
I will not say that because he did not do sick things that Karađorđević has done with king-10.
That's fair.
But he's a pretty good king-queen player.
I mean, he folded king-queen to the open jam from queen-10 suited, so I guess the best king-queen player would have found the insane call, just knowing you're dominating queen-10 suited, right?
That is right.
Dvoris, with that new chip lead stack, might be motivated to defend his big blind with 5 high. You get to put more pressure on your opponent's post flop with that chip lead. Plenty of low flops that don't connect with Ding Biao. That's what Dvoris is hoping for. Oh.
How about trip threes against top pair?
I changed my mind. This is what Dvoris was hoping for.
Over-delivered.
That's a massive cooler situation. Ding Biao in a lot of trouble right now.
Ding's got a great hand. He practically has the nut kicker, because we know ace-king would always re-raise if Dvoris had that.
Wow.
A check back from Ding Biao. He's playing sneaky here.
This is the perfect path to head down if you're Ding Biao. There's still a chance that Dvoris asks for all of it or most of the chips, and it's going to be very hard for him to get away from this hand, but I love starting this hand with a check, kind of recognizing the way ahead, way behind nature of King-Queen, and also just recognizing that trip threes is a real possibility in this situation.
And also, there's not really any scare cards besides an ace. Here comes the first bet.
And it's a chunky one.
1.4 million is practically pot.
We gonna allow that one black chip that Dan just kind of thumbed out at the end? Yeah, okay.
It's
We'll allow it.
It's
fine.
a string bet. I don't think it should be allowed.
It was clear that they were all meant to go out, but no, just giving the guy with trips a hard time. Ding Biao knows this is an uncomfortable situation developing right away. Dvoris has potted it. Maybe he puts King-Jack in this range, but overwhelmingly he's saying, I've got a bluff or I've got 3 of a kind. Good luck.
I don't think he's ever folding. He's just wondering if he should ever raise.
I don't know. I think he's closer to folding than raising.
Well, he's making the call. Just shy of pot size bet remaining. River card is the 4. Full house for Dvoris.
Should be a non-concern for both players. Ding Biao almost never opening a 4 pre-flop. Dvoris never potting the turn with a 4, so basically a blank. And every bluff has failed to improve. If Dvoris had 5-6, 5 deuce suited, diamonds, any gutter maybe. Dvoris gonna move quickly on this one. It's a pure blank.
I'm sure Ding Biao kind of expected this follow through on the river. What was the game plan? It was to call all along.
Pays it off. Didn't check this hand on the flop to fold.
Defense.
3-5.
3-5 offsuit, making a full house to eliminate China's Ding Biao. It is disappointing, but Dvoris sized it perfectly to get the max when he made his hand. Got all of the chips of Ding Biao. And the thing is, Ding Biao started that hand third in chips when there were 5 remaining.
Yeah, that's a huge boost for Muller, for Paul.
I mean, Ding Biao's so stunned, he's still at the table.
Yeah, that one stings. I mean, he checked back the flop, not thinking, oh, I'm in trouble here, but just, this is a great way to induce action from the chip leader, and if I have to play a big pot and I have to go home early sometimes, so be it. That's the reality that Ding Biao is realizing right now.
So he's going to add $250,000 to his $15.5 million in Triton earnings. No 4th title. As we send the King-Queen offsuit over to Samuel Muller. Will he have better luck?
Don't think Divorce will give him action here. Just going to verify the size of the jam, seeing as Paul Pois is in the big blind, also with a short stack.
Paul plays a 10 big blind stack.
Looks even less, 250K blinds, 8 bigs back.
10 big blinds to start.
Oh yeah, before the post.
Correct. He is actually going to move in with King 8 suited. What a spot for Samuel Muller. He can get the full double. He's in great pace.
I'm a bit surprised by this one, but Muller's going to be happy about it. He's got 67% to get the full double plus some, separate himself from Paul Pois.
Maybe Divorce is just feeling a little lucky.
Heat check.
It is a heat check. Scorching over there at the moment. Not anymore. Gonna be tough for King 8 to knock out Muller. Unless some turn cards come.
Diamond or an 8?
Which one? The 7 of hearts? It's not that.
That'll do it.
1825, right?
So can we say headshot?
You can say whatever you want.
I didn't actually know that Uncharted was a game played competitively. I swore it was like a one-player game.
That's the one I don't.
And a third-person shooter.
That's the one I don't know. I'm familiar with Call of Duty, but I don't know Uncharted.
It's a third-person shooter.
Okay.
Do you know what that like?
Like you're looking at your character. You're not
walk around. Yeah.
You're not in
How
perspective.
can anyone take that game seriously?
I don't know.
I'm just crapping on his game.
Just competing against each other. Why?
Because I didn't know there was
Why can't you take it seriously?
I didn't think there was a multiplayer mode in that game.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I assume I'm thinking the same game.
What do you think, chat? Is being semi-professional at Uncharted a real job? That's what Randy's getting at here.
That's what I'm asking.
He thinks Muller, Binder, thinks they're just a joke.
They're a joke.
I don't.
Not at poker.
I don't think that. I think they're incredible gamers.
You're trying to get me in trouble.
Just a little.
Ace-5. We'll pass after doubling up through Divorce.
Still huge separation between the top 2 stacks and the bottom 2. Divorce with that seat advantage on DK and about a 6 million chip lead.
Paul's got 10-7 suited. He's got the button.
Fringy looking hand. Far and away the shortest stack here. 7 bigs on the button. I think you could justify folding this and trying to set up a blind versus blind confrontation, but it is really close, I think, for Paul.
Well, it's good timing that he folded because Muller's got ace-queen suited. What do you think you do here? Should we open jam? Should we limp to induce? Because Paul's only on like 7 blinds.
650.
He is going to raise to 650K.
Strong enough to induce here for Muller.
He wants to get the
DK
chips
probably
in.
gets the price here just to call and go post flop.
Wow. Top pair, top kicker versus bottom 2 bear. And it's a very wet board. Monotone, straight draws possible. What's the play now for Muller after putting in a pre-flop raise?
It's an uncomfortable way to make top pair, top kicker. There's so many hands that you're losing to on this flop, sometimes drawing very, very slim or dead. I think checking to start and just hoping this pot doesn't get out of hand.
A check back from bottom 2 pair.
It's another signal to just how ugly this board is, right? I think DK recognizes that Sam's not going to rush money into this pot with anything, really. He could have flopped a straight, he could have flopped a flush.
Kind of almost reminds me of Potlim Omaha, where you kind of want to take one card off and decide to move in chips perhaps on the turn.
I think it's also just important to remember that 2 pair is not like an absolute hand strength that is great in all spots. This is a 3 flush, 3 straight board. 2 pair is nothing special. You've got no redraw. You could get counterfeit on a queen. Checking back is very reasonable, but now the 4 of spades makes both players like their hand a lot more. One of the safest turns.
Kind of feel like Muller needs to start betting to protect his hand. Get value from worse.
Yeah, there's value to get, and he's going pretty chunky here. This is basically setting up stacks for the river.
There's a lot of dangerous river cards. Going to charge the max. Dayon with 2 pair.
I wonder if this is a clean enough turn that Dayon's considering a turn shove.
I think it's very reasonable. There's a lot of chips in there, and
yeah,
there's so many bad river cards. Diamond, king, 10, 8. Looks like he's deciding the calling path.
You're really
2/3 pot remaining.
Banking here on Muller having some mediocre bluffs occasionally. 5 of hearts as clean as they come, and I think this might be curtains for Muller. He might try to just get value himself for stacks.
I think he is going to value on himself. It's not unreasonable that Dayon's got a worse queen, a jack that could potentially pay off.
Even a hand like Jack 10 with a diamond. I mean, Jack 10 doesn't even need a diamond to get here. Those hands are valid bluff catchers on the river for DK. It'd be very hard for Muller not to go for it here. He might leave chips back, and I think DK will allow it.
The reflection off the shades. It's quite nice. It's a poker table. Is Muller going to go for value with top pair, top kicker? Or does he think something is up? Makes it 1.85. Leaving himself with a bit over a big blind.
DK won't be folding.
Is it just, do I ask for the last 300K?
I think he's taken a second to decide if he wants to put in the rest, if 300K is valuable enough. I want to say it is. I think some players get a little carried away with this idea, like, oh, next hand I'm just gonna win all the money if he's still in the tournament. It's not really the case. Muller knows he's dead here, but the price is way too good. I mean,
just in case.
Like, maybe you can fold once in your life and then never do it again, but no. He's gonna pay it off. It's the respectful thing to do.
Down goes Samuel Muller.
Wow, I have 2 diamonds.
GG. Dayon issues the GGs to Muller.
I forgot Paul folded 10-7 of diamonds.
He did, didn't he? He would have flopped the flush.
Huh?
He would have took Muller's chips.
1 box.
And Muller would still be in the tournament, actually, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Given he had more chips than Paul.
Would have been a big blow to Muller, but after Paul did fold the button, the collision was inevitable between those two.
If I go all in,
nice run for the last of the two. Soon. Too soon.
Too
players.
Soon.
Poker
That's right.
The Poker Code crew. Muller goes home in 4th.
Yeah, Muller part of that Soon Club, which has Fedor Holtz and company. Part of the Grindhouse, 3rd edition, and they saw a lot of talent here for this man, and he has shown plenty of aggression and very nice results at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but it's not going to be a podium finish for him in this one. But we'll settle for $314,000. $384,000 now locked up, and Paul, he's just getting pay jump after pay jump, sitting on that short stack.
Talked about it when we were 8-handed even, you know, someone was going to fold their way or just survive their way to 3rd.
We talked about this, didn't we?
Paul Poix, the lucky beneficiary of a few well-timed pots, but mostly just survival.
Starting to remind me of that instance when we had Avicevic and Javid get in aces versus kings when Seth Davies was on the sidelines.
Oh, that would be another pay jump for Paul would be ludicrous at this point. I mean, 1.8 million chips for Paul, 16 and 18 million for these two.
These two are playing some big pots. 10s versus ace 5.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. 3.4 million. What's the play now for Divorce with 10s?
Randy, why did you do this to us? How did you manufacture a limp 3-bet? No, I mean this, of course, a reasonable polar 3-bet type hand. You've got a raggedy offsuit ace out of position. You're blocking the top of Dan's range. This is a weird spot for Divorce because he's not expecting any hands weaker than pocket 10s to go for value. This is a big claim. This is jacks plus, maybe queens plus, ace king suited.
He's made it so big, 3.4 million, which kind of puts Divorce more so in the camp of, do you want to get it in or just fold pre?
I think flatting is an option.
It is an option.
We might be headed to a flop here.
There is the call, and it's a 7 million chip pot. Paul probably can't believe his eyes as he's sitting there with 7 big blinds.
This is the dream for Paul. He's saying just put an ace and a 10 out there.
It's a 10 for Divorce, a set. Dayon, just ace 5 high, but he was the limp re-raiser. He definitely has ace king in range, so he might try and rep it here in now on this flop.
Yeah, I mean, no interaction to speak of for DK on this flop. It is tempting to go after it, but when you have that polar pre-flop range, I like this from Dayon. It's good discipline to sometimes get in these spots, see that you have a bluff candidate, but you don't take it every time because sometimes he's going to have pocket queens. He's going to want to check this flop. He's going to have jacks and want to check this flop.
I think the thing is, too, is that he made it so big pre that Divorce has a lot less speculation.
Yeah.
With hands that are just going to fold to a flop c-bet.
He's got a really strong range on average, and Dayon's polar. So by doing this, I think he just gets away now. He tried his pre-flop bluff. It didn't work out. Not his board. Live to fight another day. Not what Divorce was hoping after he saw that flop.
Yeah. I think that was a little obvious, given the check fold to quarter pot.
It's a very honest exchange.
Now it's not the time to be messing around with huge pay jumps right now. 384K locked up, 5.75 for the runner-up, and 849,000 for first. A huge lead for Daniel Divorce. Do want to talk about Jacob and Co. I'd like to take a moment to thank them, the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series, renowned for its iconic high complication designs, as Jacob & Co. continuously pushes the limit of ultra luxury watchmaking, creating timepieces that are truly inspired by the impossible. I did tell you, Divorce. He had the best seat all along at this final table.
Well, that's the second time that I've seen Dayon make an ambitious bluff at some point in the hand, but then just recognize, all right, I've gone too far. Let's just cut this short, right? And yes, that's chips going in Divorce's direction, but it's also showing how he's got this combination of like dangerous aggression with control. It's a good place to be. makes him very difficult to read, and it probably gets him a lot of action when he has really big hands.
Controlled aggression, I like that. Berserk mode occasionally, but he can switch it off. Paul's going to step aside. He had 9-7. He was dominated by 2 different players. 9-7 actually would be the best hand, but can't fault him for folding pre.
Being dominated is overrated.
Overrated.
Underrated?
Underrated?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You just hit your other card. Dvoris flatting out of the small blind has a pretty strong range. He's taking a moment on the flop to contemplate leads. Decides this is a checking hand.
Jack of diamonds. Daon's got a flush draw with his ace-9 high. It's a beautiful camera shot.
Oh, I like
it's like
that.
a filter on Dvoris. We're just going to stick here.
Yeah.
It's confusing me.
Let's just watch the whole tournament through there.
Yeah. A new lens.
Doesn't look necessary for Kala-Djurdjevic to bluff at this pot. It's going to feel difficult to win at Showdown. Maybe you can get something like 3s or 5s without a diamond to fold. Maybe you can get ace-10 or ace-queen without a diamond to fold. But there should be enough width to this range where Dvoris flats the small blind, as you can see king-9 of spades. That ace-9 is going to win enough.
And there's other ace highs that DK does beat.
Question for Dvoris is, does he need to bluff now? We've seen him go after the check down to river node before. King-9 again, unlikely to win, but he just shuts it down. Randy, you've got a fan in the chat. 621MC, do you recognize a hand where you table talked against Daniel Negreanu?
Oh,
Queens
I
versus 7s?
I lost like 100K that hand. Real money.
Tell me more.
Oh, no, but...
He's playing against Daniel on the big game. I think you've heard of that.
Yep.
I squeezed queens, he had 7s, and he called my bet on a jack-high flop, and he turned to 7. That was pretty sad.
Yeah.
Took a shot that game. Shot me down to the booth.
You took your shot and got kicked to the ground.
Yeah. One of the biggest games I've ever played. Shout out Daniel Negreanu.
But they call it the big game, not the biggest game.
Yeah, not the biggest game. We've seen some bigger games here at Triton.
Very big hand.
Jack 5 versus Jack 10 suited.
Yeah. Wait for one more hand, better.
Blinds were up, just 4 blinds for Paul. No reason to pass on this spot. He's kicking himself a little bit with the result, but Jack high is good enough to take here.
He's repping the Jackson 5.
I think he's just a really big biopic fan.
There's a new Michael Jackson movie. Haven't seen it. But here comes the flop. 5 needed.
Ooh.
And there it is for Paul Poix.
No waiting.
What a day to beat the founding player.
Some backdoor potential.
5, you understand. 5 you can only chop.
So a jack or 10 needed. As the jack would give DK a better kicker. But it's the ace. So Paul, the 3 mil.
Can't stop winning.
He cannot. There's a saying, those live players at the Indian casinos, they're like, as long as you don't lose the last one, cannot be eliminated.
It's true. It's the only way Otherwise, you win the tournament.
Words of wisdom.
10 bigs.
As the blinds go up, these two big stacks are losing their grip that we saw, 5-6-handed. Dvoris now chip leading with 70 blinds. Dejan Kalodzerjevic about 40 blinds. And Paul's got 10.
Oh,
It's really fun watching DK and Dvoris play because they're still battling, even though they're very likely to get the heads up.
Yeah.
And Paul was playing 10 or less big blinds.
I do like the way they're approaching that setup. It's easy to get caught in this extremely passive, extremely low action meta if you're these two players. But they found a way to navigate.
Yeah, because, you know, DK is out chipped at the moment, but he's thinking about getting the heads up with a bigger stack, not just folding down with Paul and hoping Paul busts. You know, he wants to really put himself in a position to be the champion here in this opening event.
Maybe he talked about his cash game skill. I think that makes it a little bit easier or perhaps more natural for him to just be a battler in general, even when you're deep stack. At the same time, it's like you said, Randy, he's got the worst seat, right? So Dejan has all the incentive to try to win chips to overcome that positional disadvantage.
King 4, deuce 4. Limp pot, check through on the flop. 10 high versus jack high. Checked over to Dvoris. Happy to take one more off. And he actually rivers a jack, so he can go for value if it gets over to him. We do have to ask the question if Dejan's going to bluff with 10-8 high. Or is 10 high enough to show down against random hands from the big?
Does look cuspy. I think it's ambitious to try to get queen high to regularly fold. Queen high or ace high will consider it. Against most bet sizes, Dejan has shown some pretty large bet sizes though, so maybe he was spinning the wheel for a couple of 2x pot. River bets again, you know. Dvoris now, I think, has a fairly clear value bet, but sizing can't really be that big. And there's still the threat of being check raised.
Gonna bet 450K. Hopefully up against some ace high that can maybe call, or a curious queen high, or even the random deuce.
Would be somewhat heroic to do anything with that 10-8. Maybe DK gave some brief consideration to a check call on the end. I do think he could beat most bluffs, if not all.
Amongst all three players, we do have 122 big blinds in play. 70 of those big blinds belong to Dvoris, 40 to DK, and about 10 for Paul. Queen 10 suited for DK.
No.
You see me thinking about limping the button. Some players do that from time to time, but here comes a raise.
I think he's deciding if he's pot committed against Paul with his entire range. If Paul was to 3-bet jam out of the big blind, if he is pot committed with his entire range, he'd rather charge a little bit more here on a big blind defend.
This hand can defend. King 8 offsuit. 400K more. Clear tournament short stack.
I think Paul knows that this is a hand that's meant to continue, but he's deciding if this is a good enough king high to just run it pre-flop versus flat. I think he's chosen the right path here.
And he's flopped the pair up against the gut shot with backdoor spades. He's in great shape. I'd say his hand is pretty much near top of range, as Paul is likely to jam any ace pre.
Yeah, this is a very strong bluff catcher for Paul. It does feel, though, that check calling is the natural way to proceed, because I wouldn't want to isolate, like check raise the flop and then isolate all the stuff that Dayon might have that has us crushed, all the big kings, all the ace-x hands. You want to keep in his bluffs, because king 8 is well ahead of them.
Yeah, because it's not unreasonable that Paul has like 7x, and that's going to have a lot of trouble calling down. You want to have some stronger hands in there.
If Paul did raise the flop, which I think is a real consideration, I'd like to see a small raise. Oh,
Wow.
he went for all of it.
He's basically saying, there's too much in there. I don't have many chips back. And now what does Dayon do? Because he probably did not expect this. He is going to make the call. Paul is so happy to not be up against the ace.
Yeah,
As
Paul
Dayon calls, looking for the jack.
Paul's in great shape here. I think Dayon expected this more to be like a 7 or a diamond draw. Maybe occasionally jack 10, but he's in rough shape here.
A jack needed to knock out founding player Paul Pois. Paul is safe on the 6 of clubs.
Jack and a jack only.
Pretty rare. Will we see a jack? Oh!
Oh, no.
The jack of diamonds, and Paul is eliminated after value jamming his second pair against the gut shot.
No, I'm satisfied.
Paul was on such a run. Seemed like he couldn't lose an all-in before that one. Jack of diamonds out of nowhere.
But he is all smiles, and he said that he is still satisfied with his result because, to be fair, he got a lot of pay jumps off of that short stack. $384,000 is his payday for third place. Just a great result and a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, Paul was short all the way back to the start of this final table. 9th place money was $85,000. There were plenty of spots where he could have been eliminated earlier. Secured a healthy payday in this opening event.
That jack of diamonds ending his tournament here in the opening event, the golden decade, the 25K, and now we are heads up with Daniel DeVos with the big lead, 71 big blinds against DK, the chip leader once upon a time in for this final table. $575,000 locked up, playing for $849K and the Triton title in this very first event in Montenegro. As I welcome you guys back to the booth. I mean, Paul, you know, he got it in good with the second pair. He did nothing wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are the players we expected to be heading into heads up, right? Since the start of the final table, it was DK and Double D at the top of the leaderboard all the way through. There were a few bumps in the road there. Ding Biao had his run. Paul Pois survived a few all-ins, but we end up heads up with the players we expected, and still a lot of chips on the table.
A ton of chips, and it's going to be a treat. It's a 60 big blind average between these two. We do need to set up heads up play, and then we'll get this story going for this heads up. So we'll see you guys soon after a short break.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September.
3 times.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
And welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. It's the opening event to 25K Golden Decade, and we are heads up. It's going to be DK versus Daniel Dvoris, and it's going to be a big one. They've got a lot of big blinds to play for. We've got 50 big blinds for Dayon, 70 big blinds for Daniel Dvoris, and you, my friend, are a heads-up specialist, Kevin Rabachow, as let's take a look at some stats between these two, because we do have a lot to talk about, mainly on Daniel Dvoris, because he's got a lot of results under his play, 208 events played, and Dayon's only played 13.
Yeah, we've got an experience advantage, at least here at Triton, in Dan Dvoris's camp. I mean, he's been at a final table 42 times. Dayon just won before this, although Dayon made it to heads up at his only Triton final table, so he has a little bit of live heads up experience we know about, probably some online cash experience that we don't know about. But Dan Dvoris is just 30%. We touched on it a couple hours ago. 30% in his heads up matches. Hasn't had the success on this stage, but he's got a slight chip lead, which I think just by the numbers has to give him the advantage here.
The thing is, though, Dayon is in his hometown, and he is from Montenegro. We are in Montenegro, and the last time, the very first time he showed up in Montenegro, he got heads up in the main event for multiple millions of dollars. He did lose to Mikolaj Vasco-Boinakau in that one in the main event. So clearly he is one of those guys where you know when they come from that cash game background, they know to be relentless. We saw it throughout the final table. Great mystery hands, great call downs. You know, the big one against Ben Tollerine at our first final table. You know, he check raised the King 10 and he ended up calling on a very dangerous board. So for me, this is a real treat to see these two players with a lot of big blinds. Now, Kevin, I know you are a heads-up specialist. This is your expertise, and I guess you're just going to enjoy the fireworks to come.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, something I'm looking for is that Kala Djurdjevic has shown his ability to be so capable, so creative. He's shown enough aggression that I think Dvoris is likely to give him credit for being able to bluff in basically any spot. Like, I think he's got this clear willingness to go down uncharted territories and to create interesting lines. So if I'm Dvoris and I've got a bluff catcher against DK in basically any spot, I'm in a tough situation because I'm thinking this guy's shown he's capable anywhere, right? So if DK catches a run of cards early, I think it's not out of the question that he could build up a really big lead.
In heads up, I think you would agree that it's very important to just be aggressive in general, right? The big blind is every other hand. You need to fight for pots. You're not going to be dealt top pair every single moment. And, you know, DK is just showing signs of fighting for pots.
Yeah. I mean, and it's a good indication to me of someone who's going to have success in general in heads-up play. I think what I've seen lead to success, even with less technical experience, let's say in the exact format of heads-up, if you're just someone who fights for every pot, if you're just someone who's kind of annoyed about folding, if you just don't like folding in general, that's a good indicator for me that says you're going to be tough to play against. Because overwhelmingly, both players get dealt trash. Both players are fighting for the 2.5 big blinds that get posted every hand. So it's a good tendency to be a little over-aggressive, a little bit sticky, just a little bit willing to fight for every hand. Dvoris, I have to think, is capable of the same thing. But through this final table, we've generally seen Dvoris maneuver with caution, and we've seen DK just kind of go after it.
Yeah, and you know, Dvoris also did get heads up at one point here in Montenegro, did lose to Xuan Liu in the opening event, and now he's looking for some redemption. A different opponent, of course, and plenty of big blinds to work with. It is going to be a colossal match between these two, Daniel Dvoris of Canada and Dejan Karađorđević of Montenegro, and they are playing for a lot of money. They're guaranteed $575,000, but they're playing for $849K up top for first. They want that Triton trophy. There's 36 million chips in play. I am so excited for this one.
Let's do it, Randy. I mean, we've shared the booth for a handful of heads-up matches in our time. This may be the deepest tournament heads-up that we've seen. I can't remember a 60 big blind average in quite some time, except for those few where it's like one guy has 110 big blinds and the other has 10. I don't think it's going to be like that.
Dejan started this final table as the chip leader. Still has a lot of chips, but no longer has the lead as we start the first hand of heads up as they sit across from one another. 9-8 offsuit is limping. And limping immediately off of the 50 big blind effective.
Limping will be the predominant play with a big blind ante out there. When you're this deep, a lot of players don't bother limping because they can get away with raising every button, or at least raising every hand they're planning to play. I'm not surprised to see Dvoris limping this. I'm a little surprised to see Dejan just getting after it with the 6-4 offsuit. I mean, this indicative of his style.
Relentless aggression. That's the path he is going to go. He needs to get through this one opponent. He is raising 6-4 offsuit to 1.25 million on the very first hand, and 9-8 offsuit is making the call.
Strong enough to continue. 4.5 big blinds is not that big in the context of this spot.
Well, when you do whiff the flop, you don't mind seeing ace-high boards because you can represent those aces. Any bet will win it.
Does look like DK is thinking about bet sizing here. Ace, queen, deuce might be a board texture where he likes to play polarized strategy, big sizing, and 6-4 just doesn't interact here at all. I like that idea. I think this is a smart approach for the situation, and again, to me, shows some experience with the format, or at least a bit of a plan coming in here. I think this is Dejan's card. He's now got the nut gut shot. Oh, a nut gut shot. And check on the flop is going to, I think, embolden him to try and represent a weak ace, maybe kings or king-queen.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable that he can go for value with less than an ace after the flop check through. Like a king-queen. You know 6-high would never win at showdown. He's picked up outs in case he needs it. Shoots out 2 million. First blood to Dejan Karađorđević.
Like that bet sizing as well. Kind of confirms my suspicion that it was a polarized strategy. Dejan went for on ace, queen, deuce. Sticks with the plan on the blank turn.
And it's a very difficult trophy to win.
Not anymore for these two. It's right in their grasp.
It is close. 10-9 versus Queen Jack for this one. What's Dejan's options on the button?
Yeah, if I'm scouting as the player in Dvoris's seat, I'm looking for early indications of button strategy from Dayon. I'm sure the same goes in the other direction. Because it's not clear how much limping is going to happen at these depths. They won't know each other's hole cards. They're not going to see the stream until this match is over. Dvorak now going for value and using basically the same size that DK used against his limp. Either a copycat strategy or they just happen to agree. They had a little powwow before heads up. They're like, hey, you going 4.5? Yeah, I'm going to go 4.5. You? Yeah, good idea.
Like, I just imagine someone who's played chess for the first time just copies the exact move their opponents make.
It's a real thing in unusual spots. I find, I mean, at least in No Limit Hold'em, someone breaks out a bet size. You know, they introduce it for the first time, and not 3 minutes later, you're seeing someone else at the same table using it. It's like, did you just take my idea? Is that all this is?
It's a real thing. And it's a real hand for Dvorak, top pair jack kicker.
Another interesting board texture. Once you've raised out of position, you're feeling like the button connects fairly well with queen high. Don't think that just the standard 25% pot high frequency is the play here. You see Dvorak going 60% pot.
Meaty.
Queen jack certainly strong enough to think about getting all the money in at some point.
DK is very proficient, we mentioned, in high-stakes nosebleed cash games. And, you know, those cash games, they're not full-ring tables, all right? They're three-handed, they're four-handed.
Yeah.
Things like that. 5 and 6.
See what Dvorak thinks of this on the button. We'll see his open raise size. So he's mixing limps and raises, as you would expect. Sometimes limping, and sometimes raising.
5 deuce suited for Dayon.
Expecting this to be a call on average, but DK surprised me before with, what was it, that Jack-8 offsuit 3-bet out of the big blind? Feels like ages ago now, but
there's a lot of out-of-line plays he's made.
Some hands that look like, oh yeah, I know what's coming. The passive option, and DK's like, no.
He always
aggressive
has
option.
that low frequency other play.
Yeah.
Top pair for Dvorak. Should be looking to build the pot. Plenty of king and queen X's and gut shots. They're looking to continue.
Looks like a big bet opportunity to me. We don't have to bet this flop with something like a king or a queen. It's sort of a way ahead, way behind board texture. So Dvorak's size is big. Wants to put pressure on those dominated pairs and get as much value as he can with the top of his range. Ace-9 qualifies.
Reading user in the chat, 621MC, getting deep in the chat and engaging with others, and he says there's definitely sizing and timing tells in various spots. The way he thinks when he misses the ace-high board, scratching his nose. Is that a real thing? What if he just had an itch?
Going back to the tape, I don't know about you, but I'm here to learn. Let's get some study in.
Appreciate the comments. The suited computer.
Nobody calls it that.
I do. It's a nice computer. It's not one of those Windows 95 type operating systems. It's a MacBook Pro.
The Diamond PC?
Yeah. Diamond encrusted laptop case.
Another offsuit Broadway for Dvorak and another 4.5x raise. He'll get action from Queen 7 suited. It's a very strong limping hand.
They're playing some big pots very quickly.
I was going to say it's just because of the cards they're being dealt, but then I'm reminded that DK's first raise was 6-4 offsuit.
So another 3 million chip pot. Last time Doris had Queen Jack, made top pair. This time he has King Jack and makes no pair, but the board is favorable to him.
Now this looks like a texture where betting small at a high frequency is appropriate. And Queen 7 of diamonds has to be one of the worst misses you can have on this board. No backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw, no high card that's worth showdown value. Just nothing.
Price is 1/3 pot. Just nothing for Queen 7.
This is how determined Kala-Djurdjevic is to fight for pots.
Yeah, some players would have snap folded by now.
It's got a... It could be a little bit of saving face, too. You know, we talked about Ding Biao tanking in the big blind to sort of make a statement of, you know, don't think this is going to be an easy win. But we've been here all day, DK. We're convinced. We know you're not getting run over in that spot. I think Dan does as well.
No shame in taking your time. You are allowed to do so. Things are looking quite nice for Daniel, and we do have another investigation here. A mystery hand.
Love it.
Divorce with the button limp. Theon's going to play with whole cards up. Ace-Jack in the big blind. He started the hand with about 40 big blinds, and we know he's going to raise.
Does look like a raising hand. I mean, Ace-Jack offsuit for 40 blinds wants all the money to be in. Don't see it very often in practice, but in theory, he could even just be all in against this limp. As played, though, he's trying to get action. 4 big blinds.
Building the pot at the moment. In which way will Divorce come along? It's going to be a call. So it's a 2.8 million chip pot. Dayon raising from the big blind against the button limp. He's got Ace-Jack. And he has just Ace-Jack high on 10-5-3 rainbow. What do we do now with high card?
It's a pretty clean flop, and definitely there's merit in betting small. I think that Dayon doesn't have as many 10s as Divorce. There's going to be a lot of 10x in the limp call range, but he could have flopped a pair of 3s or a pair of 5s with some bluff. His ace high is worth a small protection bet. This is also a reasonable path to play some checks and play some maybe medium-sized bets.
Well, maybe he thinks Divorce does have a little bit more 10x.
And Ace-Jack is strong enough to check call most bet sizes here. I'd be surprised if Divorce came blasting on the flop. It'd be weird to bet larger than half pot, I think. No action.
No action. King of clubs on the turn. Dayon has a gut shot.
I think this is a hand strength that a lot of players would bluff, but Ace-Jack is strong enough to keep checking here and play kind of as a bluff catcher.
It's weird because I feel like both players can reasonably have the king as well. Like
Divorce has plenty of king X.
Like king nines, right? He's got king eights.
Yeah, offsuit king 9 and king 8 would get here. Low suited kings would get here. It'd be weird for him to have something as strong as king jack or king queen, given that he just limp called pre-flop, but plenty of top pair. Kala-Djurdjevic does keep checking, so I think bluff catch is kind of on his mind. Ace-Jack still beats a bunch of suited hands. Ranges are still very wide at this point.
Looks like there's some betting happening from Divorce as it's got checked over to him twice.
Big sizing. Divorce has done really well at just identifying polar situations. He finds infrequent, very large bets, I think, and the precision's really good.
So this bet is exactly a pot size bet right now. Is it all kickers of king that can do this? Or is it only the best king X that you could have, or like a 2-pair?
I think a weak king is unlikely to do this, but I'll put in context. You know, I'm thinking king 4 suited, king 6 suited. These hands are unlikely. I think king 9 off is strong enough to take this line. I think he would feel very sure that there's not many king jack, king queen in Kalogjerdjevic's range.
Well, he's getting looked up right now by the ace jack, and ace jack actually rivers a pair with an ace kicker.
It's kind of interesting when you improve, but you still don't beat what Dvoris was repping on the turn,
which was king X plus.
This jack is noteworthy and slightly more likely to win the pot, but still losing to everything that Dvoris was claiming to have. If you face another bet here, nothing has changed about being a pure bluff catcher. Dvoris taking some time. If he was bluffing the turn with something that connected with Broadway, he's improved on the jack. So,
like a queen jack?
Queen jack, jack 9.
But these hands wouldn't want to go big if they were to bet, I would imagine. Big as in, like, the rest of the chips.
On the river, you mean?
Yeah, on the river, I mean.
It's just in terms of what bluffs remain for Dvoris as he moves all in.
He's asking Dayon for the rest of his stack. It is a big, big bet.
So to find a bluff here, Dvoris needed to be bluffing the turn with something that didn't interact with Broadway, right? He wouldn't bluff a jack on the end.
He's not supposed to.
He would just have showdown value. He would check.
Right, you don't want to value own yourself against the king.
So if he's bluffing right now, he had to check back flop and then pot the turn with dust. Just 8-7. Maybe he checks the flop with some straight draws every now and then. 6-4 suited.
Let's talk about value real quick for Dvoris. So 2-pair, king 5, right?
Yep.
How weak of a king can we go?
I do think that king 9 is still strong enough. The jack matters, but it's a pot-sized bet on the end. There's no ICM in heads up. I think you can put in king 9.
But naturally, it feels like there's not that many bluffs, right?
It does feel that way.
8-7, like you mentioned, just random cards. Because you're thinking semi-bluffs pair to jack, and when they pair to jack, they don't ask for the rest of it.
Yep. But Dvoris is going to find bluffs. I don't think he's going to concentrate his bluffing range on the turn just around queen jack, jack 9, queen 9. I think that would be a mistake. And his strategy is going to be too complex to be that simple for us to say, his bluffs just got
He's going to fold in. Dvoris did have king 7, so you're right that he is willing to go for value of just the king. And it was a slightly worse kicker than king 9.
Yeah, that was... He pushed the boundary a little further than I thought he could. I wasn't sure the turn bet would even come in for full pot with such a weak kicker. But Dayon gets away from a potential tournament-ending hand there.
Sorry.
Pretty big fold regardless of what we saw there. I mean, if you're value betting king 7 suited, you're going to be pretty disappointed to get basically the next worst hand folding the river, right?
That is true. But the good news for Dvoris is he has got a huge lead on Dayon Kalogjerdjevic still. The thing is, though, Dayon still has a good amount of chips to play with. Sure, it's not what it used to be. He is out-chipped by more than 3-1, but 8.5 million is almost 30 bigs.
Yeah, the average stack still very deep. There was so much action at the start of this heads up that maybe it feels like a short stack, but this is more chips than most players bring to their heads up match.
Cannot give up. But he is losing in this hand at the moment. Gut shot and 2 overs to the 6.
In limp check, I think both players connect with this board fairly well. Everyone can have some of what's out there. So it's not unusual to see more cautious play from both sides.
Slightly dangerous card here for Dvoris.
Yeah, really devaluing what you think about a 6 with no real kicker. You know, he's got no straight draw or flush draw to go with his 6. Understandable check, and I think ace-8 can continue to head toward showdown as well.
Wasn't being asked to pay a price to see a river card. And he does pair to ace. A little bit of rebate coming here for Dayon.
Yeah, and this is the kind of spot where Dayon's image of someone who goes after it and uses big sizings, I think Dvorak might pay off a reasonable size bet on this river. In the check down line, Dvorak doesn't often have better than a 6 unless he's trapping something really huge. See what DK chooses for sizing. I think even an in-position overbet could be an option for him. Looks like pot.
Yeah, it's not an overbet. It's exactly pot, 900K.
I do like that this is a bit more controlled. Again, the bet sizing here. He's got no diamond. Dvorak could have checked down a flush or a straight to trap, but gets paid by the 6.
900K is 3 big blinds. $2.7 to 1 chip lead now.
I think this guy's played some heads up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has.
I don't know where. I don't know when.
Online.
But I would like to watch the next time it happens. Or maybe sit across from him, who knows?
He played some heads up here in Montenegro for a lot of money.
Well, yeah, but I can't just enter the heads up of a Triton event. You don't get to just sit down. Seat not open.
It doesn't work like that, does it? 2 beautiful hands. Ace-queen suited versus the suited connector.
Dvorak starting with raise, and he's reduced down to min raise now that we're playing 30 big blinds effective. It's a little small for my liking, but understandable adjustment as the stacks get shorter to reduce sizing. 7-6 suited, I think, typically just a call. Dayon avoids disaster that might have come from a 3-bet shove.
It's a beautiful draw for Daniel Dvorak. Unpaired, but he's got a flush draw, a straight draw, ace high. He's got everything.
It's got the best hand and 85% equity. Goes for the small size. Wasn't sure if he would still treat this as polarized like he did with the ace-king-queen.
I guess he doesn't want to lose his customer in case he wants to speculate and puts in a check raise, given he can stand any raise.
Yeah, you want action with that hand, but 7-6 of diamonds would be really ambitious.
But he has a back door. You always say the back doors are important.
It's just about the worst backdoor you can have. It is important. I agree.
Things are slipping away for DK. He needs to just keep playing his game. Try to get through this last opponent. But it's a tough one. Man with so much experience. 3 Triton titles for Dvorak already. Looking for the 4th. Dvorak with pocket 5s.
5s is kind of a premium at this stack depth. Dayon is one of those hands you could raise the button with, and yeah, again, I mean, he's showing some precision with pre-flop strategy that indicates to me good preparation for these spots.
Would it be too loose to 3-bet jam 30 bigs with 5s right now?
No, I think that's absolutely what's going to happen. There's an argument for inducing with 5s. It's kind of that strong. But we'll see a 3-bet of some kind. Dan's either going to go all in or make it 7.5 bigs.
It's been a little frustrating for DK. Feels like he's losing most of the pots, which he is.
He's been dealt the worst hand. Devoris did have a thin value bet in the big pot that they played.
That ace-jack versus king-7 hand was quite costly. A reminder, guaranteed $575,000, $849K for first. There has been no deal made, so they're playing for the rest of it.
I will add, it's also tough mentally to lose a good chunk of the pots, you know, in fairly quick succession here as he started heads up. And Dayon had a couple of close decisions, a couple of ones that he's probably still mulling over. And he's not going to find out until the match is over if he was right or wrong about those decisions. So it's very challenging to hang in there and keep playing solid.
Yeah, it's a $275,000 difference between first and second. We do have an open-ended straight draw for Daniel Devoris, and he's up against top pair of Dejan Karađorđević.
I think this board generally makes sense to bet big on. It's a somewhat intuitive carryover from playing single raise pots in tournament play. The big blind's going to have plenty of marginal stuff on this flop, so as the in-position player, you want to polarize, represent that top of range, and find bluffs like this. Dayan's got a very strong hand, but pot might discourage him from check raising the flop. He might decide just to check call.
Okay, does check call. Devoris went with the full pot, as you expected on this texture. Turn card is the ace, and Daniel Devoris makes the wheel. Lock it up.
He's just sun-running him at this point. I mean, not only making the best hand, but Dayon forced to continue and continue to build big pots. I don't know what sizing we'll see on the turn, but Devoris is going to ask for more.
It's an inferno over there for Daniel Devoris. And we've seen Dayon make some big calls in the past, and we've seen Devoris make big bets, and once again, a big bet. 2.2 million with the nuts.
This doesn't even leave pot behind on the river. More than geometric sizing. I find that kind of interesting even because part of what Devoris was representing on the flop is hands like 10s through kings. Those hands would trap limp sometimes and then bet big on the flop. Part of what Karađorđević... Oh! No! Oh, the 9 on the river is just...
It's disaster.
Disgusting.
He hit trip 9s, and he's up against the straight. He might even consider leading himself because a 9 probably doesn't go for such huge value on the turn when the ace shows up.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out, is that hands like 10s through kings...
He's in there. He's jamming, and he is getting snap called. This tournament is over. DK going to be the runner-up once again here in Montenegro in this 25K Golden Decade. Daniel Devoris, the champion. The 4th title is his. And a whopping $849,000. What a match.
You heard them right away, debriefing there. Devoris basically just saying, yeah, I ran over you. Just had the best hand all the time, and you could see how that culminates in that final spot. 10-9, just feeling, well, what else can I do? I'm going to be all in, right? There's no avoiding this spot and heads up.
Made the call on the turn, thought he was good, and hit trips. Jonathan Jaffe had a little chat with our first champion in the opening event. Let us take a look at how this one played out. You can see Ben Tollerin was the first elimination, then Velocevic, Sotonov, Niederreiter, Biao, Muller, Din Paul Poa. Set it up. That heads-up match with very deep stacks between DK and DD, but in the end, it was Canada's Daniel Divorce winning $849,000 and another title for him as I welcome you back to the booth. And, you know, you heard Daniel Divorce immediately telling DK, you know, I kind of ran hot there, ran you over, but not necessarily because, you know, I'm the better player. It's just the cards fell his way, and he really took advantage of getting max value at the key times.
Yeah, I think just a bit of empathy there shown from Dan, saying, "Look, man, like you're a great player, and I just had it every time, and you were in the blender every time. That's how it goes sometimes." And I mean, can we run that back? Like, can we reload I wanted to watch more between those two. They were great, like executing on such a high level. I was really enjoying every hand they played.
Yeah, you want to see another simulation where these two kind of go after each other once again, and, you know, maybe DK comes out on top sometimes, right? But we got to give that congratulations to Daniel Divorce. I mentioned it earlier. He had 3 titles before. Now he has 4, adding to his $29,540,000 in earnings. So he actually crosses over the $30 million. Triton earnings, and you know,
is that the Triton for him? Am I right?
He already has the Triton. That is correct.
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly when he completed it, but you can see actually he got the short deck title in March in Jeju 2026. So, you know, gotta give a little more love though to DK, because the thing is, he was so fun to watch. At the start of the final table, the very first hand, he had that mystery hand against Ben Tollering where he had King 10 offsuit.
That was a great hand.
The big call down and another good mystery hand. I mean, look, he played his best. Unfortunately, Daniel Divorce got the best of him, and, you know, he's
just an exciting player. I mean, I can't wait to watch more of him. He's going to break through one of these.
He will break through, perhaps in the future event. And we do want to hear from our winner as we send it down to Stanley, and we're going to continue coverage tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, right next to me is our 25K Golden Decade Champion, Mr. Dan Divorce. Dan, another title, your 4th title actually, winning stops back-to-back from Jeju and now here at Montenegro. I mean, just how do you feel right now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great. It feels like I have a lot of momentum.
Last year, same time last year, you were the runner-up of this very event, losing against Xuan Liu. How does it feel coming back here, claiming the title? It's almost like a retribution arc to you.
Definitely. You know, that event last year, I felt like I got a little bit of a tough run of cards, relatively speaking. Of course, you have to get such a good run to even get second. But heads up, it was like a little bit of going, and this time it was just the opposite. You know, I was making hand after hand, and it was extremely smooth. I was prepared to go into like a 3-hour battle because we started so deep, and it was just over within, feels like 20 minutes or something.
It was definitely a short heads up for sure. So, did you know, Dan, with this title, you have just completed the Triton, meaning you have a title across PLO, Hold'em, and short deck. How does it feel to, or how proud are you to be able to show such a range across all formats?
Yeah, it's, I mean, very proud. It's great, obviously. It is kind of funny that I think it took me forever to get my first Triton trophy to begin with, and you know, they kind of came like there was short deck, there was PLO, short deck, and I've generally been a no limit specialist and like not been playing the other 2 games for very long, so feels nice to finally take this one.
I'm sure it does. So, Dan, you know, this is the very first event of this stop, and here you are starting it with a bang. How important or how much confidence does it give you leading into the rest of the event?
Yeah, you know, the momentum's nice, but at the same time, you know, this is just the start. There's a lot of tournaments left to play, a lot of big buy-ins, so it's also not important. It's important to not get carried away.
That's right. So, finally, Dan, here you are at the Triton stage. It just seems like Triton, you and Triton, you just show the best of yourself across all the different events. What is so special about Triton that we see the best of Dan Divorce time and time again?
Honestly, I think it's just the environment. I love competitive environments, and Triton is just, it just blends being in a really competitive environment, but sort of relaxing at the same time, in the sense that, you know, we're playing for a lot of money. Everyone is super competitive, but we're also friends. We all get along, and it's a nice social scene as well.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our Senior Director of Live Events, Mr. Luca Vivaldi, to give Dan his 4th title. Ladies and gentlemen, your 25K Golden Decade Champion, Daniel Davoris.